Chapter 1 I am a professor at Hogwarts. In the autumn of 1992, Hogsmeade residential area. Hogsmeade is the only village in the whole of Britain that is full of wizards and has no muggles. It is an ideal place for most wizards to settle down. In a house in the residential area, the sun shines through the windows of the top floor study and fills the entire study. At the same time, the cool breeze in autumn sneaks into the study through the window, dispelling the stuffiness in the study. In the center of the study, there is a brown wood desk, and opposite it, a handsome wizard with soft and light golden long hair is leaning on a chair. What is amazing is that, with the wizard as the center, 3 magic books float in the air, parallel to the wizard's line of sight. Opposite him, a wine-red magic book was floating in the air, half opened, and the pages turned automatically as the wizard waved the wand in his hand. The cover of the book was written, detailed explanation of wizard combat spells. In the innermost part of the study, there were a large number of small magical animal specimens, as if they were trophies. In the bookcase on the left wall, there were a large number of magic books, some of which were slightly moving, some were somewhat transparent, and some were surrounded by a thin grey mist. The whole study exuded a mysterious flavor. At this time, Gilderoy Lockhart looked at the contents of the book, his eyes flashed with thought, and he muttered to himself, detonating emotions, it turns out that the core of the wandless casting of the armored spell lies in the instantaneous outbreak of emotions. Then, as if experimenting, Lockhart put the wand next to the desk. Adjusting the frequency of magic power, he made a strange gesture with his right hand, and said in a hurried tone, "Armor protection." Instantly, a yellow light suddenly appeared on his body and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, a crisp sound came. It can be clearly seen that under the fluctuation of magic power, cracks appeared on the chair where Lockhart sat. Seeing this, Lockhart frowned slightly, reached out to pick up the magic wand, stood up, pointed at the chair and said quickly, "Restored to its original state." As if time went back, the cracks on the chair gradually disappeared, which was quite wonderful. Seeing this scene, Lockhart nodded with satisfaction and said with some emotion, "Although I have been in this world for almost a month, I have to praise the magic and convenience of magic." Then, he waved the magic wand lightly, and the bookcase suddenly opened. The books floating in the air were neatly arranged and automatically entered the bookcase and returned to their proper positions. Lockhart was sitting on the chair, putting the magic wand on the desk, watching silently, with thoughts and exploration in his eyes. It's not that the original body is a waste. With the skillful forget spell, he deceived the entire wizard world and made all wizards believe that he was an adventurer with strong combat power and rich experience. However, when he recalled the spells that Lockhart mastered in his memory, he couldn't help but reveal a helpless look between his eyebrows. He knew nothing about combat spells, but he was quite proficient in life spells, even beyond the imagination of ordinary people. For example, Lockhart created his own magic, Lockhart's Shine. The effect is very simple, that is, through magic. Brighten your face and make your teeth whiter, especially in the dark, it can become bright and soft, giving people a sense of intimacy. There are also spells that can sign automatically, and there are even spells that add background music to yourself. All of them were developed by Lockhart himself. He had to admit that the original body was a genius, but he was too eager for quick success. He is worthy of being a student from Hogwarts Ravenclaw College. But when he thought of the battle, he had to start complaining. The opponent could not even cast the most basic armor spell, and was even beaten by a second-year wizard in the future. He was a weakling among weaklings. When he thought of this, Lockhart's eyes flashed with helplessness. He was very fortunate that he could live again and be exposed to the mysterious supernatural power, magic. What was even more unexpected was that he actually traveled to the familiar Harry Potter world. But when he thought of his identity, Lockhart gently touched his eyebrows, as if he wanted to dispel the helplessness on his face. During the month of traveling through time in the middle, he has sorted out the memories in his mind. His current identity is Gilderoy Lockhart, a well-known writer in the wizarding world, a well-known adventurer, and a future professor at Hogwarts. However, when he thought of his identity as an adventurer, a trace of distress flashed in Lockhart's eyes. The so-called adventures were all stolen by the original body through the forgetfulness spell. The memory of other wizards, and then boasted as his own, to seek fame. What's more troublesome is that this time he was invited by Dumbledore to enter Hogwarts as a professor of defense against the dark arts. He has to be careful to guard against Dumbledore's temptation. As for the secret chamber, basilisk, etc. that Hogwarts will encounter this year, Lockhart doesn't care. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. The source of the crisis is known, and it can be solved with a little preparation. What else is there to worry about? The only worry is Dumbledore's temptation. This white devil in the wizarding world, who is famous for his good planning, made him come to Hogwarts to teach for no reason. Maybe he didn't have any idea at all? Lockhart is not stupid. Although there are rumors in the wizarding world that the position of the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts is cursed by a mysterious person. But the reason why rumors are rumors is that many wizards who teach do leave every year, but most of them also suffer some minor injuries, and fatal risks are very rare. Otherwise, how could the original body have the courage to take over the position of professor and swear to let the Daily Prophet promote it? He just wants to make a fortune and make his reputation and resume more glorious. After achieving the goal, he will leave. To be honest, if Lockhart had not accepted Dumbledore's invitation before crossing over, he would have refused long ago. But when he thought of the library in Hogwarts, Lockhart's eyes rose with a hint of enthusiasm. During this month, although he bought a lot of magic books, he felt more and more that the wizarding world was narrow-minded, backward, and partisan. It is almost impossible to see advanced spells on the market. The magic books on the market are all ordinary, and at most they discuss a spell in more depth. If you want to get in touch with powerful, strange, or even mysterious spells, you are not from a pure-blood family, and you have not signed a service contract with the other party, so you can't get in touch with them at all. Lockhart himself is a half-blood wizard, and his family does not have a strong foundation like a pure-blood family. Only Hogwarts has magic books collected for centuries. Whether it is life spells, combat spells, or even black magic, or even more bizarre taboo wizard knowledge, they are all involved. More importantly, there are very few restrictions on professors, or even almost no restrictions. This made Lockhart, who was a little obsessed with magic, feel itchy in his heart, and even jealous. The more he came into contact with magic, the more he felt the wonder, mystery of magic. Especially when he felt the magic power flowing slowly in his body, he could easily resonate with the elements between heaven and earth, ignite fire, gather sand into stone, and even reconstruct objects and reverse life. He became more and more fanatical. In his previous life, he was immortal, lived less than 100 years, and was a university professor with only the strength to tie a chicken. How lucky he was to encounter magic in this life. With the wonders of magic, not to mention extending his life, he could have powerful power alone, which was enough to make him addicted. Not to mention, as a university professor and researcher, the pursuit of truth is engraved in his bones. Interpret the whole world from the perspective of magic. It makes him feel happy, obsessed, and fanatical from the bottom of his heart. As for the risks he may face in the future, since he has made a choice, he will bear the corresponding responsibilities. Besides, he is not without a way to break the situation. When he thought of this, Lockhart exclaimed in his heart. System. Chapter 2 How to break the situation when Odin and Ancient One pay attention to him at the beginning. Name, Gilderoy Lockhart. Constitution, 14. Magic points, 910/1024. Mastered spells, Lockhart's Glitter, fully automatic signature levitation spell, luminescence spell, unlocking spell, transfiguration spell, disarming spell, armor spell. Reputation, 104,552. Character recognition Molly Weasley, 70/100, Belle Drew, 40/100. Owned items. Seeing the light blue light in front of him, Lockhart's mouth curled up slightly. As a time traveler, he naturally has his own golden finger, which he calls the golden finger on his body reputation lottery system. The biggest function is to draw a lottery through reputation points. And the object of the lottery, this comes from the person who has a close relationship with him or highly recognized by him. The higher the degree of recognition, the easier it is to obtain the other party's most valuable spells, abilities, and even talents. This is also the reason why he has the confidence to face Dumbledore. It is also the capital for him to improve his strength and pursue the truth. It is also his trump card to transform the narrow, backward, and class-fixed wizarding world. He is very fortunate that he was a well-known writer with a large number of fans. The identity of a well-known writer has given him a lot of reputation points, and the fans have given him a lot of objects to draw. Although most of his fans are family wizards, and even most of them are ordinary witches, who only know basic spells. But with this month, he kept going in and out of public places, meeting fans, and consuming a lot of reputation points for lottery. Finally, he mastered the most basic spells that a wizard should master through the system, and got rid of the category of strong people and words. At least, there will be no famous scene of being beaten by a second-year wizard. The only pity is that there are very few combat wizards and aurors of the Ministry of Magic among his fan group, and almost no strong ones. In this month just after crossing over, it is even more difficult to meet them, let alone lottery. However, with his continuous research and scientific practice in this month, he has also mastered some combat spells. He found that his talent in magic is not inferior to his original body, or even stronger. Or in other words, this is the result of the fusion of two souls. And this is not Lockhart's greatest confidence in facing the future dilemma. His confidence lies in. Lockhart focused his sight on the lower right corner of the system panel, which read: 240 minutes left before the World Shuttle countdown, please prepare for the shuttle. His greatest confidence lies in the World Shuttle function of the system. Specifically, every month, he will automatically travel to another world, and then stay in the other world for a month. Then return to the Harry Potter world. The only thing that makes Lockhart a little regretful is the system can only travel between the two worlds, and cannot allow other worlds to be shuttled. That is to say, he can travel from the Harry Potter world to the B world, and after staying there for a month, he will automatically return to the Harry Potter world from the B world. Then after staying in the Harry Potter world for a month, he will return to the B world. This cycle repeats, this state. Lockhart has to wonder if this system is avoiding something, otherwise why would it jump back and forth between the two worlds for no reason? However, the only thing that makes Lockhart feel good is, after traveling to another world, time will not change at all. You will return from the same second you traveled from. This is true for both worlds. This way, he can have enough time to study magic and improve his magic level. If he gets more opportunities in another world and greatly improves his combat power, he will be more confident to face the future Dumbledore and the future dilemma. This is Lockhart's last trump card. He has been in the Harry Potter world for almost a month now. After 4 hours, he will automatically travel to another world. This is what he has been looking forward to. At night, at Gilderoy Lockhart's home. The countdown to the world travel is 3 minutes. Please prepare for the travel. Lockhart looked at the light screen that appeared in front of him, carrying his magic suitcase, and holding the wand in his hand, waiting quietly. Time passed by minute, and soon the countdown was about to end. World Shuttle is about to begin, please prepare the host. World Shuttle countdown 3, 2, 1. The first World Shuttle begins, and the new world begins to be anchored. Anchoring. Opening a World Shuttle channel. Note, a large amount of energy fluctuations have been discovered, which can reduce some energy loss. Please ask if you want to descend. Automatically selecting. According to the deduction, it can save some energy. Increase energy reserves, provide better services for the host, and will not bring additional negative effects to the host. Allow to descend. About to shuttle the world. Warning: after staying in this world for 30 days, the soul will gradually be branded with the mark of this world. You need to leave this world in time to avoid the contamination of the world's breath. In 2011, outside the town of New Mexico, the United States, at night, a modified black van is driving forward in the wasteland outside the town. Jane Foster sat in the car, holding a camera, looking out the window, as if she found the aurora in the sky not far away, and hurriedly shouted to Daisy Lewis, who was driving next to her, "It's the aurora, hurry up, Daisy! Hurry up, Daisy, go, go, go!" Eric Selvig, who was sitting in the back, looked at the aurora not far away in surprise, as if he knew the rarity of the aurora, and began to urge, "Daisy, hurry up, maybe you and your thesis will meet soon." After hearing this, Daisy's face lit up, and she immediately stepped on the accelerator, gripped the steering wheel, and sped towards the aurora. At this moment, Lockhart's eyes went dark, and he suddenly found himself in a colorful energy channel, falling down continuously, feeling a little scared, and subconsciously shouted loudly, "Ah!" Immediately, I found that I was not affected at all, but just kept going down like taking an elevator, so I quickly calmed down, raised the magic suitcase in my left hand, and held it tightly. The wand in his right hand. Cursing the unreliable transmission process of the system secretly. Then, Lockhart's face changed, and he actually found a handsome blonde man with a sturdy figure appeared not far away. This made him alert, and he raised the wand in his hand and mobilized the magic power in his body, as if he would start to attack as long as the other party moved. He was a little confused. There was no energy fluctuation on the other party's body, as if he was a muggle. But this is absolutely impossible. How could an ordinary muggle appear here? Could it be that the other party is also a traverser like him? What a broken system! Could it be that the World Shuttle channel can be shared? Lockhart secretly complained, and his expression became more and more vigilant. This is not the moment when fellow villagers meet and their eyes are full of tears. If it is a traverser, I am afraid that the first to strike will be the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. After all, two traversers in one world, let alone other things, how do you say the benefits are divided? However, Lockhart felt that the blonde man not far away looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. And the more he looked at the teleportation scene, the more familiar it looked. Without time to think deeply, Lockhart felt that the teleportation suddenly paused. He landed safely on the ground, while the blonde man next to him seemed to be unlucky. He seemed to be hit by a car during the landing and was knocked unconscious. This made Lockhart smile, and he was very glad that he was not this unlucky guy. But seeing this scene, Lockhart felt that the scene was more and more familiar, so he held the wand in his hand tightly, watched silently, and kept searching the memory in his mind. After the car braked urgently, a middle-aged man and two young women got off. The three of them seemed to be panicked because they had hit someone with their car. Then, Lockhart heard the other party shouting, "Jane, legally speaking, this is all your fault. Don't talk about this, Daisy, hurry up and get the medicine box." Soon, the sturdy blonde man who was knocked unconscious by the car quickly woke up, stood up and looked around, shouting, "Hammer, hammer, Mjolnir." Then he looked up to the sky and shouted, "Heimdall, I know you are watching, send me back quickly." Seeing this scene in front of him and hearing the blonde man's shouting, Lockhart instantly knew which world he was in. Jane, Heimdall, Mjolnir, hammer, where else can it be except the Marvel world? Lockhart's face changed, and he cursed in his heart. How could he come to such a high-risk world as Marvel and run into the plot of Thor 1? This is troublesome. Now this scene is not only watched by the god King Odin, but also by the Ancient One mage. After all, who would ignore the son of Odin, the father of the gods, coming to Earth? What if Odin and the Ancient One are paying attention to you at the beginning? Chapter 3 Thor is angry but can't be released. At the same time, in the distant Asgard, Heldarm standing on the Rainbow Bridge looked at the transmission channel that was opening, frowned slightly, and said to Odin, the father of the gods next to him in a deep voice. God King, the energy consumption of the Rainbow Bridge has increased significantly because other humans unexpectedly appeared in Thor's transmission channel. How to deal with it? Odin stared at the colorful transmission channel built by the Rainbow Bridge, as if he could see Lockhart, who had just appeared, holding a magic wand and was very vigilant, and frowned slightly. Perhaps he felt that the insects that appeared at this moment were a bit annoying, so the eternal spear of Onir in his hand began to emit a faint golden light, and Heldarm felt a breath of attraction coming towards him. Suddenly, an emerald green light suddenly appeared, floating in front of Odin, and kept jumping slightly, as if conveying some information. Heldarm stared at the green light, a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes, holding the sword of the Rainbow Bridge in his hand, as if he wanted to attack. Then, he suddenly sensed that the Spear of Eternity began to be silent, and then, the god King Odin said to him with a faint smile on his face. Don't worry about this human, someone will deal with it. After that, he turned and left. Loki next to him was a little confused about the conversation between his father and Heldarm, but without thinking too much, he followed his father Odin to leave the Rainbow Bridge. Facing the secret peeping of the Ancient One or Odin, Lockhart's eyes flashed a trace of sorrow, and his thoughts kept turning in his mind, thinking quickly about solutions. His identity from another world must have been exposed. Even if Odin didn't know this, the Ancient One was definitely clear. However, he didn't take action directly now, which showed that the Supreme Sorcerer still had a certain tolerance. And what he needed to do most now was. The thinking revealed in Lockhart's eyes constantly improved the plan that emerged in his mind. At the same time, Professor Eric next to him carefully looked at the blond man in the emerald green robe in front of him. Although he was somewhat envious of his handsome face, this outfit did not look like a modern man. He could not help but feel surprised. But he did not have time to think about it, so he hurried forward and asked nervously. Who are you? You saw what happened just now. It was a complete accident. Lockhart looked at Eric Selvig, who was a little nervous in front of him, and raised his mouth corners, revealing his white teeth, showing a gentle smile, and waved his wand secretly. Lockhart's shining. Instantly, Eric's eyes lit up, and he felt that Lockhart's face in front of him was very kind. As if an old friend who hadn't seen each other for many years. Then, Lockhart touched his left shoulder with his right hand, bent down slightly, performed a standard wizard etiquette, and asked elegantly and calmly, Hello, I am Gilderoy Lockhart. Winner of the 3rd class medal of the Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Anti-Dark Magic League, Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. Because of an accident with space magic, I accidentally drifted to your place. May I ask where you are now? At the same time, Lockhart raised his wand slightly, bright and splendid. In an instant, a ball of light appeared in the air, emitting a soft white light, illuminating the nearby area. Jane, Daisy, and Eric saw this scene and opened their mouths slightly in surprise. You. Thor next to him saw it, as if he thought of something, ran to Lockhart in a somewhat savage way, and ordered loudly in a savage tone. Mage of Midgard, I am Thor Odinson, the son of Odin. I command you to take me back to Asgard. Lockhart frowned slightly when he heard Thor's arrogant tone, his face looked ugly, and a trace of anger rose in his heart, but he quickly calmed down. The other party is the son of Odin, and has not yet become the real thunder god. Naturally, his attitude is arrogant and he does not take ordinary people seriously. Thor's tone of treating him as a slave made him angry. But considering the other party's identity, it is a bit tricky. He can't be ruthless directly, so he can only teach him a lesson. Although Odin may be watching now, he should not take action as long as his life is not endangered. Besides, if he doesn't teach him a lesson, the other party will really treat him as a slave. Thinking about it, Lockhart picked up the wand in his hand and pointed at Thor, "Quickly imprison." In an instant, a white halo came out from the top of the wand and quickly wrapped around Thor's body, as if tying him up, controlling Thor's actions. Thor on the other side seemed to feel that he was imprisoned. He did not move and directly cursed, "Human, tell me your name. You are disrespecting the future master of the 9 kingdoms. You are more insidious than the ogre's worm." Woo! Silent. Before Thor finished cursing, Lockhart directly cast a silent spell. No matter how Thor opened his mouth, no sound came out. He couldn't vent his anger and couldn't vent his anger. Thor's face flushed red, as if he had suffered such a big loss for the first time. Seeing this, Lockhart's face floated with a faint smile. He liked the scene of the other party being unable to vent his anger and unable to get what he wanted. The angrier Thor was, the happier Lockhart was. He was the one who would take revenge when he had a grudge and complain when he had a grudge. He couldn't be cruel, but if he didn't teach him a lesson, he would not be Lockhart. Immediately, he turned his head and looked at Jane, Daisy and the other 2 who were surprised and frightened. He waved his wand lightly and circled around. A pale white halo appeared in the air and gradually spread, soothing their hearts. Showing his white teeth, he said gently, "Okay, let's start the topic just now." Jane, Daisy, and Eric looked at the pale white light around them and were surprised to find that they were much calmer in their hearts, and even showed a faint joy. It made them feel a little surprised. After hearing what Lockhart said in front of him, Daisy immediately exclaimed, "This is this magic." Seeing the surprised voice of the little girl in front of him, Lockhart nodded with a smile and said lightly, "Yes, it is magic. May I ask where this is?" After Eric heard it, he was about to reply when he heard Daisy asked excitedly, "This is New Mexico, Mr. Magician, what's your name? Where are you from? Can I learn magic?" Seeing Daisy's excitement and a lot of questions coming out of her mouth, Lockhart quickly picked up the wand and made a gesture to silence her. After seeing this, Daisy slowly stopped asking questions with some regret. Professor Eric, who was behind, saw this and stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Magician, Daisy was a little too excited just now, please forgive me." Then, he began to point at the 3 of them and introduced, "My name is Eric Selvig, and the 2 next to me are my students, Jane Foster and Daisy Louise. This is the United States, New Mexico. It is about 13 kilometers to the nearest town. You can choose to take our car to the town and then make arrangements." Hearing this, Lockhart nodded, "Okay, Mr. Eric, you can call me Mr. Lockhart or Professor Lockhart." As he said, Lockhart waved his wand lightly, and a small gold bar floated in front of everyone, floating into Eric's hand, and whispered, "This is your reward, thank you for troubling you on this journey." Seeing the gold bar in his hand, Eric stretched out his hand and subconsciously squeezed it. Judging from his previous experience, the real possibility is higher than 80%, so he hurriedly said, "No, it's too expensive, Professor Lockhart. It won't cost that much." Hearing Eric's reply, Lockhart smiled faintly, "It's okay. For us wizards, gold bars are not precious. If you feel it's precious, you can give me some of your currency. I think I may need it in the future." Lockhart blinked. Then without waiting for Eric's reply, he smiled at Jane and Daisy and said, "Okay, let's go back to the town now. I like places with a civilized atmosphere." As he said, he waved to Eric, indicating that they could set off. Eric sighed softly and put away the gold bars in his hand. He was not as easy to be obsessed with flowers as his student Daisy. It's not known whether it is a blessing or a curse to meet such a wizard with extraordinary means. However, after the communication just now, this wizard should be considered a relatively polite and principled positive person. Otherwise, he would not communicate with him patiently and give gold bars as a reward. As his thoughts turned, he took Lockhart to their car. Chapter 4, How to Survive Under the Gaze of the Ancient Boss. He looked at Eric, who was leading the way in front, and then looked at Thor, who was imprisoned by his spell. He felt the other party's murderous gaze. With a chuckle, Lockhart waved his wand lightly, Wingardium Leviosa. With a levitation spell, the imprisoned Thor floated up. Then he got in the car with Eric. Jane, Daisy, and others saw it but did not ask. Or they felt a little guilty for hitting someone with their car just now, or they were curious about Thor's identity. And Lockhart naturally would not explain too much. After everyone got in the car, Eric drove, Lockhart sat in the front seat, and Thor, Jane, and Daisy sat in the back. After stepping on the accelerator and igniting the engine, the car slowly drove towards the town. Sitting in the car, Lockhart exhaled lightly. He was under a lot of psychological pressure just now. He was 100% sure that Odin and Ancient One had definitely noticed him. All his actions just now were to establish a persona. He said that he was harmless and only arrived in the Marvel world by accident. This was the best solution he could come up with. When facing the unknown, if he didn't take action directly, he would try to get information. He could also use this to establish the image of a scholar and professor of a white wizard. After all, no matter in which world, scholars and professors should be positive figures in the eyes of the public. Well, the target of his imitation was Dumbledore. So, even when facing Thor's curse, it was just a small lesson, and he didn't do anything ruthless. He hoped to temporarily dispel the doubts of Ancient One or Odin. Otherwise, if he behaved inappropriately or showed very evil behavior just now, who knows, a thunderbolt suddenly appeared in the sky and struck him, or a portal with sparks appeared in front of him, and several wizards came out. Under the banner of destroying the invaders, he was killed. Lockhart couldn't even cry. Otherwise, he would not kill the witnesses directly. But he would definitely capture their thoughts, search for information, and then send them a set of forgetfulness spells. Believe in his proficiency, he will never let anyone find out anything unusual. At most, these muggles will have migraines, but he doesn't care about that. His moral level is very flexible. Now, since he got on the car safely, in a sense, the Ancient One or Odin should allow his existence. This naturally made Lockhart breathe a sigh of relief and relax a little. However, acting has to go on. Before his strength reaches a certain level, he has to work hard to maintain his current personality. Professor Lockhart, I just heard you introduce yourself as a professor at Hogwarts. I feel that you are knowledgeable. However, I don't think I have heard of this school. Can you briefly introduce it? Eric, who was driving, handed Lockhart a bottle of mineral water and asked curiously. After Lockhart took it, he was very cautious and secretly released a magic to detect poison. After finding nothing unusual, he unscrewed the bottle cap, took a sip, and said lightly, Hogwarts, this is our own school for wizards, specializing in training young wizards, and I am a professor who specializes in teaching defense against black magic. Lockhart's tone was a little proud, and then he continued to add, dark magic is very evil and very deadly magic. Hearing this, Jane behind him asked with some envy, then Professor Lockhart, do you think we can learn magic? Hearing this, Lockhart smiled and shook his head, and said lightly, learning magic requires talent and blood. 99.9% of people are muggles, who cannot learn magic and don't even know the existence of wizards. As if he had expected their doubts, Lockhart continued. Muggles refer to people without magical talent. It is the usual name for us wizards. Hearing this, Jane, Daisy, and Eric all showed regretful expressions on their faces, and Thor next to them snorted coldly, but no sound came. Well, the silent spell is still not lifted. After chatting for a while, Daisy in the back took out a piece of bread and a few bags of snacks and handed them to Lockhart in the front with some attentiveness. "Professor Lockhart, these are my favorite snacks, they taste good, please try them." After that, Daisy tore open a bag of potato chips and handed it to Lockhart. Seeing this, Lockhart smiled. He smiled, took a piece and tasted it, nodded slightly, and said with some admiration, "It tastes delicious, thank you Miss Daisy for sharing." "Since Miss Daisy has shared, I will also share some snacks of our wizards." As he said, Lockhart waved his wand lightly, and a large number of various snacks floated out of the space bag. There were milk candies flashing blue light, flaming chocolates, strange-tasting beans of various colors, and frog-shaped chocolate frogs, etc. When the snacks floated in front of everyone, Lockhart introduced, "This is strange-flavored beans. After eating, various strange flavors will appear randomly. This is moonlight milk candy. After eating it, your eyes will glow blue. There are also chocolate frogs, crucible cakes, dragon milk cheese, etc. You can all try it. They all taste good." Lockhart looked at Thor, who was imprisoned behind him, thought for a while, and said softly, "Mr. Thor, I don't know where Asgard is. However, I can unlock the magic now, but you must promise not to make trouble again, otherwise don't blame me for imprisoning you again. Not if you agree." Thor, who had calmed down, thought about it after hearing it, and nodded helplessly. Seeing this, Lockhart held the wand against Thor and cast a counter-spell. Soon, Thor found that he could move again and made sounds, with a hint of joy in his eyes. Then, as if he had thought of something, he snorted at Lockhart, but did not move. Jane and Daisy next to him did not pay much attention to Thor's behavior. They were tasting magic snacks with great interest. Daisy had just eaten a piece of moonlight milk candy and found that her eyes were glowing blue, which was very interesting, so she tasted the strange flavored beans with great interest. Just after tasting one, her face changed slightly, and she blushed a little. She quickly said, "It's so spicy, so spicy." As she said that, she picked up the mineral water next to her and took a big sip. After seeing this, Jane smiled. She had just eaten several strange flavored beans in a row, and found that they had beef flavor, chicken flavor, and another taste that she couldn't describe. In short, the taste was okay. The actions of the two made Thor and Eric hesitate for a while, and they also began to taste the magic snacks shared by Lockhart. After all, enjoying food is a common feature of all carbon-based life forms. For a while, the whole car was filled with laughter and the atmosphere was much more harmonious. Even Thor no longer looked cold to Lockhart. In a small town in New Mexico, in the house rented by Eric, Jane, and the other two, everyone sat on the sofa in the living room. Daisy brought a glass of water and handed it to Gilderoy Lockhart, who was sitting on the sofa, and asked curiously, "Professor Lockhart, can you tell me more about your adventures?" Jane and Professor Selvig next to him also pricked up their ears, their eyes full of curiosity. Although Thor's eyes were full of disdain, he also listened patiently. He is just a mortal now, and he doesn't know what he should do, although he thinks this wizard is nothing big. But he is very good at telling stories. Seeing this, Lockhart's mouth curled up slightly. Take a sip of water from the glass and said leisurely, "I never hesitate to share my adventures with others." As he said, he began to share his experience of fighting ghouls, which was vivid and fascinating. Well, he stole the memories of other wizards through the memory spell. However, it's just a little bit exaggerated, rendering it more evil. This is easy for Lockhart. After all, being a famous writer in the wizarding world is not just bragging. Well, as I was talking, an idea suddenly came to my mind. Should I write another book called Lockhart Surviving in Another World? The thought turned, the corners of my mouth rose, and I buried it in my heart and continued to share my experience with Eric and others. Through a gentle smile, cordial communication, magical snacks, and wonderful magic. After a whole set of combined punches, the relationship with everyone has obviously risen to a higher level. Including Thor, the original hostility has been resolved a lot. Well, when Ancient One sees this scene, he should think that I am a white wizard with rich experience and a heart for justice. It would be better to have a little good impression. Later, he can learn the magic of camartage. He is quite interested in the magic of the Marvel world. It seems to have a completely different development direction from Harry Potter. As his thoughts turned, Lockhart's voice became slightly louder, as if he was showing a hint of excitement. Of course, it was just a thought. Lockhart didn't believe that knowledge could be gained by scanning one's face. Trading is the best means. Chapter 5 Magical Magic. Surprised Lockhart. After talking for a while, Lockhart went back to his room on the pretext of needing to rest. After entering his room, he quickly closed his door. He quickly walked to the bed, opened his magic suitcase, got into it, and cast an illusion spell to hide the suitcase. Well, this is the magic suitcase he prepared specifically for this world travel. It has a lot of space and is worth a lot of money. Although the Ministry of Magic forbids the sale, he still obtains it through the black market. Although he paid thousands of gold galleons, he is quite satisfied with the practicality of the magic suitcase. It is filled with magic books, magic potions, and even black magic items that he has stored. After entering the magic suitcase, Lockhart walked down the stairs and entered his room. Looking at the spacious space, Lockhart nodded with satisfaction, and then quickly walked to the desk on the left and looked at a platypus-like, snow-white niffler in a small cage on the desk. His eyes were full of surprise. The system actually allows living things to be transported. This was far beyond his expectations. In his expectations, the system would most likely allow dead things to be transported. But he was not sure about living things. So, he bought a niffler as an experimental subject to see whether the system allows the scope of items to be carried after the world shuttle. Now it seems that the scope allowed by the system is very wide. This made Lockhart full of surprises. Allowing life forms to travel would mean more operations later. A picture appeared in his mind. When facing the enemy in the future, he would release various magical animals such as fire dragons and thunderbirds. When he thought of this, he could not suppress his excitement. Even wizards are also life forms. The thought just flashed through his mind, and Lockhart buried it in his heart. The world that the system traveled to was actually the Marvel world, which was beyond his expectation. The Marvel world is much more dangerous than Harry Potter. Although it is full of opportunities, the world-destroying disasters at any time make Lockhart scratch his head. With his small body, if he is involved in it, he may be killed if he is not careful. So, he is in urgent need of improving his strength now. And now, the easiest way is draw a reputation lottery for Thor. If he can obtain Thor's powerful thunder power, he can protect himself in the Marvel world and dominate the Harry Potter world. When he thought of this, Lockhart's eyes flashed with a hint of heat. Immediately, he called the system. Name, Gilderoy Lockhart. Constitution, 14. Magic points, 970/1024. Mastered spells, Lockhart's Glitter, fully automatic signature levitation spell, luminescence spell, unlocking spell, transfiguration spell, disarming spell, armor spell. Reputation, 104,552. Character recognition. Harry Potter World, Molly Weasley, 70/100, Belduru, 40/100. Marvel World, Jane Foster, 30/100, Thor Odinson, 10/100, Daisy. Possess items wand, magic suitcase. Lockhart set his eyes on the light grey name, and a thought flashed in his eyes. Thor Odinson, 10/100. Thor's approval of him is low at the moment, which is not surprising to Lockhart. After all, the long-term confinement and the silent spell just now will definitely make anyone angry. Although communication and sharing of food have reduced a lot of hostility, it is definitely not up to the level of goodwill. Thor does not hate him extremely, which is a good character. Of course, if this happens again, Lockhart will still choose to give Thor the same meal. Thor was just like a child, willful, reckless, and outspoken. He even cursed his own father before. Lockhart thought he could not get the approval of such Thor. So, suppress his arrogance first, and when he needs help later, there will be a chance for his approval to increase. In short, he is not in a hurry. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than problems. Soon after, Lockhart thought about it, repeatedly considered his plan, slightly modified it, and felt that there was no big problem. He continued to read the book in the study room, Dark Power, A Guide to Self-Defense. At the same time, he practiced spells. Although the system can quickly improve magic ability, only when you master the corresponding magic knowledge and understand the essence of spells can you truly master it. As he continued to practice the disarming spell, he looked at the dazzling red light in front of him. Lockhart felt more and more that something was wrong. Or rather, he discovered something strange at the beginning, but he didn't think deeply about it. He found that the power of the disarming spell actually increased by about 3 times. Oh my god! The same magic power is not so strong in the Harry Potter world, and it is much easier to cast. Even the duration of the disarming spell was extended by 3 seconds. What does this mean? During the 3 seconds of staying, he can freely control the spell to attack the enemy from all directions. In Harry Potter, only powerful wizards can do this. In the Marvel world, wizards like him can actually reach such a level. Could it be that the Marvel world is magic and a blessed land for wizards? Or the Harry Potter world has restrictions on magic? Lockhart thought deeply, came up with several conjectures, and then kept them in his heart. It's useless to think more now, and I will return to the Harry Potter world later, and slowly study slowly. He needs to improve his strength now to survive under the hands of the Destroyer. Fighting side by side with Thor is the best way to gain his recognition. Although it is a bit risky, Lockhart is willing to take a gamble. The next day, early in the morning, Lockhart woke up from the bed and cast a spell to hide the suitcase. He opened the door and walked slowly down the stairs. Looking at the empty and even quite messy living room, he raised his eyebrows. It seems, after he left last night, this group of people were not idle. Then, with the thought, he waved his wand lightly, and in an instant, the sundries in the living room suddenly floated into the air, and then moved in a very orderly manner and returned to their own positions. The blanket was automatically and neatly folded on the sofa, the waste paper was automatically put into the trash can, and the unfinished cup of water floated to the bathroom, poured into the sink, and then returned to the wooden table. For a moment, the whole living room made a ding-dong sound. Although the sound was not loud, it also made some people who were sleeping start to wake up. Professor Selvig woke up in this way. Attracted by the sound, he walked out of the door and saw the living room below automatically cleaning up the debris. He opened his mouth in surprise and exclaimed, "Magic, it was really amazing." In his impression, magicians should gather fireballs, attract thunder, and even summon demons. And now this scene was a little beyond his imagination, making him envious. Convenient, convenient, it was really convenient. Well, after a magic, he didn't have to do any housework. It was simply the ability that an old man like him dreamed of. Soon, all the debris was cleaned up, and he saw Lockhart waving his wand in his hand, drawing several circles in a row, and chanting a spell. Then, a silver-white light spread from the top of Lockhart's wand to the surroundings. He saw with his own eyes that as the white light spread, all the stains were completely new, as if they had never appeared. Then, he saw Lockhart looking up at him and waving. Chapter 6 Mysterious Runes. Thor's Hammer. Oh my god, Professor Lockhart, I didn't expect that the food made with magic tastes so good. Sitting at the dining table, Lockhart smiled when he heard Daisy's flattering words across from him. Although the original body was a loser in combat, he lived a very refined life. Apart from anything else, he mastered the life spells very well, and even created his own spells. For Lockhart, who has the memory of the original body, as long as he is a little skilled, he can master it quickly. Excuse me, we wizards rarely cook by ourselves. We use spells. So the taste may be better. At this point, Lockhart changed the subject, looking at Thor who was eating breakfast beside him, and asked with a smile, Mr. Thor, I heard you say you were from Asgard yesterday. I wonder if Asgard has magic. After hearing this, Thor patted his chest and said proudly, Lockhart, we Asgard rule the 9 realms, so we naturally have profound magic. My mother, Queen Frigga, is the first wizard in the 9 realms. At this point, Thor's mood suddenly became low. Maybe he felt sad when he recalled that he was expelled by his father and it was difficult to see his mother again. Seeing this, Lockhart stopped extending the topic. He just left a seed, waiting to be detonated later. 4. Queen Frigga is the first wizard in the 9 realms, then Lockhart laughed. Does this mean that he doesn't take the Ancient One seriously? Immediately, he had a simple chat with Eric and others about magic. Jane, who was standing next to him, seemed to feel Thor's sadness and began to comfort him slowly. After breakfast, Lockhart changed into his regular clothes again, stood in front of the gate, said a few words to Eric and others, and then opened the door and left. After entering the town, he found a few passers-by and asked about the nearest real estate agency. After learning the information, he walked straight in. As a wizard, he needs an independent space, especially when he practices magic. It is impossible to practice inside the magic suitcase all the time. If something is destroyed, it will be very troublesome. He needs to rent a house and practice inside the house. The space inside the magic suitcase is only for emergency living. After finding a real estate agency, he put forward his conditions, left his contact information, and turned to leave. Well, he got some cash and mobile phones from Eric through transactions yesterday. As for driver's licenses, ID cards and the like. Lockhart looked at a leather bag on his waist and smiled. The certificate with the confusion charm attached will be believed by any muggle who sees it. Even if it is blank. Then, he went to a nearby bar, ordered a glass of water, slowly sat down in a seat next to the window, and waited for the voice to come from his ears. As a wizard who pursues the truth, he never drinks. Soon, a voice came from his ears. Smith, you can drink more than an ant. Xiao, you fell down after 3 cups yesterday, which is really embarrassing for us. Yesterday was an accident. Today, let's compete to see who drinks less. Duluth, did you hear that? A satellite fell to the east of the town, and many people went to watch. What satellite? Did you hear it wrong? I remember others said there was a hammer. Really? What's so special about a hammer? I have a lot of hammers at home. Let me tell you, that hammer is not ordinary. Lockhart instantly locked on the keyword of hammer from the chaotic voices, and quickly saw the 2 white men in leather pants being discussed. His eyes lit up. He came to the bar for a purpose. Immediately, he sipped the water in the glass, stood up, and shouted to the bar counter waiter not far away, bring 2 bottles of whiskey to this table. He pointed to the white man he had just talked to. After hearing this, the 2 looked at Lockhart with some confusion. Who is this person? Facing the confusion in the eyes of the 2, Lockhart smiled and explained. These 2 bottles of whiskey are my treat for you 2. Nothing special, I just want to know more about the hammer you were talking about just now. Can you tell me where it is exactly? Soon, through 2 bottles of whiskey, Lockhart got accurate information about the hammer. He said hello and turned to walk out of the bar. To the east of the New Mexico town, where Thor's hammer fell. A large crowd gathered there, noisy. Lockhart looked at the huge meteorite crater that appeared not far away and sighed slightly. Thor's hammer is not weak. Just falling, it created a meteorite crater out of thin air. If it were him, he might have to use most of his magic power and cast a transformation spell to achieve such an effect. Then, he walked towards the depression. Walking into the crowd, with his handsome appearance, he quickly attracted the attention of many girls and women. But it seemed that Lockhart exuded a cold aura and did not dare to contact him too much. At this moment, a strong white man stepped on the mound below to gain leverage, and then he flexed his arm muscles. He held the handle of Thor's hammer Mjolnir tightly, gritted his teeth, and pulled it up with all his strength. Unfortunately, even though he used all his strength and his face turned red, Mjolnir didn't even move. Lockhart carefully examined Thor's hammer, and looked at Mjolnir, who didn't move at all. He carefully sensed it and sighed slightly. It is indeed a divine weapon. If it didn't have the characteristic that others couldn't pull it, it would probably be an ordinary hammer in everyone's eyes. As a wizard, he didn't feel any energy at all. It can be seen that Thor's hammer is mysterious. Immediately, after waiting for others to give up, Lockhart stood in front of Thor's hammer, imitating the person in front of him, and pulled it up with all his strength. Unfortunately, it didn't move at all. Then, stretched out the magic wand, tapped Thor's hammer lightly, and quickly chanted the spell, "Quickly show up." After a spell, a faint blue light flashed, but disappeared in an instant. Seeing this scene, Lockhart's breathing was a little rapid. Looking up at the muggles around him, he frowned slightly, waved his wand, and pointed it to the sky. Confuse the audience. In Lockhart's eyes, a transparent wave spread from all around, covering the surrounding muggles. In the eyes of the onlookers, the handsome man in front of them had left and was replaced by another white man. The action was the same as before, trying to pull up the hammer in his hand. At this moment, Lockhart cast a magic spell and cast a layer of illusion. He began to study the Thor's hammer in front of him. "Quickly show up! Quickly show up! Quickly show up!" 10 consecutive revelation spells fell on Thor's hammer. Instantly, Thor's hammer burst into a dazzling deep blue light, revealing a large number of mysterious runes that revealed a mysterious aura. This made Lockhart, who was observing carefully, his eyes light up instantly and his breathing became a little rapid. Chapter 7 Confusion Spell. Encounter with Coulson. If Lockhart guessed correctly, the mysterious rune just now should be the rune unique to Asgard. It is also the foundation of their forging artifacts. Seeing this, Lockhart's heart suddenly warmed up, and he reached out and took out a notebook and a feather pen. Just when he was about to copy the rune down, he found that the rune had disappeared. Seeing this, Lockhart was not angry. Another 10 revealing spells made the rune appear again on Thor's hammer, taking advantage of the moment it still existed. Quickly copy the rune into the notebook. This is the rune for making Thor's hammer. Even if he doesn't understand the meaning of the rune now, he can estimate its value. If it is placed in the Harry Potter world, it will definitely set off a wave of enthusiasm. Because, with only his limited knowledge, he can find a huge gap with the ancient runes in the Harry Potter world. Even, they are two completely different runes. Even a wizard like Dumbledore would definitely be interested in exploring. After all, it is very likely that there is another direction for the development of magic. Although the rune disappeared again before Lockhart finished copying. But as Lockhart cast a large number of revealing spells, the rune continued to appear and disappear in the cycle, and finally the copying was completed completely. Looking at the dense runes on the notebook in his hand, a hint of joy flashed in Lockhart's eyes. Although he couldn't understand the meaning behind the rune, he could slightly test the function of the rune by carving the rune with magic. Of course, it would be best if there was a teacher who could tell him the meaning of the rune. When he thought of this, the well-developed Thor appeared in Lockhart's mind. Immediately, he shook his head. He always felt that Thor didn't seem to be good at runes, but Loki might be. Looking at Loki, wow, the appearance of a standard wizard. On the other hand, Thor looked like a reckless warrior everywhere. And when a warrior talks about learning, Lockhart just laughed. Before he had time to think deeply, Lockhart felt a lot of complaints coming from his ears. Who are you? Why are you chasing us away? Yes, this is a public place, why? Sorry, FBI, it involves national security here, everyone leave in an orderly manner. Lockhart looked up at the muggles in police uniforms coming towards him, especially the slightly bald, black suit, and slightly fat white man in the front. He shook his head slightly, and was still ready to study the runes in comparison with Thor's hammer. As a result, he also met people from S.H.I.E.L.D. If I guessed correctly, the leader was Coulson, the so-called village chief of the novice village in the Marvel world. But he was not in a hurry. He wanted to study Thor's hammer at any time. After a body disillusionment spell, he was just like Loki in the original plot. Who could find him? With his mind turning, Lockhart turned around and walked out with the crowd, cancelling the illusion at the same time. Wait a minute, stop. Lockhart, who was walking slowly forward, suddenly heard a voice behind him and pinched the wand hidden in his sleeve. Turning around, he asked Coulson with a puzzled look on his face. Sir, what do you want me to do? A trace of doubt flashed in Coulson's eyes, and he was not sure if he was dazzled. It seems that he has not seen this man just now. With his handsome appearance, he should have some impression of him. But he was not sure if he remembered it wrong, so Coulson asked tentatively, Hello, FBI agent, please show me your valid documents. Hearing Coulson's puzzled tone, Lockhart calmly took out the magic leather bag across his waist. He opened it, handed it to Coulson, and said calmly, Okay, sir, take a look. If there is no problem, then I will leave first. After Coulson took it, he looked at it carefully and found that there seemed to be no problem. A S.H.I.E.L.D. agent next to him took out his mobile phone to input the ID number and verified it. There was still no problem. However, he always felt as if he had missed something, but he had no clue. He could only remember the name on the ID secretly. Gilderoy Lockhart. After pondering Lockhart's name, Coulson handed it to Lockhart, smiled and said gently, Okay, sir, you can go. I'm sorry to bother you before. Lockhart took the magic leather bag handed over by Coulson very calmly and turned to leave. Hey! After walking a distance, Lockhart exhaled lightly. Just now, he secretly cast a range of confusion spells. The magic bag he bought came with a small-scale confusion spell. No matter who sees the ID information in the bag, they will see the most real information in their impression. No matter how they test, in their cognition, the identity is real. However, just now, Coulson asked the agent next to him to perform a machine test, which immediately made Lockhart tremble in his heart. You can see it fine, even the machine shows that the confusion spell can block the picture. But it is precisely the sound that the confusion spell on the magic bag will not block. Because the producer did not consider the problem of sound at all. After all, technology in the Harry Potter world is not so advanced, and most of the time, the authenticity of the ID is viewed through human eyes. Therefore, the producer cast a confusion spell on the bag, and the focus is on the confusion of the picture. Let viewers within a certain range believe it, even if there is a blank ID in front of them. So, just in case, Lockhart had to secretly release a confusion spell for sound. In case of a mistaken identity, the sound of no such person can also be blocked. However, he was lucky that there would be no sound prompt when the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent verified his identity. Despite this, Hart still planned to have someone make a magic bag that could confuse sound and picture after returning to the Harry Potter world. The technology in the Marvel world is much more advanced, so he had to be cautious. The next day. Lockhart, Professor, we are all in the town for a month. If you have any questions, please come to us anytime. Eric stood in the living room, looking at Gilderoy Lockhart with a suitcase, and said softly. Yes, Professor, remember to come to our place when you are free. Yes, Professor, don't forget us. Jane and Daisy also said enthusiastically. Okay, I won't forget. Anyway, it's not far away. You can come to my rented house when you are free. I won't leave here for a while. If anything happens, remember to find me. Lockhart said to Eric, Thor, and the other four with a smile and gentleness. After that, he took his suitcase and walked towards the house he rented. Yesterday afternoon, he went to see the house with the agent and felt that the environment was okay, so he rented it. I talked to Eric and others about it in the evening. So there was this scene this morning. Eric looked at Lockhart's leaving figure, and there was a hint of envy in his eyes. Magic, extraordinary power, I have been with Professor Lockhart these days. Fully aware of the charm of magic, gently waved the magic wand in his hand, gave things vitality, and automatically completed the corresponding tasks. It was really amazing, breaking his cognition and beyond his imagination. But when he saw Thor whispering to Jane, Eric sighed. These days, after everyone communicated with each other, he also knew Thor's identity. Thor, the son of the god King Odin. Although everyone thought it was a joke at first, Thor emphasized it again and again, and he told many details of Asgard. More importantly, there was already a wizard who only appeared in fantasy around them. It had broken their cognition. So, they gradually believed what Thor said. The result. Eric found that Jane and Thor were talking more and more excited, especially when talking about the stars, they often stayed together. With his many years of life experience, he couldn't help but sigh. The son of the God King talked about love with a mortal. From the myths and legends, which mortal really got the good results? One has lived for thousands of years and can even live for tens of thousands of years. And the other has a lifespan of less than 100 years. What good results can there be? Chapter 8 Ancient Runes. Runes. A small villa in the east of the town. The hall on the first floor of the villa was in a mess, with broken glass, paper, wood, and some suspected metal objects scattered around the living room, looking as if it had experienced a war. But the center of the hall was clean. At this time, Lockhart stood in the center of the hall, holding a magic wand, sliding along a strange trajectory in the air, and a deep blue light gradually emerged in the air as the magic wand slid. Soon, a rune outlined by blue light formed in the air. Runes. Click. 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 At the moment the rune was formed, tiny lightning suddenly appeared in the air, making a crisp sound. At the same time, the rune quietly collapsed and the thunder suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Lockhart immediately controlled the feather pen and wrote on the notebook. Results of the rune experiment number 23. Drawing complexity, medium. Effect, call thunder and lightning, with a small amount of lethality. Guessed meaning, thunder, attracting lightning. Note, can be carried by material, can also be sketched out of thin air, can be used for spell research. After recording the relevant information of rune number 23, Lockhart's eyes showed a glimmer of inquiry. Since moving to the new house yesterday, in addition to reading books and practicing spells every day, it is to constantly study the runes recorded before. In 2 days, a large amount of magic materials have been consumed, and 23 runes have been explored, accounting for nearly 1/5 of the total. Most of these 23 runes require material carriers, such as rune number 9, which has a simple effect, that is, solid. Sketch out in thin air, it is impossible to see the effect. But he tried to carve on a piece of paulownia wood, instantly found that this piece of copper wood is as hard as steel. There are also some runes that can be drawn out of thin air to produce certain effects. Although the performance is very weak, it is enough to show that this type of rune can definitely be used in the research and development of spells. Among the 23 runes that have been explored, 5 runes are very mysterious. Whether it is drawn or engraved on a material carrier, no effect has been found. I am afraid that this needs to be found out by a professional Asgardian wizard. Or wait until I return to the Harry Potter world to find a special ancient rune master to discuss and study together. Based on Lockhart's current understanding of runes, he believes runes are a shortcut to insight into the essence of magic. Whether you are a professional alchemist or not, mastering a large number of runes will be of great help in studying magic and improving the level of magic. After temporarily naming the 23rd rune Thunder, Lockhart looked at the somewhat messy living room. Waving the wand lightly, mobilizing the magic power, out of thin air along a wonderful trajectory, outlining a simple light blue rune. Rune number 19, Clean. The rune appeared quietly, emitting a faint blue light that enveloped the entire hall. Soon, the stains in the hall suddenly disappeared, as if it was brand new. But the broken glass, shredded paper, etc. were still exposed on the ground, without any movement, but much cleaner than before. Seeing this, Loha sighed lightly, waved his wand lightly, and said to the hall at a very fast speed, "Restore it to its original state." As soon as the voice fell, a strange wave emanated from the top of the wand, covering the entire hall. Then, the broken glass, scattered wood blocks, exploded metal, etc. in the hall automatically floated up. As if time was flowing backwards, all the broken objects reversed along the original broken trajectory and returned to their original state. Neat glass, slender wooden strips, bronze metal. Only the magic materials were just piled together and did not return to their original state. In a moment, the whole hall returned to the state when Lockhart just moved in. Neat and clean. Although he didn't know much about Asgard's magic. But with his research on runes and the Asgard mythology he knew. He guessed that Asgard's magic might not be as flexible as the magic in Harry Potter's world. Asgard's magic is likely to focus on combat. And the magic in Harry Potter's world is more comprehensive and flexible. Because emotions and will are the core characteristics of Harry Potter's magic, so more emphasis is placed on control. More importantly, there is a pure wizard world in Harry Potter's world. It has only focused on the field of magic for thousands of years. From this, it extends to many fields such as life, combat, treatment, alchemy, etc. And the Asgard system is very mixed, with warriors, magicians, and even technology, gods, etc. Too complicated, it is not pure, and it will only focus on one aspect. But this is just a guess, after all, he has not really come into contact with Asgard's magicians. At night. At this moment, Lockhart was reviewing the new spells and new knowledge he had recently come into contact with on the desk in the living room. He stared at the white paper, revealing calm thinking. Soon, as if he had thought of something, he waved his hand gently. A large amount of handwriting appeared as the feather pen kept sliding. After a while, the handwriting had covered a whole piece of white paper, and then it automatically turned the page and wrote on the next page of white paper. It took 7 pages to finish. Finally, Lockhart wrote a summary himself. We must be good at using runes. They are our eyes looking up to the truth, allowing us to find the light of truth in the confused darkness. After writing, he looked at it again, pondered for a while, made a few minor changes, and then turned to the next page. Another blank sheet of paper, Lockhart wrote on the top, on the differences and similarities between ancient runes and runes. After writing the title, this time, Lockhart thought for a longer time, as if he was hesitant about which angle to explain. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps gradually sounded. Then, bang, bang, bang. An even more hurried knock on the door sounded. Lockhart frowned slightly while thinking. He didn't like being disturbed when thinking. But Lockhart tapped the table with his middle finger, a transparent ripple spread outward, and then the picture outside appeared in his mind. This is a simple exploration spell he created by combining runes. Without the interference of supernatural factors, the surrounding environment can be easily explored. Seeing the picture in his mind, Lockhart's eyes flashed with surprise. The people who came were Eric, Jane, Daisy. It's so late, what could happen? There was still some anxiety on her face. Thoughts flashed in her brain, and her eyes revealed a look of sudden realization. That's right, it was late at night, and there was nothing to worry about except that matter. So she waved her wand lightly, controlled the door to open, and put away the notebook on the desk at the same time. To the three people who came in, she calmly asked, Eric, what are you three so anxious about? Before Eric Selvig spoke, Jane said anxiously, Professor Lockhart, it's not good. Thor said he wanted to take back his Mjolnir, but he was caught. You are a magician, there must be a way to save him, right? Hearing Jane's somewhat anxious tone, Lockhart said softly, Okay, Jane, I know the general situation. Let's set off first, and you can tell me in detail while we walk. What happened specifically? As he said, Lockhart waved his wand lightly, and the clothes hanging on the hanger floated towards Lockhart. He stretched out his hand slightly and put them on. Then, he walked out the door. Jane next to him calmed down and forced herself to explain the whole story in a calm tone while walking. Chapter 9 Do you think we, the people of S.H.I.E.L.D., are idiots? On the streets of the town, a black van was speeding towards the east. Inside the van, Jane explained the whole process to Lockhart, who was sitting in the front, at a very fast speed. While listening, Lockhart nodded slightly, as if thinking. After Jane finished speaking, Lockhart looked at everyone calmly and said in a deep voice, Okay, I know the whole thing now. The current situation is Thor was captured, you want to save him, right? Jane nodded heavily after hearing what Lockhart said. Eric next to him also said, Yes, Professor Lockhart, after all, Thor has suddenly helped us a lot these days. After hearing Eric's reply, Lockhart looked a little strange. Are you sure? Is he helping you or Jane? Thinking about it, without thinking too much, Lockhart said in a deep voice, Since you want to save Thor, tell me about your rescue plan? And what do you need me to do? If you need my help, I will do my best. Hearing this, Eric smiled awkwardly, looking hesitant. After seeing this, Lockhart asked in a strange tone, Don't tell me that you didn't even make a rescue plan. Are you sure you are going to save people, not yourself? Hearing this, Eric hurriedly said, No, Professor Lockhart. We made a fake ID for Thor to see if we can save him. But at this point, Eric's expression became more hesitant, and he said hesitantly, We are worried that there will be accidents in the middle? So we invited you here. Hearing this, Lockhart pondered for a moment. Okay, I overestimated them. It's still the routine of the original plot. He thought that after he influenced the plot, plus the intrusion of a wizard like himself, what new ideas would there be? This plan, it's just like a bamboo sieve to hold water full of loopholes. If Coulson hadn't planned to use Thor as bait, the three of you would have laughed immediately. However, thinking that the final result was good, Lockhart was not going to disrupt the plan. Otherwise, if it were him, he would just cast an illusion spell in, then a powerful confusion spell, and finally give them a set of oblivion spells. In this way, even if he walked out with Thor directly, no one would notice. However, thinking of the plan behind, Lockhart smiled and said, Okay, I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, even if you take out a blank piece of paper, I can make them believe it. After hearing Lockhart's answer, Jane was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him, Thank you, Professor Lockhart." Eric and Daisy next to him also smiled. As if he had the final guarantee, Eric stepped on the accelerator, increased the speed of the car, and ran towards the shield base in Mjolnir. Shield symbol base. The entire base is built around Mjolnir, with a large number of shield agents scattered around, patrolling cautiously. They had just been severely reprimanded by their superiors, and despite being blocked by a group of people, they were beaten through the base with bare hands. It can be said to be a fighter in shame. At this moment, Coulson looked at Thor, who was silent and depressed in front of him, and his originally gentle face showed a trace of vigilance from time to time. This person, in just a few minutes, used no weapons, and beat the agents they had trained for many years with just a pair of fists. Just limited observation can reveal that the other party has extremely rich combat experience. It can be determined that the number of battles the other party has participated in is definitely far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and it is very likely that he is a professional mercenary. But no matter how you ask, the other party is always silent. And for some reason, Coulson can clearly sense that the other party exudes a sense of loss and despair. It was like a bird that kept crying and didn't know when it would return home. Fuck. He was just caught, not your whole family. Even if your whole family was killed, this shouldn't be the reaction. He had seen many captured prisoners, but never such a weird one. At this moment, suddenly, a shield agent came to him and whispered in his ear. "Sir, someone wants to take away the prisoner who invaded our base." They said this was their companion, who was drunk and accidentally broke into the camp. Hearing this, Coulson showed a funny expression on his face. Isn't this excuse too perfunctory? Do they treat the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. as idiots? Your companion just drank a bottle of wine, and he was able to break through the camp of hundreds of people in our S.H.I.E.L.D. What kind of wine? It's so powerful, we S.H.I.E.L.D. also want to order a box. But this is also an opportunity. Coulson looked at Thor, who lowered his head and said nothing. And a trace of thought flashed in his eyes. Then, he walked out with the agents beside him, leaving Thor alone in the interrogation room. Are you sure his name is Donald Blake? Coulson walked to the camp at the door, he glanced at the two men in front of him, paused for a moment on Lockhart, and then asked the slightly older middle-aged man in the lead, Eric Selvig. Of course, you can also call him Dr. Donald Blake. Your partner is really dangerous, Dr. Selvig, you know? He walked through our entire camp alone, do you have any explanation? Oh, my God, you know, after you took away all our research materials, he was very anxious. That was his life's work, and it was gone just like that. Facing Coulson's obviously questioning tone, Eric said with some complaints, later, you know, every man will explode when encountering such a thing, and he couldn't hold back his anger, so he kept drinking. No matter how we persuaded him, he wouldn't stop. When we weren't paying attention, he ran over here. Hearing Eric's complaining tone, Coulson had a blank expression on his face, and a hint of seriousness in his tone. He asked, this is not enough to prove that he could break into our camp. Stimulants, look at his strong body, after drinking stimulants, he broke in with brute force. Hearing Eric's explanation, Coulson's expression remained unchanged, but Lockhart still found that his eyes revealed a speechless meaning. Immediately, Coulson didn't ask any more questions, but waved to the agent next to him, indicating to check his identity. At this moment, seeing the agent in action, Lockhart gently waved the wand hidden in his sleeve, confused the audience. A powerful confusion spell went down. Suddenly, in the eyes of the agents, the blood-red words information falsification on the screen turned into green words information correct. The agent showed a trace of surprise in his eyes, and hurriedly called out to Coulson next to him. Coulson turned his head to look at the green words on the screen indicating that the information was correct, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. It seems The other party's information work was done very well, and even the Federal Citizen Information Database could be successfully invaded. When he thought of this, Coulson immediately turned his head and looked at the handsome blonde man opposite. Gilderoy Lockhart. This name appeared in his mind, and Coulson pondered. It seems his previous feeling may be correct, and the other party may have problems. Even the identity information is also forged. After thinking for a while, Coulson waved his hand according to the original plan, indicating that Eric could go in and take Thor away. Eric heard Coulson agree to their request, with surprise on his face, followed the leading agent, and quickly entered the camp. Lockhart followed closely behind. Suddenly, Coulson looked at the last figure of Lockhart and asked, "Sir, I remember you. Your name is Gilderoy Lockhart, right?" Hearing the voice behind him, Lockhart turned around, nodded, and said calmly, "Yes, my name is Gilderoy Lockhart. You can also call me Professor Lockhart." After that, he followed Eric to the interrogation room where Thor was. While walking, Eric had some doubts about what Coulson had just said. Lockhart explained it briefly and didn't say much. Soon, Eric and Lockhart took Thor out of the camp smoothly and returned to their own van. In the black van, there were Jane and Daisy, who had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 10: Thor's skyrocketing recognition. SMS received, seeking investment. Thor, what's wrong with you? I feel like you're in a very low mood. Did something happen to you? It's okay, tell me, we'll face it together. Yes, we're a team. We believe that no matter how difficult the problem is, we can solve it together. In the black van, Jane looked at Thor, who was in a low mood, silent, and pale, and comforted him. Daisy next to him also echoed. Lockhart, who was in front, also turned his head slightly and looked at the silent Thor. He naturally knew the reason. Wasn't it Loki who deceived him? But it was not convenient for him to get involved in these. His goal was simple: to increase recognition and conduct a reputation lottery. Faced with Jane and Daisy's words of comfort, Thor's face regained some color and he said in a low voice, "Nothing, maybe. I'm going to stay on Earth forever." After hearing this, Jane breathed a sigh of relief. She thought something big had happened. As a result, it seems like a good thing. However, looking at the depressed Thor, Jane quickly comforted him, "Don't worry, I will always be with you." Then, Jane began to comfort Thor and provide psychological counseling. Soon, Thor slowly recovered. It seems the power of love is sometimes not worse than magic. Lockhart joked secretly. "Well, the power of love, I heard that Dumbledore has been studying it. Maybe this is true." Eric, who was driving, heard what Thor had just said, and heard Jane's words of comforting Thor. Slightly silent, he drove more attentively, and didn't say another word. Back to the house rented by Eric and the other two. After turning on the lights, Lockhart waved his wand lightly, and soon, 5 glasses were placed on the table opposite the sofa. At the same time, water and orange juice were also injected into it. After seeing this, the 4 people sat on the sofa very naturally. Daisy said to Lockhart with some envy, "Professor Lockhart, your magic is really useful. I really want to learn it. Ah, if I just wave it lightly, all the meals will be ready. How wonderful it would be." Hearing Daisy's envious tone, Lockhart waved his hand and said helplessly, "Let Muggles learn magic. This is a difficult problem in our wizarding world since ancient times. Many powerful wizards are studying it, and even many evil experiments have appeared, but none of them have achieved results. I have no way." Then Lockhart began to change the subject and asked Thor, "Thor, just heard you say that you want to stay on Earth. Do you have any plans? If you have any, I can also provide some useful suggestions." Hearing Lockhart's question, Thor's eyes flashed with confusion. He had just heard the news like a bolt from the blue, and he had no other ideas at all. Seeing Thor remain silent, Lockhart knew that Thor might not have made a plan yet, so he continued to change the subject and said, "Let's not talk about this matter for now. Maybe you need time to think about it. By the way, can you tell me about the magic of Asgard? You know, as wizards, we have always been very interested in magic, even if it's just some introduction." Hearing Lockhart's question, Jane, Daisy, and Eric beside him also looked at Thor with great interest. I had only heard Lockhart talk about the magic of the wizarding world before. And I had never heard Thor talk about the magic of Asgard. As if sensing the expectation in everyone's eyes, Thor thought for a moment and slowly introduced, "I am not very good at magic. My brother Loki specializes in magic. At the same time, my mother Queen Frigga also practices magic. However, when I was a child, our magic teacher told us that the magic of Asgard is based on runes." So, Lockhart listened attentively to everything Thor said about Asgard magic. He even secretly began to use magic to deepen his memory of this period. It is convenient to retrieve the memory later and listen to it again. After Thor introduced the magic of Asgard, Lockhart also began to share some adventures in his memory. Jane, Daisy, and Eric also slowly shared some interesting or mysterious things they had encountered before. The originally dull atmosphere soon became lively. As Lockhart became interested, he cast magic and made a delicious midnight snack for everyone. The atmosphere became more lively. After a long time, it was late at night. I saw the bright moon outside, and Eric and others were a little sleepy. Lockhart stood up and said with a smile, "Okay, let's stop here for today. Everyone have a good rest, we will continue to talk tomorrow if we have a chance." He winked at Thor and said jokingly, "I still have a lot of doubts about Asgard magic, and I need to wait for you to answer them for me." Hearing this, Thor patted his chest and said proudly, "Okay, Lockhart, you are my friend, just ask any questions. As long as I understand, I will never be stingy." Hearing this, Lockhart also smiled and stood up. Then, he reached out and took out a space bag hanging on his waist, handed it to Thor, and explained, "This is a bag made by casting a space extension spell, which is commonly known as a space bag. There is a lot of space inside. I have specially set it up so that ordinary muggles can use it. I heard you say before that you want to stay on Earth forever. I think life costs money. I don't have much currency on Earth, but I have a lot of gold. There is some gold in this bag. You can use it first." As he said, seeing Thor's expression of wanting to refuse, Lockhart waved his hand and continued, "Thor, don't refuse first. You know, for people like us, gold is not actually a very valuable thing. Besides, the magic knowledge you shared with me before is very valuable to me, and this is also some of my rewards. If you feel bad, don't refuse when I ask you some questions about Asgard magic later." As he said, Lockhart blinked jokingly, as if hinting at something. Hearing what Lockhart said, Thor clenched the space bag in his hand tightly, nodded, and said gratefully, "Okay, Lockhart, I will help if I can." Thor knew that although Lockhart said it was a reward, he was actually helping him. The magic knowledge he talked about was just a simple introduction, because he didn't study magic much. To be honest, it was not worth much. Lockhart also gave him gold that was commonly used on Earth, just for the sake of their friendship. During the few days he lived on Earth, he also knew the value of gold and the importance of rice. At this moment, he really regarded Lockhart as his friend. And Lockhart waved his hand, indicating that everyone didn't need to see him off, and then strode out the door. He turned his back to everyone and walked out of the door. He seemed to hear the system ding, with a smile on his face. After returning to his rented house, Lockhart sat at his desk, called the system lightly, and focused his eyes on the character recognition page. Character recognition, Thor Odinson, 70/100. Chapter 11 Lockhart's 4-2-pound method of moving 1,000 pounds. Please read. Thor Odinson, 70/100. Looking at the light blue text on the system, Lockhart's mouth curled up slightly. He was not very anxious to build a good relationship with Thor before. It was because he knew that Thor would have a period of low mood in the future. He only needed to exert a little effort at this stage. He could quickly improve Thor's recognition and make him regard him as a true friend. Therefore, some of his previous actions were at most to ease some relationships, and he did not particularly please Thor. Event 2 did not communicate much, just occasionally chatting. Because he had long focused on Thor's lowest and most helpless time. As long as he provided assistance at this time, even if the assistance was not much, it was enough to magnify his favorability by hundreds or thousands of times. So, when he heard Thor say that he would stay on Earth forever, Lockhart knew it. The time has come. Sure enough, he just simply exerted a little effort, and his recognition quickly soared. This is the art of making friends. Many times, licking dogs, really licking to the end, nothing. The best way to quickly get along with someone is to start from his most vulnerable point, break his defense, let him recognize you from the bottom of his heart, and even appreciate you. Only in this way can you become a true friend, and it is difficult to change in a short period of time. For example, when Thor heard the news of his father's death, when he knew that he would stay on Earth forever, it was the best time. Similarly, when Tony Stark knew that he would die soon, it was also the best time. The so-called drop of water should be repaid with a spring. The character of the other party is one aspect, but the timing of showing favor is the most important. Only when the other party needs it most, even a small help will be kept in mind, and there will be a spring of return in the future. Otherwise, no matter how good the other party's character is, no matter how much you show favor, the other party will only give you an equal return, at most a little higher. Whether it is a muggle, a wizard, or a god, as long as you make the right move at the right time, you can magnify the results hundreds or thousands of times. That is commonly known as 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. This is what smart people do. As a wizard, it is crucial to use your brain, don't be greedy, and know how to be calm and restrained. Only by being calm and restrained can you seize the opportunity and succeed in one fell swoop. Lockhart thought silently, and he did the same. After carefully reviewing the plan, he found that there were basically no major mistakes, so he nodded with satisfaction. Then, he focused on Thor's recognition. Before today, Thor's recognition was hovering around 20. The recognition of Jane, Daisy, and Eric was around 35. Among them, Daisy's recognition was the highest, sometimes even reaching 40. Well, it may be that Lockhart's handsome face is very attractive to Daisy. But despite this, the reputation lottery cannot be carried out. According to Lockhart's previous research, the recognition of the system is actually different from the favorability. When the favorability is high, it will naturally be highly recognized. But when the favorability is extremely low, or even negative, it will sometimes be highly recognized. Just like Voldemort hated Dumbledore, but he highly recognized Dumbledore's strength and even wisdom. After Aleph Voldemort despised Dumbledore's strength and wisdom, it would be a great insult to himself. Such a Voldemort is not worthy of being called the Dark Lord. In terms of recognition, the full value is 100. There are cases where the recognition is lower than negative numbers, but basically, when the recognition is negative, it means that the relationship between the two is extremely bad, or the other party looks down on and despises it. Simply put, it means that the other party is not regarded as a human being, but as a slave, a pest, and garbage. Well, if it is a wizard, the recognition of Muggle wizards by those pure-blood families is mostly negative. The slanderous name of Mudblood is the best proof. When the recognition is positive, even if it is higher than 0, it means that the other party has a basic recognition. At least treat you as a human being, at most just a stranger. The recognition level of 0-30 means only the most basic recognition. When it reaches 30 at most, there will be a little curiosity. When Lockhart first traveled to the Marvel world, Jane and Daisy's recognition of Lockhart reached 30, which was largely due to their curiosity about Lockhart's wizard identity. As for Eric and Thor, their approval ratings were obviously lower than 30. Eric, who was older and had seen more things, was still quite wary of Lockhart, who had just appeared. This was not surprising to Lockhart. Thor, however, was a negative number at first. After all, a binding spell and a silencing spell at the beginning directly aroused Thor's anger. Although it eased later, but it is not high, at most reaching 20, because Thor does not have much feeling for Lockhart's identity and strength as a wizard. On the one hand, it is because Lockhart did not deliberately show his strength, nor did he deliberately make friends with Thor. On the other hand, Thor has a broad vision. He is the Prince of Asgard and the future Lord of the Nine Realms. He has experienced countless battles. He has seen many magicians, not just Lockhart. So, the recognition is average. When the recognition is lower than 30, the reputation lottery cannot be carried out. Even in the stage of 30-50, the lottery cannot be carried out. So, later, after Jane, Daisy, and Eric's recognition reached about 40, they regarded Lockhart as their friend. Lockhart still did not consume his reputation to draw with them. Only when the recognition reaches 50 or above can the standard of the reputation lottery be met. Once the recognition reaches 50, it means that the other party has recognized Lockhart more. Once this level is reached, the other party will seriously consider any suggestion of Lockhart and will not reject it without thinking. When the recognition level reaches 60, 70, or even 80, any behavior of Lockhart, even if it is too absurd, the other party will not ignore or ridicule it directly, but will think deeply about it, and sometimes even doubt whether his IQ is insufficient. In short, it means that he trusts Lockhart and regards Lockhart as a friend from the bottom of his heart, just like Thor at this moment. Even if it is an enemy, when this level of recognition is reached, he will be extremely cautious about any behavior of Lockhart and dare not make a decision or judgment easily. Once it reaches a level above 80, it means that the recognition level is extremely high. Lockhart has never seen this level. However, he guessed that if this standard is reached, even if the other party sacrifices his life, he is willing. Above 0. If it is an enemy, Lockhart thought of the most classic case. Dumbledore and Grindelwald. The two love and hate each other. Both sides know each other very well and can guess each other's thoughts, ideas, and all actions. When reaching this level of recognition, even if the two sides are hostile, they will not be able to bear to kill. For example, after Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald, he did not execute him directly. Instead, he just locked him up in Nurmengard. This is a typical case. As for the rules of the reputation lottery, as long as the recognition reaches 50, you can draw the lottery. The higher the recognition, the easier it is to obtain the other party's precious abilities, knowledge, and even talents. Therefore, Lockhart quickly made Thor's recognition from 20 to 70 through a simple but clever plan. Even if this is just a momentary emotional excitement, it will slow down due to time later. But it will still meet the lottery standard and maintain a recognition of more than 50 for a long time. So, this time, Thor's knowledge, abilities, and even talents may not escape Lockhart's hands. When he thought of this, Lockhart's mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 12 Alien Prince. Wizard Professor. Please read and recommend. Lockhart, you are much better than the magicians I have seen. To be honest, the food made with magic is really delicious. Asgard's chefs should really learn from you. Thor sat on a stool in the open space outside, looking at the barbecue table opposite, eating barbecue and exclaiming loudly. On the barbecue table opposite him, a large amount of barbecue, fruits, and vegetables were strung into strings, floating in the air, and automatically rotating slowly on the barbecue table. Some pepper, chili powder, cumin, and other seasonings were sprinkled on it from time to time. Lockhart, Jane, and others sat next to Thor, holding more or less various barbecues or vegetables in their hands. Hearing Thor's praise, Lockhart took a bite of the beef on the bamboo skewer, chewed it, swallowed it, and said with a smile, "Haha, thank you for the compliment. When I was adventuring before, I learned how to grill well, and even studied a grilling spell that can quickly make a delicious grilled meat." Well, speaking of this, Lockhart must give a thumbs up to the original body. Not to mention other spells, the original body is a genius in life spells. In Lockhart's memory, in addition to studying a large number of spells dedicated to meeting fans and improving his appearance, the original body has in-depth research in all aspects of life. Especially in food, he even studied a spell specifically for making food. What a genius in a niche! It's a waste of talent not to enter Hufflepuff. It's a pity that the original body valued fame and fortune too much and went astray. As his thoughts turned, Lockhart said to Eric next to him, "Eric, try this enoki mushroom, my favorite vegetable, it tastes pretty good." As he spoke, a string of enoki mushrooms on the grill floated in front of Eric. After hearing this, Eric smiled, picked it up, tasted it, and thought it tasted good, so he ate several more bites in a row. After finishing the whole string of enoki mushrooms, he also praised, "Delicious, really delicious, I ate too much enoki mushrooms before, but this delicious enoki mushroom is really delicious. Mushrooms, this is the first time I have eaten them." Lockhart waved his hands after hearing Eric's praise. Jane and Daisy beside him also ran to the barbecue table and picked up a few skewers. After tasting, they also shouted that it was delicious. Seeing everyone's happy expressions, Lockhart said slowly, "The reason why the food is delicious, in addition to the ingredients themselves, is that the magic power has regular stimulation. This can greatly improve the freshness of the food, and it will taste more delicious. Everyone can try more. I usually like to eat some barbecue alone to relieve the hard work of daily research." Well, in his previous life, he really liked to eat barbecue after research to relieve his tired mood. It has to be said that delicious food is a good tool to relieve psychological pressure. The only disadvantage is that it is easy to gain weight after eating. However, in the Harry Potter world, this is much easier to deal with. The effect of potions is very magical, and various magical spells are not exaggerated. According to the original body's memory, Lockhart even studied a new spell to maintain his figure. Tisk tisk tisk, once again give a thumbs up to the genius Lockhart who has gone astray. Afterwards, Lockhart used magic to make ice drinks for everyone, and everyone tasted it. After that, there was another round of praise. Sure enough, food is a common feature of all humans, including gods. Lockhart quietly glanced at the system character recognition interface, with a faint smile on his face. Thor Odinson, 65/100. He treated everyone to barbecue this time. On the one hand, it was to consolidate his and Thor's recognition. On the other hand, it was for the lottery. However, seeing the result of this reputation lottery, Lockhart shook his head slightly. Advanced Combat Experience *3. Intermediate Hammer Mastery *2. Elementary Thunder Affinity *2. Lockhart drew 20 prizes for Thor in a row, consuming a total of 20,000 reputation points, basically consuming about 1/5 of the total. But the result was very average. Most of the results of the draw were about combat experience, skill types, and they were all close combat, which was of little help to him. The only valuable thing was the primary thunder affinity, but he quietly experimented and found that the so-called primary thunder affinity only made it easier to cast thunder spells, and there was no change in other things, and the power did not increase at all. Lockhart guessed that it might be because Thor was currently in a sealed state. A lot of high-value experience, abilities, including talents, were blocked, so naturally he couldn't draw them. We can only wait until Thor officially recovers his strength before making other plans. But it's almost time, very soon, the Asgard quartet will arrive soon. Thor is about to return. SHIELD base. Coulson sat in the command room, silently looking at the display screen in front of him. The display screen showed Lockhart and Thor eating barbecue. Coulson focused his eyes heavily on the barbecue, fruits and vegetables floating in the air, frowning slightly. He said to Barton next to him, "Barton, what do you think of this?" Barton shook his head, touched the bow and arrow on his back, and said indifferently, "Don't ask me, my personal suggestion is to report to Director Fury and wait for orders. I am an action staff member, only responsible for combat matters." Hearing the indifference in Barton's tone, Coulson rubbed his brows and muttered to himself, "Prince of Asgard, Wizard Professor. What's wrong with this world? Why are there so many messes in the past few years? Iron Man, the Hulk, and now aliens and wizards. Ah!" Coulson sighed deeply. It is definitely impossible to arrest him, and he can only report to Director Fury. As for this Prince of Asgard, running to Earth, no matter what the reason is, it involves the diplomacy of the two civilizations. Especially this involves the legendary gods, which is very tricky. As for the wizard Professor Lockhart, although he is not as tricky as the Prince of Alien Civilization, he is also very troublesome. When you hear the title of Professor, even a fool knows that there is a school behind it. What does school mean? A school means students, families, and a large population. A large population means classes and rulers. If there are rulers, then there will definitely be concepts similar to the army, police, and country. From the small to the big. This Lockhart may have a complete civilization system behind him. Especially the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents obtained their conversations through eavesdropping, based on subtle clues. Coulson can be 100% sure that there is a mature wizard civilization system behind Lockhart. The most troublesome thing is an alien prince and a wizard professor are mixed together. It really moves the whole body. If you really want to do it, if you move one, the other will not be left behind. When he thought of this, Coulson suddenly felt that his hair was about to be lost. Ah! Oh my God! Chapter 13 Thor the Academic Master. The Destroyer is coming. Seeking follow-up reading and investment, 3 days later, in the house that Eric rented. Thor, do you also know about this rune? In the living room on the first floor of the house, Lockhart sat on the table, holding a magic wand, sketching a very complex rune in the air, and asked with a somewhat excited tone. Thor, who was opposite, saw the rune floating in the air, emitting blue light, and composed of a large number of complex lines. After a little thought, he said directly, Lockhart, the meaning of this rune can be understood as judgment. The main function is to judge according to the will, and the role it plays is similar to a switch. Speaking of this, Thor's expression was a little low, but he still said, for example, Mimjalnir, the judgment rune engraved in it, if it meets its standards, can lift Nilnir. If not, then it is extremely heavy. Hearing Thor's answer, Lockhart quickly controlled the feather pen to record what Thor said. While recording, he sighed. There is indeed prejudice in his heart, or dog eyes look down on people. Lockhart thought rather self-deprecatingly. In his previous life, his understanding of Marvel's plot was limited to the plot of the movie. He had not explored it in depth. After all, he was busy doing research, and watching movies was just to relieve stress. Who would have thought that he would be able to travel to the Marvel world one day? So, Thor, who was thought to be a reckless and unthinking student in the plot, was unexpectedly a student. He was also the type of the best among the best. He understood dozens of extremely complex runes clearly and explained them to him thoroughly. He had to admire the training level of the Asgard royal family. This also made him calm down completely, and gradually let him treat the plot in his brain with a more objective attitude. The plot of the previous life was only a movie of more than 2 hours after all. Although there would be a lot of key information, the information that could be revealed was limited. But the world now is a real world. A lot of information cannot be completely dependent on the general plot memory in the mind. You need to analyze and deduce it yourself. This time, it was really a good idea to ask Thor to explain the runes. Since his relationship with Thor warmed up, Lockhart invited Thor, Eric, and others to dinner in the name of asking for advice on magic. On the one hand, he really wanted to ask Thor about Asgard's magic. Even though Thor was a professional warrior and didn't know much about magic, his previous magic training, some wizard's ways of thinking, and some common sense were very valuable to Lockhart. After all, living in different environments and having different cognitions, it is very likely that the other party's common sense is a considerable wealth for himself. And the reality gave him a lot of surprises, and he got a lot of knowledge about runes from Thor. Even some Asgard wizard training knowledge was obtained. On the other hand, according to the original plot, recently, it is very likely that the Asgard quartet came to find Thor, which is also an opportunity for Thor to regain his strength. After recovering his strength, he will return to Asgard. This is his last chance to contact the complete version of Thor, so he can't let it go easily. He also plans to add some trump cards for himself through the reputation lottery. Well, as for the way to obtain the runes, he also told Thor frankly that he got it from Thor's hammer. It's just that the time was pushed back a little, to after Thor was saved. Curious, he entered the shield camp through magic to study Thor's hammer Mjolnir. Thor didn't care. After all, he can't move Mjolnir at all now. However, Lockhart saw Thor, who was a little depressed, and thought of the previous problem, which might trigger his sad point losing Mjolnir's recognition. So he thought about it, stood up, and said loudly, "Okay, let's stop here today. Let's start today's food moment. Tell me what you want to eat. I'll make it." Hearing what Lorha said, Thor, Jane, and Daisy's eyes lit up instantly, and they hurriedly said, "I want to eat magic grilled fish. I want to eat that dragon meat fried meatball. I want to drink butter beer. I want." Hearing the chirping sound in his ears, Lockhart quickly reached out to suppress it. Seeing that everyone lowered the tone, he smiled and said, "Okay, okay, everyone will definitely make it, don't be so anxious. There are 5 of us, what do you want to eat? Everyone can order whatever you want. I'll make it together later." Just at this moment, suddenly, 4 figures wearing armor of various colors appeared on the transparent glass door not far away, and at the same time, there was a bang 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 sound. "Hey, Thor, I found you!" Thor turned his head and saw them, and immediately shouted in surprise. "Sif, why are you here?" After shouting, he quickly ran over to open the door and gave Hogon, the leader, a big hug. Soon, after Thor let go, he quickly introduced his 4 friends to Lockhart, Jane, and others behind him. "These are my best friends in Asgard. Volstagg, Fandral, Hogon, the 3 warriors of Asgard. Also, this is Sif, also my comrade in arms, the goddess of land and harvest." As he said this, Thor pointed to Sif standing beside him in light golden armor and introduced her. After the introduction, he pointed to Lockhart and others and said to Sif and the other 4, "Hey, these are my good friends I met on Earth. This is Lockhart, this is Jane, Daisy, and Eric." As he said this, he pointed to Lockhart and the other 4. After hearing Thor's introduction, Lockhart smiled and said softly, "It's nice to meet friends from Asgard. It just so happens that we are going to have a big meal. Do you want to join us?" After hearing this, Thor quickly said to the Asgard foursome, "Vorstata, Lockhart is a wizard. He can cook a lot of delicious food. You must try it. The taste is really good, much better than the chefs in Asgard." Hearing this, Vorstata's eyes lit up and he immediately said, "Okay, okay. I like eating delicious food the most." Seeing the expectant eyes of everyone, Lockhart smiled and said, "Okay, I will cook a big meal for everyone today to welcome friends from Asgard." As he said, he took out the space bag from his waist and made it float in the air. Then he waved his wand lightly, and a large amount of ingredients spit out from the space bag. Green peppers, onions, corn, cheese, sausages, beef and other ingredients appeared in front of everyone, also floating in the air. For a moment, the large amount of food and the small and exquisite space bag formed a strong contrast. Sif and others opened their mouths slightly, a little stunned. Although Asgard's wizards also have artifacts such as space rings, they are relatively rare and they rarely see them. This time, they were naturally surprised and even shocked when they suddenly saw the large capacity space equipment and the scene with strong contrast in front of them. Seeing the shocked expressions of the people in Asgard, Lockhart's mouth curled up slightly. Starting from the details, these Asgardians will naturally feel their own strength, thereby gaining due respect. Relying on pure friendship, which is too illusory, it is difficult to gain the attention of others. Suddenly, Lockhart frowned, waved his wand lightly, and a large amount of food quickly re-entered the space bag. After collecting, Lockhart said helplessly to Thor and others, "It seems we can't have this feast for the time being." Then, he said to Sif, Vestata, and others in a serious tone, "Just now I sensed a strong energy fluctuation, which coincides with your arrival. And it exudes a dangerous aura. I'm afraid it has no good intentions." Hearing this, Thor hurriedly asked, "By the way, I forgot to ask just now, why did you come to Earth?" Faced with Thor's doubts, Vestata quickly replied, "Thor, of course it's to take you back. Now, Loki has taken advantage of the God King's sleep to occupy the throne, causing chaos in the entire Asgard. We want to take you back to the palace and take back the throne you deserve." Hearing this, Thor's pupil shrank, and he hurriedly asked, "Are you sure that the father is sleeping?" Hearing the doubt in Thor's tone, Sif and others nodded heavily and replied as a matter of course, "Yes, Thor. Otherwise, Loki would not be so arrogant, messing around in Asgard and constantly seizing power." Hearing this, Thor was very depressed, as if he had suffered a major blow. Lockhart sighed slightly after seeing this. During this period, Thor has not confessed the reason why he wants to stay on Earth forever. Naturally, they will not ask, after all, this is Thor's wound. Now, Thor naturally understands. What Loki said before was all lies. It is to keep him on Earth forever. At the same time, Daisy walked out of the door and shouted, "Everyone come and have a look. There is a huge armored giant outside." Lockhart also walked out and looked from afar. It was Destroyer armor. Chapter 14. Will is the soul. Knowledge is the bone. Magic is the flesh. Boom. Listening to the roar of the destroyer stepping on the ground and attacking indiscriminately in the distance, Thor, Fandral, and others hurried out, followed by Lockhart and Jane. Looking at the destroyer getting closer and closer, making a huge roar with every step, Thor's face became more and more ugly. Looking at the approaching enemies, Thor thought for a moment and said to Vestata and others beside him, "Although I have lost my power now and cannot fight alongside you, but you don't have to worry about me. I will stay and help others be safer." After hearing this, Jane beside him quickly said, "Thor, if you stay, I will stay too and help you evacuate the people." Eric and Daisy beside him also nodded. Lockhart saw Thor at this moment and nodded slightly. Now Thor is different from his previous recklessness. He knows how to consider others and take responsibility. Thinking about it, he looked at everyone and said to Thor and others with a smile, "We wizards are still very experienced in evacuating Muggle people." As he spoke, he waved the wand in his hand, injected magic power, and chanted the spell in a hurried tone, "Muggle Shield! Muggle Shield! Muggle Shield!" Lockhart continued to cast the Muggle repelling charm. The tip of the wand released a large amount of silver-white light, covering all the surrounding areas. Soon, Thor, Sif and others saw that a large number of ordinary people seemed to be expelled or guided. With their eyes filled with confusion, they walked out of their houses and shops and walked into the distance. Soon, the surrounding environment was empty. Except for Jane, Daisy, Eric, and others around them, there was no ordinary person or muggle. Seeing this, Thor and others were suddenly full of surprise. Although they had discovered from the details that Lockhart was quite powerful before, they saw so many people being easily controlled and guided. Still subconsciously felt a slight shock. At this moment, Lockhart looked at the effective muggle repelling charm and nodded slightly. If it were in the Harry Potter world, I'm afraid the muggle repelling charm would be very effective. If it weren't so obvious, it seems that the Marvel world is more friendly to wizards. Then, before everyone could ask, they looked at the approaching destroyer and became alert. Thor led his men to retreat. And Sif, Fondrel, and others raised their weapons and attacked. Lockhart, who was standing next to him, also clenched his wand tightly, with a cautious attitude. Although the plot was a close call, this was also relative to Thor. For a wizard like him who was not from Asgard, it was just a joke. Boom! Looking at the people not far away, the destroyer armor was walking while emitting a torrent of hot flames from its head, destroying the cars, buildings, and other things that were in the way. It was as if it was demonstrating. A huge explosion sounded in the ears of Lockhart and others, and everyone's faces became more cautious. Lockhart, what do you have? Can you hinder the destroyer? If not, we will start fighting first. Fandar, one of the 3 warriors of Asgard, said in a somewhat hasty tone. After hearing this, Lockhart said in a deep voice, "Okay." As soon as the voice fell, he quickly waved the magic wand in his hand, "Transform quickly! Transform quickly! Transform quickly!" Lockhart cast a large number of transfiguration spells, and the soil around the destroyer's feet swirled like flowing water, creating waves. Almost at the same time, the destroyer began to sink, as if he was trapped in a quagmire. The destroyer felt the restraint of the soil and rocks, struggled hard, stretched out his arms, and tried to slap the ground to get out. But as soon as he stretched out his arms, he found that the surrounding soil and rocks formed a large number of ropes, covering his hands layer by layer. No matter how he twisted, he just sank faster and faster. Seeing this, Lockhart flashed a hint of joy in his heart. He had been thinking about how to trap the destroyer efficiently these days. As for killing the destroyer, there is no such idea of reaching the sky in one step. The key point of magic in the Harry Potter world is a wonderful and flexible one. As for its attack power, to be honest, it cannot be said to be very bad, but it is indeed not as good as the magic in the Marvel world. So Lockhart used the wonderful transformation spell to change the surrounding terrain. Using the principle of the quagmire swamp, the destroyer was trapped. In the past few days, in order to maximize the effect of the quagmire, he has read a lot of books about the formation of quagmire and swamp. Emotion or will is an important factor in casting magic in the Harry Potter world, but if there is knowledge as the skeleton, will as the soul, and sufficient magic power as the flesh and blood, the effect will be doubled. Try it today, and was indeed very satisfied. The destroyer seemed to have discovered that struggling was no longer effective, so his head began to burn with flames, emitting a large amount of energy fluctuations, as if he would launch a devastating attack in the next moment. Sif, who was next to him, did not need Lockhart to remind her. With her rich combat experience, she had already found an opportunity to lurk nearby. The destroyer was just about to launch an attack and break free from the predicament. Almost instantly, Sif fell from the sky, and the artifact sword turned into a spear, piercing the destroyer's head fiercely. The destroyer seemed to feel something and moved slightly, as if he wanted to avoid the upcoming attack, but it was too late. Bang! Crack! Crack! The spear first hit the destroyer's neck, piercing through the sub-URU metal on the surface, and emitted a crisp sound was made. And then the sharp artifact spear directly penetrated the entire destroyer's neck until it broke through the ground. The flame energy that was originally surging in his head disappeared instantly, as if it had crashed. Seeing this, Sif smiled. But Lockhart did not relax his vigilance. He knew that in the original plot, the destroyer was not so easy to deal with. Soon, the destroyer's whole body began to move like flowing water, his arms quietly broke the shackles of the earth and rocks, and his head turned quickly to face Sif. At the same time, the flame energy in the destroyer's head suddenly emerged, becoming more and more agitated, as if it would launch a shocking attack in the next moment. Boom! The hot and boiling flame torrent burst out from the destroyer's head. Skulls spurted out, shooting at Sif. Although Sif quickly avoided the upcoming attack with her quick reaction, the torrent of fire still caused great damage to the surrounding buildings, making a deafening sound. At the same time, the destroyer quickly broke free from the restraints of the ground and stepped towards Lockhart and Thor. Quickly transform! Lockhart had just cast a transformation spell, and the destroyer was very alert. It didn't forget the trouble caused by the restraint just now. A torrent of fire was sprayed directly at Lockhart. Lockhart dodged in a hurry, and the spell was interrupted. Seeing this, the destroyer began to spray torrents of fire indiscriminately around, causing a lot of damage. The Asgardian warriors could only dodge everywhere. 10,000 bullets. Due to the close distance, Lockhart had just launched an attack and was immediately faced with the destroyer's torrent of fire. He had to interrupt the spell and cast a spell to increase his speed to quickly avoid the incoming attack. Suddenly, the entire battlefield was ablaze with flames of destruction, and ruins were everywhere. Everyone fled from the impending attack and could not launch any attack. Thor saw a large area of ruins and his comrades who were exhausted from escaping, and he was stunned on the spot, not knowing what he was thinking, and his eyes became more and more complicated. Don't fight anymore, Loki. Chapter 15 Baxian. Thor's crushing combat power. Don't fight anymore, Loki. Thor's loud roar came from the battlefield. Suddenly, the destroyer not far away seemed to have heard something and stopped the next torrent of flames. Focus on Thor not far away. At this time, Harold, Sif, Fandral, and others ran to Thor. Thor, why did you come back? The destroyer is too dangerous. Hearing Sif's anxious words, Thor waved his hand slightly to refuse, and said as if explaining, if you continue to fight, you will all be in danger of your lives. The root of all these problems is me. I want to talk to Loki. As he said, Thor motioned Sif and others to stay where they were, and walked forward. Walking in front of the destroyer, he stared at the destroyer's face, as if he could see Loki's appearance at this moment through his back. Thor was silent for a moment, and said in a somewhat sad tone, Loki, no matter what I did wrong, I asked you to do this. I'm really sorry, I don't want to see such a meaningless war continue. Kill me, everything will be over. Hearing what Thor said, the destroyer hesitated to take action, and the surging flames in the armored head began to gradually shrink, as if he had stopped completely. Seeing this, Thor's mouth corners faintly outlined a smile, as if he thought of something. Suddenly, bang! The half-turned destroyer punched Thor away with one punch, drawing an arc in the sky. Lockhart's eyes twitched slightly when he saw this scene. What a poor child who indulges in fantasy! Bang! Thor's body hit the ground violently, making a loud bang. A lot of glass and metal scratched Thor's body, leaving scars all over his body. The wounds were mixed with tiny glass and sharp metal fragments, and blood gradually flowed out along the wounds. Soon, a pool of blood appeared faintly on the ground. Jane, who was not far away, saw it and ran forward like crazy, regardless of others' obstruction, and picked up Thor, who was lying on the ground, unconscious and seriously injured. Lockhart, Sif, and Eric also hurriedly surrounded him. Looking at Jane, who kept reaching out to pick up the fragments for Thor, with her hands stained with blood, Lockhart sighed slightly, picked up the wand, and waved it slightly, Wingardium Leviosa. Instantly, a floating spell was cast, and Jane Foster floated to the side uncontrollably, revealing Thor's body covered with scars. At the same time, all the glass, metal, and other fragments on Thor's body floated out, and as Lockhart waved his hand, they immediately floated in the corner next to him. Looking at Thor's wounds bleeding continuously, Lockhart held the wand and waved it slightly, and a bottle of brown-green magic potion floated above Thor. Magic potion, distilled water. With a slight shake of the wand, distilled water flowed out of the bottle, automatically floating, covering the wounds on Thor's body. Looking at Thor, whose wounds were healing quickly, Lockhart took out a few bottles of distilled water again, as if he had thought of something, and floated in front of Sif and others, while introducing, "This is the magic potion, distilled water. It is very effective in healing external injuries, you can also use it. Recover your own injuries." Everyone looked at Thor, whose wounds were healing quickly, and Sif and others were surprised. Instead of using them directly, they put them away. This is a good thing to save your life. He was not seriously injured just now, so it would be a waste to use it now. Before he had time to say thank you to Lockhart, Sif and others' pupils shrank, and they found that although all the wounds on the surface of Thor's body were healed, his life breath was getting weaker. As if he was about to die. Suddenly, he was at a loss. Jane next to him looked at Thor, who had been unconscious, and her face was full of anxiety. The destroyer not far away seemed to have sensed Thor's situation and turned around and walked away. It was as if he knew that Thor would be dead after his attack. Lockhart looked at Thor calmly, his life force becoming weaker and weaker, without any panic expression. Because he knew that Thor was about to return. SHIELD base. The researchers around Thor's hammer Mjolnir were holding detection instruments, somewhat doubtful. "Sir, item 084 has abnormal fluctuations, and a large amount of energy has been detected to be continuously released. Not good. The wind is blowing, the hammer is moving, sir, the hammer is actually moving." The leading researcher held the phone, facing the strong wind caused by Mjolnir, and shouted loudly into the phone. Soon, Coulson's command came from the phone. "Pay attention to collecting data." "Okay, sir." Immediately, Coulson, who was observing near the destroyer battlefield, hung up the phone. Just now, he saw the battle between Sif and the destroyer, and also noticed the scene where Lockhart cast magic to trap the destroyer. He was terrified by the destroyer's wanton attack, and was also confused about Thor's relationship with the destroyer. Finally, he focused his eyes through the telescope on Thor's quickly healing wound, and a thought flashed in his eyes. As for the news from the phone just now, it is definitely related to the current battle. Boom! A white line appeared in the sky, mixed with the sound of breaking through the sky. Thor's hammer Mjolnir flew towards Thor quickly. When Sif and others saw it, their faces were immediately surprised. Lockhart also hurriedly led Eric and others to evacuate. A group of people stood not far away and witnessed with their own eyes that Thor, who was dying, raised Thor's hammer Mjolnir. A large amount of thunder surrounded him, as if he was surrendering. Everyone couldn't help but look sideways, including the retreating destroyer, who turned his head to look at Thor at this moment. In just a few seconds, Thor, holding Mjolnir, wearing golden armor and red battle robe, stood in front of everyone, exuding a fascinating aura. Without waiting for Jane, Sif, and others to come forward, Thor gestured to everyone and stopped his steps. He held the thunder hammer and fought with the running destroyer. Whoosh! 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 Thor swung the thunder hammer in his hand vigorously, making a whistling sound. He threw it at the destroyer. Bang! The originally indestructible destroyer was hit by the flying thunder hammer, making a huge collision sound, and was immediately knocked away. Then, without waiting for the destroyer to react, Thor held up the returning Mjolnir, soared into the air, and spun the thunder hammer at high speed, affecting the changes in the weather of the world. For a moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the roaring sound of thunder came one after another. The destroyer saw this, stood up, jumped up, and attacked Thor in the sky. At the same time, a torrent of scorching flames came out of his head, shooting towards Thor. But then, Thor rushed down, holding Mjolnir, mixed with a lot of thunder, and smashed towards the destroyer. Boom! The scorching torrent of flames was immediately extinguished by a lot of thunder, and Thor's hammer smashed the destroyer's head hard, smashing it from head to toe. The battle was completely crushed. Lockhart and others saw with their own eyes that as Thor smashed the destroyer to the ground, a lot of dust covered the battlefield. After the diffuse dust dissipated, Thor walked out, and behind him were a lot of wreckage of the destroyer. Chapter 16 Felixer. Coulson's embarrassment. Thor, is this the outfit you usually wear before? Jane walked in front of Thor, looking at him wearing light golden armor and a red battle robe, and asked with surprise and curiosity. Haha, of course, I always wear this in Asgard. Lockhart stood by and watched Thor and Jane's intimate discussion indifferently. He would not interrupt the two people's whispering. He would naturally not do such a very annoying behavior. But he looked at Sif next to him and her face was not very good. Maybe this scene was a bit irritating to her. Lockhart thought silently. Then, system. Draw a lottery for me. Draw 20 times in a row. If you don't draw now, when will you draw? Thor has just recovered his strength. He can witness his fighting power just now. It's like playing with him. This lottery will definitely bring a lot of gains. If he doesn't draw, he will go back to Asgard. Then, the next time we meet, I'm afraid it will be when the New York War breaks out. And will the New York War still break out in the Marvel world where he is? He is very familiar with his own somewhat cowardly character and will not let potential risks threaten him. He thought about it and stopped thinking about it. After all, it was too far away. Besides, the results of the 20 draws have come out. Lockhart looked at the light green color that appeared in front of him. System light screen, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced combat experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced thunder affinity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of Asgard Warrior Cultivation Knowledge. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of Thor's Power Prototype. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the combat skill, Thunderstorm. Looking at the results of 20 consecutive draws, although Lockhart controlled himself not to laugh out loud, the smile in his eyes could not be hidden. Great harvest, really great harvest. As expected of Thor, he got the treasure. So he immediately said to the system, draw again, consume 20,000 reputation points, and draw 20 more times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the combat skill, Summon Thunder. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of Advanced Combat Experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Asgard Hunting Encyclopedia. Ah! Seeing another 20 draw streak, Lockhart sighed slightly. Sure enough, the good stuff was almost out in the first draw. Most of the second draws were repeated, and there were some highlights occasionally, but not many. But enough. As a wizard, you can't be too greedy. The current recognition has reached its limit. If you want to get Thor's powerful strength through the draw, no matter what, the recognition must reach more than 80. Thor Odinson, 69/100. Lockhart thought silently in his heart after taking a glance and seeing Thor's recognition reaching 69. No rush. In the future just take care of it slowly. As a wizard, he will have many opportunities to deal with Asgard in the future. Not to mention his relationship with Thor. If he doesn't make good use of it, he will not be called Lockhart. Lockhart, thank you so much for this time. By the way, your potion, dietary supplement, is very effective. After Thor finished chatting with Jane, he looked at Lockhart next to him, hurriedly stepped forward and said gratefully. Looking at Thor, who was emitting a heroic spirit, and hearing the grateful voice, Lockhart smiled and said, "This is what I should do." At the same time, he waved his wand lightly, and 5 bottles of brown-green dietary supplement appeared in front of Thor. "Since you think Baxian is good, these 5 bottles are for you. You may need them in the future." Seeing Thor's embarrassed attitude and wanting to refuse, Lockhart said quickly, "Don't worry, it's not for free. I just saw that the destroyer has been destroyed by you. I want to take some fragments to study. Just consider it as the reward for these Baxian, is it okay?" Hearing Lockhart's request, Thor patted his chest and said generously, "Haha, it's a small matter, it's all a small matter. You are my friend, and the destroyer has been destroyed, leaving these wreckage, all of which are for you." Hearing Thor's generous agreement, Lockhart showed a bright smile on his face. He likes such a rich man. However, if he took all of it directly, it would seem that he was a little greedy, which was a bit inconsistent with his personality. Willing to give up. Only by giving up can you gain. There will be more opportunities to deal with Thor and Asgard in the future. We shouldn't let the future pay for our greed. So, Lockhart reached out and took out a small bottle of pale golden potion. He gave it to Thor with some pain, and introduced it to him, saying, "Thor, I really need all these materials, and I won't take advantage of you. This is the Felixir. In our wizarding world, it is also a top potion. It is said to improve luck and allow the user to perform at their best, and make their wishes come true, just like the child of destiny." Hearing this, Thor's eyes lit up instantly. He was not polite and took it directly, saying, good stuff, I haven't seen it in Asgard, thank you, Lockhart." Seeing Thor take the Felixir without hesitation, Lockhart's face flashed with pain. This is the last trump card he bought for this world travel, waiting to use it when his life is in danger. He spent 600 gold galleons alone, and he also paid a lot of favors in the middle. However, looking at the remains of a large number of destroyers not far away, Lockhart's originally painful mood calmed down slightly. Just by selling these precious materials, he should be able to get several bottles of Felixir. I hope those alchemists know the value of the goods. Immediately, without thinking too much, the remains of the destroyer are flying over. He waved his wand directly, and a flying spell was cast, and all the remains of the destroyer automatically flew in front of Lockhart. With another light wave, all the remains entered the space bag on his waist. Coulson, who had just arrived, looked at the transaction that had just been completed. Thor held the Felixir in one hand, and Lockhart took the remains of the destroyer in the other hand. An awkward smile appeared on his face. He was still planning to get some benefits, but judging from the situation, this wizard professor seemed to have taken them all. Thor walked up to him before he could communicate with Lockhart. After a conversation, the relationship between the two sides was instantly clear. At the same time, in order to curry favor with him, he had to return all the information, including Jane's computer and notebooks. However, Coulson looked at the man next to him. Jane, Eric, and others were all brightened up. These people, S.H.I.E.L.D. knows them inside and out. More importantly, they have a good relationship with Thor and Lockhart, although they cannot use coercive means. However, obtaining intelligence is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s expertise. Lockhart saw Coulson's eyes and sneered slightly. How could he not know what S.H.I.E.L.D. was thinking? Since he came through, he has been careful about his words and deeds, not only to enrich his personality in front of a big boss like Ancient One. It is also for the purpose of contacting with agents like S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future. A lot of the information he shared is true, but if you really believe it all, it's really a joke. After traveling to the Marvel world, especially during this period of time, Lockhart knew that he could not avoid contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. And he is not the kind of maverick. Whether it is studying magic or trading resources in the future, gathering the power of the crowd is the best choice. In the Harry Potter world, he is a well-known writer with his own network of contacts and the identity of a Hogwarts professor. Naturally, it is quite convenient for him to act. But the Marvel world is completely different. He has not yet come into contact with a decent wizard organization or supernatural forces. The only organization he knows well is S.H.I.E.L.D. Later, when collecting resources or exchanging knowledge, he must rely on the platform of S.H.I.E.L.D. As long as he takes out something, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be a big dog in front of him. This is to plunder resources through magic technology. Chapter 17 The Transaction with S.H.I.E.L.D. Boom! A beam of teleportation light with huge energy fluctuations and colorful like a rainbow came crashing down, covering Thor, Sif and others. After a few seconds, as the beam of light disappeared, only a mark of arrival from the Rainbow Bridge was left on the ground. At this time, Thor, Sif, and others rushed to Asgard through the Rainbow Bridge. And Lockhart watched this scene indifferently. However, when he saw a pattern similar to a magic circle imprinted on the ground, his eyes lit up. He took out his mobile phone and took pictures to keep them for later magic research. Soon, after Lockhart finished these trivial things, he walked to Jane and Eric and asked, "Okay, Thor's business is temporarily over now. What are your plans for the future?" Hearing Lockhart's question, Eric thought for a while and said, "We have basically collected all the data for the research we are going to do. The next step is to go back to the University of Washington to organize the thesis. Daisy, Jane, and others also have to start preparing for graduation." Hearing this, Lockhart nodded. As a university professor in his previous life, he naturally knew the importance of academic studies. Even if she was Thor's girlfriend, she couldn't graduate if she didn't complete the thesis and her GPA didn't meet the standard, let alone find a good job. In this regard, Lockhart didn't plan to disturb them, but after thinking about it, he took out 3 amulets and handed them to Eric and the other 2. Seeing their puzzled eyes, Lockhart explained, "Thor asked us to take care of Jane and you. This is a magic amulet. If you are in danger, it can give you an early warning. If something happens, remember to call me and I will try to find a solution." Lockhart handed over a note with his phone number. Eric put it away and thanked him. Coulson saw it and took advantage of the communication between the two sides. Seizing the opportunity, he picked up the information at hand, walked up, and said to Jane gently, "Ms. Foster, this is the information we borrowed before. Please take it and see if there is anything missing." Jane took the information in her hand, snorted coldly, and began to look through it to see if there was anything missing. Taking this opportunity, Coulson immediately said to Lockhart standing next to him, "Professor Lockhart. Can I call you that?" Seeing Lockhart nodded, he continued, "We are S.H.I.E.L.D., an agency specializing in dealing with global abnormalities. We are interested in the magic potion Baxian you just took out. I wonder if we can trade it. I remember that you don't have an official identity yet. Our S.H.I.E.L.D. can help provide it, or other resources can be used for trading." Hearing Coulson's negotiating tone, Lockhart was a little emotional. As expected of a professional agent, he found the point he needed most at once and then proposed a transaction. The object of the transaction was the Baxian he had just taken out. He just shared it with everyone, which means that Baxian itself is a tradable category, and the probability of failure of the transaction is very small. It seems that the other party wants to use the first successful transaction to carry out further cooperation. However, if it weren't for his current identity, he is a wizard with strong strength and a good friend of Thor. I'm afraid now the tone will not be so gentle. Tisk tisk tisk. New York City, Brook Street, Minerva Cafe. Minerva Cafe is a famous cat cafe in New York. Residents nearby like to come here, drink coffee and pet cats. Lockhart sat in a seat by the window, picked up a cup of coffee in front of the table, took a sip, and felt the mellow aroma of coffee. Then he put it on the table and slowly stroked the young white cat in his hand, enjoying its soft fur. While stroking, he looked into the distance, as if he was enjoying the scenery, and as if he was waiting for a guest. Soon, Coulson, who was dressed up carefully, carrying a small suitcase and wearing a suit and leather shoes, came in. Sitting in front of Lockhart, he said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Professor Lockhart, because we have been following the formal procedures to ensure that everything is foolproof, and the procedures are a bit cumbersome. I've kept you waiting for a week. Here is your ID. Don't worry, there will be no problem. There is a bank card with $10 million in it." As he spoke, Coulson handed over a file bag. After Lockhart took it, he seemed to be a little sarcastic, or said with emotion, "In 1 week, I really saw the efficiency of S.H.I.E.L.D. I have to say, you are really thorough in doing things." As if he felt the sarcasm in Lockhart's tone, Coulson smiled awkwardly and did not take over the conversation. Directly changing the subject, looking at some cute cats around, he said in a tone of surprise, "Professor Lockhart, I know you like small animals very much when I see the place you chose. Do you also keep some small animals in your daily life?" Although knowing that Coulson was obviously changing the subject, Lockhart cooperated and said, "Of course, as an adventurer, I like small animals, but I like those ferocious magical animals more." "Well, prepare for the appearance of the magical animals later." Without waiting for Coulson to ask, Lockhart directly extended his hand and swept, and 4 bottles of potion appeared on the table, 2 bottles of brown-green Baxian, and 2 pieces of light yellow Pojuo, and said leisurely, "Okay, this is what your shield wants. Potion Baxian, wherever there is a wound, just apply it gently and it will heal quickly. Potion Pojuo, drink it, unless the potion master specifically poisons, general toxins can be directly removed." Hearing this, Coulson showed a gentle smile on his face, put the suitcase on the table, opened it, and carefully placed the 4 bottles of potion in the middle. After taking back the suitcase, he immediately said, "Thank you Professor Lockhart for the potion, I hope our cooperation can continue." Lockhart nodded, said briefly, and stopped talking. Looking into the distance through the glass next to him, it seemed as if he was admiring the scenery. Coulson was not surprised to see this. This week, they said they were applying for a legal identity for Lockhart, but in fact, with the ability of S.H.I.E.L.D., 1 hour was considered too much. The main purpose was to obtain relevant information about the wizard professor from Eric and portray his character image. After analysis, the other party is a typical scholar-type person. Although he is a little cold, he has a different enthusiasm for magic than ordinary people. Well, he has the flavor of a mad scientist. Of course, delaying this period of time also contains some tentative flavors, to see Lockhart's attitude of cooperation and determine the subsequent plans. Now it seems that the other party is not opposed, which means that cooperation can continue in the future. Looking at Lockhart, who had no desire to communicate and seemed very aloof, Coulson said very tactfully, "Mr. Lockhart, you take your time to savor the coffee here, I'll leave first. I hope we can carry out further cooperation next time." Hearing Coulson's words, Lockhart nodded, and when Coulson left, he added, "By the way, Coulson, I forgot to remind you to tell your companions that ordinary muggles cannot see or approach the house cast with the muggle repelling charm. Don't waste your energy." Hearing what Lockhart said, Coulson's heart shuddered, smiled, and left directly. These days, their S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to send people to sneak into the villa purchased by Lockhart and install some monitoring equipment. But the problem is, they clearly know where the villa is, but every agent will become very confused before he reaches the door, and automatically walk to other places. As if they were controlled, they can't get in at all. Now it seems that this plan has completely failed. Watching Coulson leave the cafe, Lockhart didn't care. With the current strength of S.H.I.E.L.D., it is a foolish dream to want to crack the magic. What's more, the wizard world has been studying how to shield muggles for thousands of years. If it was easily cracked by S.H.I.E.L.D., the wizard world would have been discovered by muggles long ago. Looking at the file in his hand, Lockhart put it away. Continue to look through the glass next to him at a tall hall not far away. Feeling the very secret energy fluctuations coming from the other party, and the thoughts revealed in his eyes. He chose to settle in New York for a reason. His goal is very simple and pure. It's for magic. For the magic of Camartage. And on the opposite side, if he guessed correctly, it should be the three great temples of Camartage, New York Temple. Chapter 18 New York Temple. Cassilis's doubts. Lockhart sat in the cafe. While petting the cat, he looked at the New York Temple not far away. The hesitation gradually turned into determination in his heart. He came to the Marvel world not to participate in any plot, but to study magic and improve the level of magic. This is what he is good at and what he loves. When it comes to the magic of the Marvel world, Camartage and the Ancient One are inevitable. If he keeps hiding from them, Lockhart can certainly do it. As long as he doesn't cause any big trouble on Earth, in his current state, Camartage or the Ancient One may ignore him. But if that's the case, he shouldn't participate in the plot of Thor. He won't design an image of a scholar or professor for himself. All his actions are for magic. Being friends with Thor is for the magic of Asgard. Establishing a personality is for the magic of Camartage. Lockhart understood the importance of the first impression very early. A good first impression can make all actions more effective. That's why he has been building a scholar or professor's personality, just to get in touch with Camartage and the Ancient One. Get her favor, then get her recognition, and even receive her teachings. The Supreme Sorcerer is the top wizard on Earth and even in the universe. He fights against the lords of many dimensions to protect the Earth. You can see his strength and his character. Compared with her, Dumbledore is a scumbag. Although according to the plot, it can be guessed that the Ancient One has the ability to predict the future. But so what? If he can really predict the future, it would be even better. He is not a villain who is determined to destroy the world. In his previous life, he was a very pure person. As a professor at a well-known university, he focused on academic research. He also has a certain reputation in the academic world. In his next life, he is obsessed with magic. He just wants to study magic, explore the truth, and seek the secrets of magic. There are really few people as pure as him. If Master Guyi understood him, he should accept him. He is very calm about this. But everything has risks. You should have a plan B for everything you do. He is cautious, so he will not be stupid enough to go directly into the New York Temple, call his name, look for Master Guyi, and introduce himself. This is either crazy or stupid. His plan B is: it has been 30 days since I arrived in the Marvel world. I can choose to return freely within 24 hours. After 24 hours, I will automatically return to the Harry Potter world. Looking at the light screen in front of him, Lockhart's eyes were deep. If he really encountered the risk of force majeure, he could only hide back in the Harry Potter world. What he would do in the future to survive, that's unknown. Because he also didn't know how crazy he would be after regaining his life and falling into despair again. New York Temple. Lockhart held the magic suitcase in his left hand and the magic wand in his right hand, looked at the door opposite, walked to the door, and knocked gently. Dong! 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 Click! 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 With a crisp knock on the door, soon, a faint sound of footsteps sounded, and the door slowly opened with a click. Lockhart looked at the young white man in a short robe opposite him, and looked at the ring on his right hand seriously. A gentle smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Hello, my name is Lockhart, and I am a wizard who is going to settle in New York. I feel the magic fluctuations emanating from here, so I came to visit my fellow New Yorkers." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a bottle of light green magic potion appeared in front of him, and he introduced it. "This is a magic recovery potion, which can restore the energy in the body. It's just a small gift, not a respect." The wizard on the opposite side was stunned after hearing it. As if he didn't expect Lockhart's polite self-introduction and gift. But he quickly reacted, and hurriedly caught the magic potion floating in front of him, and said, "Mr. Lockhart, I am a wizard apprentice. Why don't you come in first? I'll talk to my mentor Cassilis." Hearing this, Lockhart raised his eyebrows slightly. Cassilis, this wizard, if he remembered correctly. It seems that he will become a follower of Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension in the future. It seems that he should still be a standard Camartage wizard now. However, later. My thoughts turned and I put these thoughts deep in my heart. Lockhart looked at the apprentice wizard who extended his hand to invite him to the New York Temple, smiled and thanked him, and then stepped into the temple. After entering the New York Temple, he looked at the spacious space and the scattered Camartage wizards inside. He sensed the energy fluctuations slightly and found that their strength was not weak, so he didn't think much about it. Then he followed the apprentice wizard who led the way in front, sat on the sofa not far away, and waited quietly. In a room deep in the New York Temple, Cassilis was flipping through the magic book in his hand. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there was a crisp knock on the door outside, and Cassilis frowned slightly. "Come in." "Teacher, just now there was a wizard who called himself Lockhart, saying that he wanted to settle in New York and came to visit you specially. He also brought a gift, saying that it was a potion that could restore magic power." After entering the room, the mage apprentice in a short robe said to his mentor Cassilis. "Hey!" Cassilis said with a slight exclamation, "Lead the way. It's not new to settle in New York." Visiting him at the New York Temple aroused his curiosity. Soon, Cassilis followed the wizard apprentice in front of him into the hall of the temple. Looking at Lockhart sitting on the sofa, feeling the breath emanating from his body, a trace of doubt or surprise and uncertainty flashed in his eyes. He walked to the opposite side of Lockhart and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Cassilis, the caretaker of the New York Temple of Camartage. What can I do for you?" After hearing Cassilis' introduction, Lockhart explained, "I am a wizard who is going to settle in New York. I felt a strong magical atmosphere here before. So I want to visit the host in New York in advance to prevent misunderstandings due to poor communication later. Of course, I also want to ask if there is a gathering place for wizards in New York. It would be best if we can exchange magical knowledge or trade magical items." After hearing Lockhart's explanation, Cassilis felt the breath of Lockhart's body again, his eyes were a little complicated, and he stretched out his hand to signal the wizard apprentice next to him to leave. After the apprentice left, he said to Lockhart in a deep voice, "Mr. Lockhart, if I'm not mistaken, you should be from another world, right?" Hearing Cassilis' question, Lockhart said very frankly, "Yes, I am not from this world. Before, I accidentally drifted to this world because of space magic, so I thought about settling in New York for the time being. At the same time, I also want to exchange magic with wizards and mages in this world." Speaking of this, Lockhart's tone clearly revealed a hint of doubt. "What's wrong? Are you not welcome to visitors from other worlds?" Faced with Lockhart's frankness, Cassilis was a little surprised. After thinking for a while, he said, "It's not that we are not welcome, because the duty of our New York Temple is to resist the invasion of those evil dimensions. In your case, I need to report back to the Supreme Mage." Hearing this, Lockhart nodded very obediently. Then he watched Cassilis holding the ring, opening a sparking portal, and entering Camartage. After seeing the portal disappear, he went back to his sofa and sat down. Since he had decided to enter the New York Temple and contact the wizards of Camartage, and even the Ancient One, he had naturally made various plans. If the other party did not realize that he was from another world, then he was a wizard who settled in New York. He could send gifts, make friends, and exchange magic with each other later. If his identity from another world was discovered, Frankness was actually the best choice. He was not a villain, nor an evil wizard. He exuded the aura of a scholar and professor. Of course, it might not be right to say that he was harmless, but he was a positive character anyway. The best result would be like now, and he could meet the Ancient One. He could even ask to join Camartage. As for the worst result, don't forget his plan B. Soon, a portal with sparks appeared in front of Lockhart. Cassilis took a step forward and said to Lockhart, who was sitting on the sofa, "Mr. Lockhart, please come with me to meet the Supreme Sorcerer." He then extended his hand to signal Lockhart to follow him through the portal and enter Camartage. Lockhart naturally went there with pleasure. The magic of Camartage, here I come. Chapter 19 Return to the Harry Potter world. Search for the solidified world shuttle channel. Search successful. Teleporting. Transporting. Welcome the host to return to the Harry Potter world. Warning: after staying in this world for 30 days, the soul will gradually be branded with the mark of this world. You need to leave this world in time to avoid the contamination of the world's breath. In the Harry Potter world, in Lockhart's study, a faint light flashed. Lockhart quietly emerged with a magic suitcase in his left hand and a magic wand in his right hand. In front of him, 2 thick stacks of magic books floated. Just when he was about to take out his magic wand and cast a spell to place his luggage. The result. Lockhart frowned slightly. You don't know until you compare. Only after comparing can you know that the Marvel world is the paradise of wizards. Ah! Feeling the magic power in his body seemed to be stagnant, Lockhart sighed lightly. But when he thought of the gains from this Marvel trip, Lockhart showed a bright smile, and he gained too much. Just the prototype of Thor's power obtained from Thor made Lockhart very excited. Although he could not directly obtain Thor's strength, the prototype version of Thor's power plus the high-level thunder affinity instantly raised his strength to a higher level. But recalling the previous entry into Camartage and meeting with the Ancient One, Lockhart looked at the ring on his right hand, and a strange look appeared on his face. This time, meeting the Ancient One was a little different from what he had imagined. How to say it? It can't be said that it was not smooth. It was really. It was too smooth and weird. He met the Ancient One directly and talked about being a wizard from another world. The other party was not surprised at all. Then he proposed to learn the magic of Camartage. The Ancient One did not refuse, and even gave him a ring and asked him to borrow books from the library. This smoothness made him feel a little hairy. He quickly took out the gifts he had prepared: diffuser to recover from external injuries, blood tonic to restore chi and blood, magic water to restore magic power, and relievers to calm emotions, etc. Everything was carefully selected by Lockhart according to the characteristics of Camartage melee wizards. The Ancient One accepted it directly, and in response to Lockhart's request, he said that he could occasionally guide Lockhart's magic practice. It all went so smoothly, beyond Lockhart's imagination, and even made him feel a little panicked. He couldn't help wondering if the Ancient One was going to fatten him up, and then kill him and eat him. No matter how you look at it, it looks like fattening him up. Well, when this thought came up, Lockhart instantly made himself laugh. The Ancient One shouldn't be such a person, right? Should it be? Lockhart hid the thought deep in his heart, and then followed Cassilis to the library. He directly selected a large number of books suitable for his current stage in the library. He didn't take them away directly, because the library didn't allow him to take out 3 books at most. Lockhart directly used the system time bug, and after finding almost all the books, he directly applied for world travel, and then brought the books to the Harry Potter world. He was going to study them carefully, and return to the Marvel world a month later. In short, the time point and the books remained unchanged, and no one would find out. Should it be? Lockhart thought silently. Immediately, he picked up the magic wand and waved it gently, and the 2 piles of books in front of him instantly floated into the bookcase next to him. looking at the large number of magic books stored in the bookcase. Lockhart suddenly felt a sense of security in his heart. As a wizard, knowledge is extremely important. The next day, in the study, Lockhart leaned on the chair, and a thick magic book floated in front of him. It had been opened about 1/3, and as Lockhart waved the magic wand lightly, the book slowly turned the pages. The cover of the book was bronze, and the text on the cover was written in Latin, Master Talo on runes. On the desk directly opposite Lockhart, a feather pen floated above a piece of white paper. As Lockhart's thoughts turned, the feather pen began to slowly record Lockhart's analysis and summary of runes. Runes are unique to Asgard mages and are the foundation of their spell casting. Unlike Midgard mages, we cast spells by leveraging the power of Vishanti to pry the power of elemental particles. Asgard mages use runes to pry elemental particles. Lockhart kept reading books from Camartage, sometimes showing a look of sudden realization, sometimes with a slight smile on his lips, and sometimes with a slight frown, as if he encountered some doubts. As the pages of the book kept turning, Lockhart became more and more familiar with the Camartage mages. It was as if he had witnessed the growth of the Camartage mages over thousands of years and their contributions to protecting the earth. Suddenly, bang! 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 There was a bang 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 sound from the window. Lockhart frowned slightly, turned his head and looked at the glass next to him, and saw an owl really holding a letter, tapping the window lightly, showing a look of sudden realization. Then he opened the window, let the owl in, fed it some food, and opened the envelope. Sure enough, it was just as he had guessed, Lockhart thought silently. The content of the letter was about the launch of his new book, The Magic Me. Flourish and Blots reminded him not to forget to send the book and the launch 2 days later. Well, no matter how Lockhart looked at it, he felt that Flourish and Blots was asking him for gold galleons. Tisk tisk tisk. Immediately, Lockhart wrote a reply letter and gave it to the owl that had finished eating, asking him to deliver it to Flourish and Blots. As for the new book launch, Lockhart, who has the memory of the original body, said so easy. Especially when he saw the spells that the original body mastered and even created himself displayed in the system, Lockhart's mouth drew a smile. Lockhart's brilliance. Eyes shining. Energetic. Friendly. Fragrant. 2 days later, Flourish and Blots. Lockhart was wearing a dark green dress and sitting in the lounge behind the bookstore. Looking at the large number of books in front of him, including those placed around him, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Especially when he saw the picture of himself on the cover, he was even more happy. This is a gold galleon. If you don't manage the household, you don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are. Last time, because I was worried about crossing into an unknown world, I spent a lot of gold galleons to buy magic items and magic potions. To save his life. Although it is not to say that he has lost everything, he has spent a lot of money. Now he needs to recover. Researching magic costs a lot of gold galleons. Besides, he has to buy another batch of magic potions when he returns to the Marvel world. Whether it is trading or giving favors, it is hard currency. But Lockhart thought about the textbooks that the original body ordered for Hogwarts school, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The original body's habit of greed for money is good. He took his 7 books as textbooks, so he would be disrespectful. Although it is a bit shameless, the gold galleons in his hand are very real. At most, he can share more practical knowledge with the young wizards in Hogwarts. Guarantee that their classes are worthwhile. Well, it is expected that after the latest book fees come out, there will be more than enough to buy another batch of magic potions. Diagon Alley. Hi, Hermione. Harry Potter, who had just returned to Diagon Alley from Nocturne Alley with Hagrid, greeted his good friend Hermione Granger. Hi, Harry, you're in Diagon Alley too. Hermione replied cheerfully, as if something happy happened today. Let's go, Harry, let's go to Flourish and Blots, where Gilderoy Lockhart is holding a new book launch." As she spoke, Hermione pulled Harry forward. Harry was stunned for a moment, and quickly greeted Hagrid next to him, and then followed Hermione to Flourish and Blots. Before entering Flourish and Blots, Harry saw a crowd of people queuing up, and was immediately a little scared. Before he could react, Hermione pulled him directly into the bookstore. After entering, he saw the familiar Ron and Molly Weasley and others, and immediately felt much more at ease. "Harry, you're here too. I didn't expect you to like Lockhart's novels, so I knew Harry was like me. Harry, my mother is a fan of Lockhart, and she likes Gilderoy Lockhart very much." When he heard the voices of Ron and Molly, he didn't know how to respond. He could only look out from the crowd to see what kind of person everyone was talking about Lockhart. Soon, a voice rang out throughout the bookstore. "Dear friends, let's welcome Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart." Chapter 20 Harry Potter's Recognition. "Dear friends, let's welcome Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart." Pa! 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 As soon as the voice fell, a large number of wizards in the bookstore applauded, especially the witches, who clapped the hardest. For a moment, the applause in the entire bookstore sounded like thunder. Accompanied by the applause, Lockhart stepped out from the backstage of the bookstore. Harry Potter's eyes lit up subconsciously when he saw Lockhart at this moment. The light golden dress matched Lockhart's handsome face, and he looked energetic. His light blue eyes exuded a bright light, which made people unable to help but stare at him. Many witches screamed one after another, like crazy fans chasing stars. Hearing the fierce applause mixed with the witches' screams, Lockhart showed a bright smile on his face. His bright teeth and gentle smile once again set off a new round of screams. Harry Potter could vaguely smell a faint fragrance, which made people slightly excited. Looking at the other party's gentle smile, he subconsciously felt a ray of goodwill towards Lockhart. Soon, as Lockhart pressed his hands down, the applause and screams gradually weakened. After everyone quieted down, Lockhart smiled gently again and said to everyone, "Hello everyone, I am Gilderoy Lockhart. Winner of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Anti-Dark Magic League. Of course, here is another new identity to announce to everyone. Future Hogwarts professor, in 10 days, I will take up the position of Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. However, this is not the most important thing. At this moment, my role is a well-known writer serving my dear book fans. At this moment, at Flourish and Blots, everyone is welcome to attend my new book launch. I believe my new book, The Magic Me, will not let you. I hope everyone will like my new book." Speaking of this, Lockhart looked at the crowded Flourish and Blots, especially the large number of witches crowded together, raised his eyebrows, and said jokingly, "It seems that there are quite a lot of book fans here today, and the space in Flourish and Blots is almost full." Having said this, Lockhart raised his hands, focused his mind on the ring on his right hand, stretched out his hand and pushed, drawing a red flame ring in the air. At the same time, a large number of red flame threads and several runes appeared in the ring, connected together according to a fixed trajectory, showing a mysterious pattern. Then, Lockhart controlled his hands to clap lightly, and then made a pulling gesture, as if he wanted to open up the space in front of him. Self-created rune magic space extension. Instantly, as Lockhart made the action of pulling the space, many wizards seemed to hear the space making a crackling sound, as if it was forced to open up. Soon, the space of Flourish and Blots doubled. And the originally crowded crowd subconsciously walked towards the empty space. Suddenly, the entire new book launch seemed much more relaxed. Many wizards, including Hermione, Ron, Harry Potter, and others, opened their mouths slightly, with a look of shock on their faces. Seeing this, Lockhart said, "Okay, I believe everyone is much more comfortable now. I declare that the launch of my new book I Am Magical is officially underway." Lockhart's words had just fallen, and the wizards in the bookstore reacted instantly and began to discuss in whispers. "Ah, Lockhart is so handsome, this smile is really addictive. I like Lockhart today, this magic is so charming. Wandless casting, worthy of being a well-known adventurer, such advanced casting skills have been mastered. Compared, I am really ashamed, now I am not even familiar with combat spells, I didn't expect Lockhart to have mastered wandless casting. So, why is he so famous, strong, can write, and even promote? It would be strange if such a person is not popular." Lockhart smiled when he saw everyone discussing. This is his innovative product that combines the runes of Asgard, the spell casting method of Camartage, and the magic spells of the Harry Potter world. In fact, it is not a deep subversion in terms of innovation. It is just a combination to a large extent, and the combat is very reluctant. But at this moment, looking at everyone's shocked expressions, Lockhart was still secretly happy in his heart. Sorry, please make way, we are from the Daily Prophet and need to take a photo of Mr. Lockhart." Amid the discussion of the crowd, a short reporter shouted loudly with a radio. In the spacious space at this moment, it was easy for the reporter to walk in front of Lockhart and start taking pictures. Click! 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 The shutter sounds of the cameras rang out, and white light flashed. Lockhart's handsome and chic image quietly appeared in the camera. At the same time, Lockhart also looked at the thin boy on the left in the crowd. Looking at his thin body, the slight stains on his face, and the lightning-like scar on his forehead. They looked at each other with a smile in their eyes and nodded slightly to show their friendliness. The reporter on the side seemed to see Harry Potter from Lockhart's sight, so he immediately took Harry Potter to Lockhart's side and shouted loudly, "Harry Potter is here! Harry Potter is here!" he said, preparing to take a group photo of the two. At this moment, Lockhart slightly extended his hand to signal to stop taking pictures, and said to the wizard in the bookstore, "I have to say that Flourish and Blots is a good place. It brought me good luck. Our Savior came to my new book conference. In return, I will give the 7 books I wrote as gifts to our Savior Harry Potter." As he said, Lockhart took 7 books from the side and handed them to Harry Potter next to him. At the same time, he secretly cast a floating spell on these 7 heavy books, so that Harry Potter could easily pick them up. Facing Harry Potter's somewhat nervous and surprised eyes, Lockhart whispered to comfort him, "Harry, you may feel a little uncomfortable being watched by everyone. Don't worry, just bear with it and it will pass." As he spoke, he gently reached out and touched Harry's forehead. Instantly, a simple rune appeared quietly. Rune, cleanliness. With a glimmer of light, the stains on Harry Potter's body disappeared immediately. Then, he pulled Harry Potter to his side, showed a bright smile, and signaled the reporter to continue taking pictures. Click! 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 The shutter sounded, white light flashed, and a photo of Lockhart and Harry Potter appeared in the camera. After the photo shoot, Lockhart took out a magic amulet in front of many wizards, and the subtle power of thunder could be vaguely felt from the amulet. Then Lockhart put it on Harry Potter's book and whispered, "Harry, I just felt a breath of dark wizards on you. Maybe you have just been to some dark wizards' places, or touched some dark magic items. With this thunder amulet, you can dissipate the dark aura. At the same time, if you encounter danger, it can warn you." As he said this, he gently patted Harry's shoulder, indicating that he could leave. Harry Potter felt Lockhart's careful care immediately increased his favorability, and he said gratefully, thank you, Professor Lockhart." At the same time, he walked briskly towards the Weasley family with the 7 books and the thunder amulet in his arms. He felt that he was very lucky at the moment. He just took a photo and got 7 books and a thunder amulet. He was so happy. At this moment, Lockhart heard Harry Potter's words of gratitude, stared at the system light screen that appeared in front of him, and nodded slightly. Character recognition, Harry Potter, 55/100. Sure enough, the little wizard is prone to emotionality. Thinking, Lockhart walked to the autograph table and said to the wizards in line, "Don't worry, I will sign the new books purchased by every book fan. Please line up in an orderly manner." While speaking, he sat on the chair in front of the table, holding a feather pen in his hand, and signed the book name of the first wizard in line. 1, 2, 3, 10. Just as Lockhart was signing for the 15th wizard fan, he could vaguely hear the noise outside, which was getting louder and louder. Suddenly, Lockhart's eyes lit up, as if he knew what happened. He immediately signed for the 15th fan, then extended his hand and said apologetically, "Fans, wait a moment. Something seems to have happened outside. I'll go out to deal with it first, and then come back to sign for everyone." As he said, Lockhart held his wand and walked outside. Chapter 21 Lockhart's Ideal World. Diagon Alley, outside Flourish and Blott's bookstore. "Dad, be careful of his fist. Dad, hit him in the face with your fist. Dad, be careful, he's going to attack from behind. Yes, Dad, use some strength, just like you did just now." Harry Potter held the book Lockhart had just given him, looking at George and Fred beside him in surprise. His father was fighting with Draco's father, but these two didn't go up to help or stop them. They were actually fanning the flames, which really made Harry Potter feel incredible. Or rather, he hasn't recovered yet, and doesn't know whether he should stop the two from continuing to wrestle. He had an extremely disgusting impression of Lucius Malfoy when he met him for the first time. If he couldn't beat him, he would have wanted to beat him up himself. Just when they met, the other party was very arrogant and mocked them. He pulled him over, touched the scar on his head for no reason, and began to praise the Dark Lord who killed his parents. Suddenly, Harry's eyes were burning with fire. And he wanted to kill Lucius. This is not over yet. Then, the damned bastard Lucius began to mock Hermione for being a Muggle wizard and said that the Weasley family was a pauper. This immediately aroused the anger of Ron's father, Arthur Weasley, and the two of them started fighting. Although Harry was a little worried about Arthur. But seeing Lucius being beaten, it was like eating an ice cream, it was so cool. "Well done, Uncle Arthur, hit him hard in the face and kick him a few more times, preferably kicking his vitals. Yes, kick him a few more times." Harry stared at a certain part between Lucius' legs, thinking silently in his heart. Suddenly, Harry found a familiar figure coming out of Flourish and Blott's. It turned out to be, just now, Professor Lockhart. At this moment, Lockhart looked at Lucius and Arthur who were fighting like children. He almost laughed out loud. These two people really have no experience in fighting. You punch, I kick, and then punch again. It's no different from fighting with a child. He has integrated Thor's hundreds of years of combat experience. To put it bluntly, relying on experience alone, 2 or 3 ordinary shield agents will be knocked down by him in a few seconds. Now watching such a fight, it always feels a bit childish, even funny. As for the fact that these two people took the form of hand-to-hand combat instead of magic, he was not surprised. In a public place like Diagon Alley, the Ministry of Magic does not allow the direct use of spells to fight. Whoever uses it first will definitely be held accountable. However, Lockhart glanced at the shabby books scattered on the ground, and looked at the black notebook on the ground with a scrutinizing look. Then, step into the scene of Arthur and Lucius's fight. Relying on Thor's rich combat experience. It was too late to say it, but it was too late. He grabbed the wrists of the two men with both hands, then gently pulled and twisted them behind their backs. Suddenly, "Ah! Ah! Ah! Lockhart, be gentle. Gently, gentle, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts." Lockhart looked at the two men screaming indifferently, and said in a deep voice, "You two are from pure-blood families. Isn't it a bit unfair to fight outside my new book launch today? I don't think I offended you too. Hearing what Lockhart said and feeling the pain in their bodies, Arthur and Lucius hurriedly said, No, no, Lockhart, be gentle, it hurts. Hearing this, Lockhart slowly loosened his clasped hands, looked at the two, and said in a slow tone, You two are parents of children, you should set an example. Look at you two, your children are watching the show and cheering on the side, is this appropriate? Hearing this, Arthur and Lucius looked at their children, saw the remaining excitement on their faces, looked at each other again, and snorted at each other. Lucius felt that he might be a little embarrassed, pulled Draco next to him and snorted, and walked out. But... humph! Damn half-blood! With his sensitive hearing, Lockhart heard Lucius's curse in secret. He half closed his eyes and looked at Lucius, who was leaving, wondering what he was thinking. I'm sorry, Professor Lockhart, I'm very sorry to interrupt your new book launch. Hearing Arthur's apology, Lockhart quickly came to his senses and replied with a smile, It's okay, Mr. Weasley. As a professor of children, I feel that this is not a good influence on children. That's why I reached out to stop it. I also apologize for the pain I may have caused you just now. Keep these. Lockhart waved his wand and the scattered books on the ground floated up instantly, then stacked into two piles and flew to Arthur. Looking at some worn-out books, especially the old books he had published before, Lockhart raised his eyebrows slightly. Then he noticed Arthur's somewhat embarrassed look, smiled, and looked at Arthur, who opened his mouth to explain. Lockhart said directly, Mr. Weasley, your family can come to my new book launch today, which means recognition of me. I may have caused you some pain just now, to express my apology. As he said, he reached out and took out the 7 books he wrote from the space bag. Please accept these books. Haha, then I'm not polite. Thank you, Professor Lockhart. It just so happens that my little daughter Ginny likes your books very much. This is definitely a very valuable gift. When Arthur saw the floating books in front of him, his eyes lit up. He said a few polite words, and quickly put them away. Seeing this, Lockhart nodded politely, then turned and walked towards Flourish and Blots. Perhaps no one noticed. A black notebook quietly disappeared among the old books scattered on the ground. At night, at Lockhart's home. Lockhart sat in a chair, his eyes fixed on the black notebook on the desk. Or Voldemort Horcrux. Lockhart had already made a plan for the handling of the Horcruxes. Lockhart had no intention of touching this top-level dark magic item. This was made by a Dark Lord who could rival Dumbledore. Who knows if there is a hidden trick in it? After his strength improves, he will study it again. As long as it is sealed now, the next year will be very peaceful, and he can also teach and study well in Hogwarts. He will not look for trouble. Nipping danger in the bud is his principle. As for today's new book launch, it was held very smoothly. My plan was also very successful. Except Lucius, the word half-blood wizard, made Lockhart feel unhappy. He hated this backward, narrow-minded, and class-fixed wizard world. The conflicts between pure-blood, half-blood, and muggle wizards made him very irritated. He just wanted to study magic and acquire magical knowledge in peace. Lucius's curse today. It made Lockhart, who had been doing well recently, wake up completely. In such a world, he wanted to do research in peace. It's very difficult. It's very difficult. Studying magic requires knowledge, gold galleons, magic potions, magic materials, etc. In such a world of discrimination, there are obstacles everywhere. These pure-blood families monopolize materials and knowledge, leaving no way for a pure magic researcher like him to advance. But it doesn't matter. Everything will change. Yes, everything will change. His ideal world is a pure magic world, a world where everyone learns magic and pursues the truth. And all this will start from the first meeting with Dumbledore 2 days later. He has made a lot of preparations for this day, including Dumbledore's test. Lockhart touched the dark blue necklace on his neck, his eyes dim. Chapter 22 Dumbledore's Question. Professor McGonagall, long time no see. Lockhart had just come out of the magic fireplace surrounded by green flames, and saw Professor McGonagall sitting on the desk opposite him, and immediately greeted him. Professor McGonagall raised her head and looked at Lockhart, who had smooth blonde hair and wore a dark green robe, and looked at him with the eyes of a student. "Lockhart, you look a little embarrassed." Professor McGonagall stared at Lockhart with a serious look, "But the clothes are quite exquisite," Professor McGonagall added. After hearing this, Lockhart smiled awkwardly. He decided not to go to school again. No more magic fireplaces. It seems that learning the portal magic of Camartage must be put on the agenda. Immediately, with a slight wave of his right hand, the ring flashed, and a simple rune appeared in front of him, emitting a faint light. Rune clean. With a faint light, Lockhart looked brand new, and the dust on his body was removed by magic. Professor McGonagall looked at the rune that just appeared with great interest. Although she was a little surprised, she didn't say much. "The principal is waiting for you in the office. You know the location. The password is crock cake." "Okay, Professor." Lockhart responded politely, left Professor McGonagall's office, and walked towards the principal's office. Looking at the very familiar Hogwarts corridors and stairs in his memory, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This time, he came to Hogwarts to find Dumbledore, which was considered a job report before class. Before, he shared his class ideas with Dumbledore through owl envelopes. Except for Dumbledore, whom I met last time. Today is the first time we meet. As usual, we will talk about the specific details of the class. However, in Lockhart's eyes, the word probe is the most appropriate here. Soon, Lockhart walked to the 8th floor and stood in front of the gargoyle. He sorted out his clothes and cast a self-created spell on himself, Lockhart's Shine. With a smile on his face, showing his white teeth, he puffed out his chest and said confidently to the stone, "Chopstick cake." Boom! The stone beast moved to the side, and the wall behind it cracked, revealing a staircase moving upwards. "Lockhart!" Dumbledore's voice came from the depths of the stairs. Lockhart quickly replied, "Yes, Headmaster, it's me." Then he strode up the stairs and walked towards the headmaster's office. Walked to the top of the stairs and entered a spacious and beautiful circular space. Looking at the portraits of the past Hogwarts principals hanging on the walls around him, Lockhart waved politely. Entering the principal's office, he saw a huge long table with thin legs not far away, and Dumbledore, with silver hair and half-moon lenses, sitting behind it. "Principal, good morning." Lockhart stepped forward and greeted politely. "Wait a moment, you can eat some tong pancake, and we'll talk after you finish reading this page." "Okay, Principal, you go ahead, no rush." Looking at Principal Dumbledore, who was reading a book with his head down, Lockhart responded and looked around the room. In the whole room, in addition to the portraits of the past Hogwarts principals hanging everywhere, what attracted Lockhart's attention the most was a bookcase in the back. Nicholas Flamel on Alchemy. 36 Ways to Use the Patronus Charm. Advanced Dark Magic Knowledge. Lockhart's eyes lit up just by looking at the titles of the books in the bookcase. He wanted to open Dumbledore's bookcase immediately, borrow a few books, and read them. Unfortunately, Lockhart quickly retracted his gaze and looked at the silverware and potions of various colors beside him. Soon, Lockhart stared at a bracket next to the window. The phoenix with golden feathers, holding the bracket tightly with its claws, turned its head and stared at Lockhart with some curiosity. Looking at each other, Lockhart showed the most friendly smile in his life, his eyes lit up, and his heart was even warmer. This is a phoenix, which can survive for thousands of years through nirvana. Tears alone can cure most diseases in the world, and are the core material of many precious potions. Even if it was just one feather, it would cost dozens of gold galleons. Seeing the phoenix not far away, Lockhart subconsciously wanted to get closer to it. Ahem. Dumbledore coughed lightly and looked at Lockhart with shining eyes, as if reminding him of something. Lockhart immediately came back to his senses and straightened his expression, as if he had not had any evil thoughts just now. Then, watching Dumbledore close the cover of the book, his expression froze, and then he said with a smile on his face, "Principal Dumbledore, I didn't expect you to like my book too." The cover of the book was engraved with conspicuous words "Days with the Snow Monster" by Gilderoy Lockhart. The book is well written and interesting. Dumbledore smiled, without any concealment, and then took the book away, revealing a character profile. After seeing this, Lockhart's pupils shrank, and he did not lower his head, but instead held his chest high, with a brighter smile on his face, as if he was covering up something. Needham Mac, male, 45 years old, lives in the Himalayas, and lives with snow monsters all year round. Damn it, this is not Dumbledore's test, then hell. Needham Mac is the material provider of the book Days with Snow Monsters. The original body stole his memory to write this book. A book plus a list put together, even a fool knows that Dumbledore must be suspicious. I just don't know how much Dumbledore knows. Principal, what do you want to know about snow monsters? The living characters in the book are right in front of you. Lohar haha, speaking of snow monsters, I really want to know more about it. Dumbledore laughed, raised the book at hand and asked, I thought the best way to deal with snow monsters is the flame curse, but I didn't expect that the book is completely different from what I thought. Principal, in this regard, snow monsters are indeed different from what most wizards think. This is because snow monsters have lived in ice and snow for a long time and have extremely strong magical defense capabilities. Ordinary spells can't hurt them at all. At the same time, in the ice and snow, the power of the flame curse will be reduced, which is not the best choice. To deal with snow monsters, I personally recommend using the trip curse. Although it is a small evil curse, because the snow monster moves slowly and has short legs, it is easy to fall because of the trip curse. Whether it is escaping, capturing, or even killing, it is the only choice. It seems that you are really experienced in this area. Dumbledore smiled after hearing it. It seems that choosing you for the defense against the dark arts course is indeed right. Hearing this, Lockhart smiled and didn't say much. Since he knew that this teaching job was risky, and he was not stupid, he must digest the knowledge in his memory. The stolen memories are still memories, and knowledge can't be fake. Speaking of which, stealing memories seems to be a shortcut to learning knowledge. The thought flashed through his mind, and Lockhart kept it deep in his heart. Chapter 23 Lockhart is crazy about adding private goods. Ahem. Dumbledore coughed lightly, and Lockhart reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the phoenix again. Lockhart, let's talk about your ideas for teaching young wizards. Although he was interrupted by Dumbledore, Lockhart couldn't help but take another look, and then said seriously, Principal, do you know what the most important part of taking an adventure is? Without waiting for Dumbledore to answer, Lockhart continued, that is to collect enough information, because risks may be triggered at any time, and enough information can allow us to calmly deal with unknown dangers. I have collected information about the defense against the dark arts professors in recent years, but I found. Lockhart paused, reorganized his language, and wanted to express his meaning euphemistically. Maybe because of the curse, the foundation of the young wizards is too weak and needs to be strengthened. So, my idea is that it is best to increase the hours of defense against the dark arts in the early stage so that they can master as much knowledge as possible. Dumbledore nodded and gave Lockhart a look to continue. In order to enable the young wizards to quickly digest the knowledge in class, Lockhart said, I suggest that practical courses can be added, and their combat experience can also be improved. This can be considered, but you must pay attention to the safety of the young wizards. Dumbledore instructed. Okay, I will definitely pay attention to this. Lockhart responded and continued to tell his thoughts. I think that the fifth-year wizards are facing the O.W.Ls exams, and their pressure is the heaviest, so they must be repeatedly asked to review the knowledge. My idea is to let them do a lot of tests and papers, and strengthen the knowledge for the exams. Well, this suggestion can be tried. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows, seeming to think that this suggestion is very good. The 6th and 7th graders are less stressed and are about to graduate, so we can relax them and let them find employment opportunities outside. Dumbledore nodded, and Lockhart continued. The 1st and 2nd grade wizards may have just come into contact with magic. If they are exposed to too much serious knowledge, they will easily become disgusted with learning magic, so I suggest that more practical courses can be added to increase their interest in magic. Lockhart subconsciously raised his voice, as if he was a little excited. So, you choose to use your 7 books as textbooks? Dumbledore asked. Lockhart smiled awkwardly and said seriously, "Of course, this is what I meant at the beginning. We should learn magic based on interest, not purely based on learning. The books I wrote are very interesting and informative." The more he talked, the more confident he became, as if it was exactly what he had thought before. As a textbook, it is perfect. Dumbledore nodded, seeming to agree with the point of view expressed by Lockhart. Lockhart was a little excited when he saw this, and continued, "Little wizards in the 1st and 2nd grades can pursue the fun of magic. But wizards in the 3rd and 4th grades are different. They have been exposed to a lot of magic. At this time, we can emphasize knowledge, and practical courses can be reduced. We must provide them with more magic knowledge. We must let them indulge in the ocean of knowledge and cannot extricate themselves." Hearing this, Dumbledore nodded. As a professor, he agreed with this very much. It is definitely good for students to learn more knowledge. Dumbledore's look of approval immediately excited Lockhart, and he began to talk incessantly. "I have another suggestion. We must focus on training those excellent little wizards. The efficiency of ordinary wizards and excellent little wizards in absorbing knowledge is very different. It can be said that there is a world of difference. As for the wizards I know a little wizard who has mastered the refining of Polyjuice Potion in her 1st grade, which is a high-level potion that even many adult wizards cannot master. So, I think we should focus on cultivating those little wizards with better talents. We can convene the Lockhart Club on this point." At this point, Lockhart's tone became more and more excited, and he began to add his own private goods frantically. "I think that those excellent little wizards who have digested the knowledge in class can learn new knowledge. I can teach them some of my own adventures, some spells I have mastered, and my research ideas on magic. At the same time, we can work together around a magic project, such as studying an unknown rune or an unknown magic metal, to cultivate everyone's research awareness and research ability. Regarding some magic projects, our professors publish their own papers and add the names of the little wizards, so that they can get a wonderful resume. Also, it would be best if the professors of potions and charms could join in, so that the young wizards could experience the abilities of top wizards. It would be best if you could join, Principal Dumbledore, so that they could see what the world's top wizards are like." Facing Lockhart's crazy addition of private goods, Dumbledore's face froze slightly. The more he listened, the more he felt that this Professor Lockhart did not seem to be cultivating excellent students, but seemed to be letting these excellent young wizards be part-time workers, and seemed to include them, the professors. Cough. Cough. Dumbledore coughed several times, interrupting the endless Lockhart. Faced with Dumbledore's interruption, Lockhart stopped talking with some regret, as he still had many ideas that he had not said. Some novel magic projects urgently need excellent wizards to participate. But he still asked shamelessly, "Professor Dumbledore, do you think my proposal just now is particularly good? I think the effect will be better if it is implemented. If you can join in, I believe the young wizards of Hogwarts will be very excited." Facing the shameless Lockhart, Dumbledore hesitated, but was a little embarrassed to refuse directly, and said, "There is no rush for this. You can try to hold a club first, if those young wizards and professors are willing to participate." Hearing this, Lockhart immediately showed a bright smile. He seemed to see a large number of young wizards and Hogwarts professors studying runes, magic materials in the Marvel world, magic of camouflage, etc. with him. As for whether this knowledge will be leaked, he is not worried. He is not stupid. What he can take out for research must be within the scope of the basics, and he will definitely not take out the advanced ones. Even if he takes it out, they can't understand it without the foundation. For the act of leaking this knowledge, he will not stop it. He will even promote the spread of these new magical knowledge in the wizarding world. A brand new magic system is bound to stir up the current wizarding world with some rigid classes. And in the chaos, new opportunities will be born. Whoever can grasp the biggest opportunity can influence and even control the entire wizarding world. And who else can be such a person but me? Lockhart thought silently in his heart. Then, Dumbledore's sudden words brought Lockhart back to his senses. "Lockhart, I have a request about Harry Potter." Chapter 24 Dumbledore's Surprise. "Harry Potter, you should understand his special identity." Dumbledore's face flashed with distress, as if he was confiding in Lockhart. "I believe you are an excellent professor. So, I think you should pay more attention to Harry, he is a good seedling worth cultivating." Hearing this, Lockhart nodded heavily, as if he agreed with Dumbledore's point of view. Indeed, Harry's family has made great contributions to the entire wizarding world. Then, Dumbledore seemed to suddenly think of something and asked, "I remember you met Harry Potter a few days ago. What do you think of him?" Although he was a little restrained, I could feel his bravery. Lockhart praised loudly and unceremoniously, "Harry's magic level is far beyond that of ordinary little wizards. As expected of the offspring of Lily and Potter, he has perfectly inherited Potter's bloodline and Lily's intelligence." Well, Lockhart can barely be considered a classmate of Snape and James Potter. It's just that the two sides are 2 grades apart. When James Potter had already made a name for himself in Hogwarts, Lockhart was just a little wizard. As a student of Ravenclaw, he was unwilling to have much contact with the little lion of Gryffindor and the little snake of Slytherin. Or, the original body was a little jealous of the famous Potter, jealous of his fame in the whole Hogwarts. Such relationship between the two sides can only be said to be average. And this did not prevent him from using this to praise Harry Potter. "In that case, you must pay attention to Harry's safety." Dumbledore mentioned casually, "I heard that you gave Harry Potter 7 of your books and a magic amulet before. What is the function of this amulet?" Dumbledore's tone revealed a hint of curiosity. "Can it resist fatal danger like the shield charm?" Faced with Dumbledore's question, Lockhart was not surprised. He had previously performed wandless spells at Flourish and Blots and given Harry Potter a magic amulet to pave the way for this moment. But it's a pity it seems that Dumbledore is not interested in his wandless spells. Thinking about it, Lockhart directly rejected it and said, "No, Headmaster, this magic amulet only serves as a warning. I felt a trace of black magic on Harry before, so I gave him the magic amulet I made, which can dissipate this trace of black magic. At the same time, if he encounters danger in the future, it can warn him and let him stay away in time." Hearing Lockhart's introduction, Dumbledore nodded slowly. He had heard that Lockhart had given Harry Potter a magic item, and he was worried that there might be something wrong. After all, the changes in some old friends made him suspicious of Lockhart. So he secretly experimented and found that the effect was indeed as Lockhart said. However, what surprised him was, "Really? It seems that you have grown a lot in these years and have learned to make magic items independently. Can you give me one of your works?" Dumbledore's face just revealed a hint of curiosity. In his opinion, the function of the amulet is nothing special. Dumbledore himself can also make magic items with similar functions, but the runes engraved on the amulet aroused his curiosity. This rune is completely different from the ancient runes he studied, but he didn't have enough materials at the moment, and he couldn't find out what the problem was. But with his intuition trained by many years of studying prophecy and divination, it can be felt that it is unusual, very unusual. Lockhart smiled brightly when he heard Dumbledore's request. Very good, very good. If Dumbledore hadn't brought it up, he would have had to think of other ways to let him see the runes. How can we promote a brand new magic system without Dumbledore, the greatest white devil in our world? As his thoughts turned, Lockhart's face showed a trace of joy, as if it was due to Dumbledore's recognition. It is Lockhart's honor that the headmaster can collect my work. As he spoke, Lockhart waved his wand lightly, and a piece of brown paulownia wood appeared in front of the two. Then, a stream of dark blue magic surged from Lockhart's body, along his limbs, like the wand in his hand. A dark blue light burst out from the tip of the wand, and as Lockhart continued to wave his wand, in front of the two slightly complex runes emitting dark blue light appeared. Rune purification. Rune exorcism. Under Lockhart's control, the two dark blue runes slowly merged into the brown paulownia wood in front of him. Soon, a magic amulet was formed. As Lockhart waved his wand, the amulet floated in front of Dumbledore. Looking at the amulet in front of him, Dumbledore's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. Put the runes aside for now, and continue to study them later. He just now actually felt a hint of danger from Lockhart's magic. This was beyond his expectations. Since Voldemort's death, he hasn't felt the breath of danger for a long time. And today, he actually felt it from a junior before, which made him a little surprised. The doubts in his heart before were reduced a lot. Having the power that can make him feel danger, even if it is very weak, it should not be possible to steal and cleanse the memory of others. It's not worth it. With such power, ordinary snow monsters can be easily dealt with. What's the point of spending so much effort? It's thankless. This is completely illogical. He has studied it. If he is not a master of memory spells, it is difficult to produce such a clean and neat effect. Even he could only be sure that Needham had been cleansed of his memory, and it would be difficult to find out the rest. At this moment, Lockhart had no idea what Dumbledore was thinking. He just hoped that the runes in front of him could tempt Dumbledore and make him devote himself to the study of runes. Otherwise, he would not have directly displayed the runes in front of him and revealed the whole process of making the magic amulet. The reason for doing so was, on the one hand, to use Dumbledore's power to accelerate the mastery of runes. On the other hand, some of the subsequent plans could also be carried out with the momentum. Of course, if he knew that Dumbledore's suspicion was reduced only because of the transformed magic power in his body, he would probably be overjoyed. His current magic power is the product of the fusion and transformation of prototype of the power of Thunder God and his original magic power. Ordinary spells can be amplified by 80%, while Thunder spells can be amplified by at least twice. And the magic he cast the spell has a kind of corrosiveness and sensitivity that ordinary wizards do not have. If a wizard is injured by his spell and cannot remove his magic in time, he may spend the rest of his life in extreme pain. Of course, as the power of Asgard Thor, although it is in its embryonic form, it still retains the strengthening effect on the body. Although his current physical strength is much worse than that of Camartage melee wizards, it is much stronger than ordinary shield agents. Lockhart, what kind of ancient runes do these two runes belong to? Why don't I have any impression? Hearing a hint of curiosity in Dumbledore's tone, Lockhart showed a hint of joy between his eyebrows. Fish. Finally took the bait. Chapter 25, Hogwarts Express. Hogwarts, the headmaster's office. Dumbledore watched Lockhart walk out of the headmaster's office, waved his wand lightly, and closed the door of the headmaster's office. What do you think? Dumbledore asked the portraits of the headmasters next to him. He doesn't look like a dark wizard. The portrait of Principal Delise Devant next to him jumped out first and said, a typical Ravenclaw wizard, extremely intelligent, with a strong desire for research. He is a qualified professor. Humph. The portrait of Principal Black snorted coldly, "Of course you can say he is good, he is from your Ravenclaw College. I feel that he is more suitable for Slytherin College. Look, he was thinking about pulling Dumbledore into his club just now." "Okay, stop talking." The portrait of the previous headmaster Armando Dippet interrupted, "Listen to what Albus said first." Looking at the gaze of Principal Dippet, Dumbledore said thoughtfully, "At present, there is no problem. He is a genius and a good seedling. The runes he talked about just now really opened my eyes. At least one thing is certain, he is different from Quirrell and has nothing to do with Voldemort." At the end, Dumbledore's words were also mixed with a smile. "Anyway, Voldemort is the most difficult one, and the changes of his old friend can be investigated slowly later. However, there is another point that makes him feel a little surprised. He was going to explore Lockhart's thoughts by capturing his mind. Just when he was about to cast the spell, he found that his mental power seemed to have encountered an obstacle. This obstacle is very weak, and he can break through it with a little effort, so as to know Lockhart's thoughts. But this will definitely arouse the other party's vigilance. After all, it is not a very polite thing to cast a mind capture on a wizard. Especially if it is discovered, it will only arouse the hostility of the other party. So, Dumbledore chose to give up, and at the same time he felt a little emotional. With such a clever method, it seems that Lockhart has indeed had a lot of adventures in recent years. Well, Lockhart's performance before has reduced Dumbledore's suspicion a lot. "I think there are some things to deal with, you can talk about it first." After thinking for a while, Dumbledore said. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand, and the phoenix by the window flew up and landed on his arm. Bang! Then, a golden flame appeared with a bang, and disappeared with Dumbledore's figure. "Hogsmeade, Lockhart's home. Clean it up." Lockhart walked out of the magic fireplace at home and cast a cleaning spell on himself again. Watching the original dust disappear, Lockhart secretly decided that he must study Camartage's teleportation magic. Although it is not as suitable for fighting as apparition, it is definitely the best choice for traveling. Even if he can never learn it again. A magic item with a constant cleaning spell must be formulated. If you are not careful when teleporting through the magic fireplace, you will be covered with ash. For Lockhart, who is a little clean and pays attention to his appearance, this is unacceptable. He said if you can do without the magic fireplace, then you must not use it. Then, he returned to his study. Touching the necklace hanging around his neck, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The preparations made in advance really worked. Since we know in advance that Dumbledore is good at capturing divine thoughts, we must of course find a way to guard against it. The function of this necklace is very simple, which is to warn. As long as it senses that someone is forcibly using the ability to capture divine thoughts or mental aspects, the necklace will emit light for everyone to see. Although it does not have a strong defensive effect, it is very effective against people like Dumbledore. A gentleman can deceive others with his own methods. If a person like Dumbledore is not discovered, it is fine. Once there is a possibility of discovery, he will take into account the thoughts of others and choose to stop the action. The reality is the same. He only felt the necklace slightly touched, and there was no reaction. If Voldemort... Humph, you actually have a magic item that can resist the capture of divine thoughts. Crucia. Lockhart's mind suddenly scene of noseless Voldemort casting the Cruciatus curse without listening to his subordinate's explanation appeared, and a smile suddenly floated on his face. However, there was one thing that disappointed Lockhart. He saw Dumbledore asking him about runes before, and he was very happy. He introduced runes eloquently. Result. He became more and more excited as he introduced, but Dumbledore didn't seem to feel much, just nodded or praised from time to time. Somewhat perfunctory. Shouldn't everyone like such a good thing? Lockhart thought so. No, Dumbledore must join in the great cause of studying runes. Otherwise, without the endorsement of the White Lord Dumbledore, he alone would be besieged by the group of pure-blood families before he even started. Although Lockhart looked down on those pure-blood families, their strength and influence could not be denied. They would watch helplessly as a brand new magic system affected their status and rights. What nonsense! Lockhart thought about it from another perspective. Who dared to disturb his magic research and ruin his plan? He had to kill him in person with his wand. Even if he couldn't beat him directly, wasn't there an indirect way? The nuclear bombs in the Muggle world were not just there. Even if the nuclear bombs didn't work, he could still get machine guns, rocket launchers, and high explosives. Of course, Lockhart also thought about it. He was not as arrogant as Grindelwald. If he really did such a thing in front of the magic world, he would probably be like Grindelwald, facing the encirclement and suppression of the entire wizarding world, and even Dumbledore would have to take action. What's more, the magic world also has prophecies and divination, which are unscientific but very magical things. No, when he thought of this, Lockhart felt a sense of urgency. He had to get close to Trelawney, the professor of divination at Hogwarts, later. Platform 9 3/4. Lockhart was wearing a common wizard robe, holding a suitcase in his left hand and holding his wand in his right hand, standing in the waiting area next to him, waiting quietly. Although he could take the magic fireplace directly to Hogwarts, Lockhart clearly said to the magic fireplace, "No." Well, actually Lockhart was interested in the Hogwarts Express. On the one hand, because in his previous life, the Hogwarts Express was one of the most classic scenes for many Harry Potter fans. He experienced it himself, which was considered to be a dream of his previous life. On the other hand, he wanted to explore the operating principle of the magic train. Because as far as the information he had, the magic and technology in the Harry Potter world were conflicting. In short, there is magic, no technology; there is technology, no magic. Therefore, Hogwarts and many wizard families do not have Muggle technology equipment. I heard that the trains at Hogwarts were transformed through magic, and he wanted to learn from the experience. After returning to the Marvel world, he might be able to shine. So, Lockhart came to the waiting platform early to wait for the train. It wasn't long before the waiting platform was filled with a large number of Hogwarts students. The little wizards in the first and second grades may be too young, and their parents are accompanying them. But most of the students in the fourth and fifth grades are waiting alone with their luggage, and their parents have left. At this moment, Lockhart had already cast a spell on himself to reduce his presence. These little wizards are too annoying. Especially the little wizards who keep chirping, they are not cute at all. Don't you know he likes quietness? Waited for a while again. Bang! Bang! Clang! The sound of the train arriving at the station came to his ears. Lockhart looked at the slightly worn-out Hogwarts Express, which was mainly black with red, and his mouth curled up slightly. Looking at a large number of young wizards pouring in, he stood there quietly, with a complex look in his eyes. This is the atmosphere of school. What a familiar feeling! In his previous life, when the university had just started, a large number of students dragging a lot of luggage could be seen at the school gate, pouring in like water. Unfortunately, in the 2 years before his death, for safety reasons, the school issued a policy to limit the flow of people, so it was rarely seen. Today, I saw it again. Although it was in another world, I still felt a sense of intimacy from the bottom of my heart. This may be a role model for teachers. Although now he is teaching the Defense Against the Dark Arts course. Lockhart watched quietly. He saw the restraint of the first-year wizards and the excitement of the second-year wizards. At the same time, he also observed the reluctance and nostalgia of the senior students for their holiday life. This scene seems familiar, and I miss it. My heart is calm, neither sad nor happy. Chapter 26: Lockhart's Educational Philosophy. Professor Lockhart, are you also riding the Hogwarts Express? Why don't you go in now? Can you give me an autograph? After reading your book, I have a lot of thoughts in my mind. I am so confused. Can I ask you something? About the ghouls, Professor, can you tell me why? Lockhart, who was watching a large number of little wizards pouring into the Hogwarts Express, suddenly felt a chirping sound in his ears. It directly interrupted his memories of his previous life. Lockhart frowned slightly, lowered his head, and looked at the little witch with thick and messy brown hair who pulled his sleeves. Although he was unhappy in his heart, he still said calmly, "This little witch, be quiet. Tell me slowly, don't rush." "Okay, Professor. I am so lucky to meet you before class. By the way, after reading your latest book, I want to ask." Hearing Lockhart's calm tone, Hermione immediately slowed down her speech, but a lot of questions still popped out of her mouth. Lockhart had a headache after hearing this. He just wanted to be quiet for a while. This little witch was too active. Looking at the little witch with a face full of begging for answers, Lockhart sighed softly. Then, silent. Waving the wand lightly, under Hermione's surprised eyes, a silent spell instantly made Hermione unable to make any sound. Suddenly, Lockhart felt a sense of silence in his ears. This feeling is simply too good. Don't worry, I will remove the spell for you later, and I can also answer your questions. But take your time, don't rush, answer one question, and then ask the next one. Lockhart lowered his head, looked at the anxious little witch, and said slowly. Looking at the little witch nodding frantically, Lockhart nodded with satisfaction, took the wand, waved it lightly, and cast a rhythm. Professor, Before asking questions, can you tell me your name first? Looking at the little witch who had just cast the spell and was about to ask questions, Lockhart said hurriedly. Hermione was stunned for a moment, and then immediately replied, Professor, my name is Hermione Granger, a second-year student at Hogwarts, from Gryffindor College. Last year I was for our college. Listening to Hermione begin to introduce herself in a torrent of words, Lockhart was a little desperate. So he raised his wand lightly and pretended to cast another silent spell. Hermione stopped talking immediately. Then, as if she knew that her behavior was not pleasing, she asked Lockhart timidly, Professor, did I do something wrong just now? Lockhart smiled with relief. You still know that you have done something wrong. However, his previous life as a university teacher still made him speak gently. Miss Granger, asking questions is a good behavior. But don't rush. Take your time. I am a professor and you are a student. If you have any questions, as long as I understand them, I will definitely answer them. So, think carefully first. What are your 3 biggest doubts? Hearing Lockhart's gentle tone, Hermione nodded, and then a thoughtful light flashed in her eyes. Lockhart nodded slightly when he saw this. Sure enough, educating a child with many problems. The best way is not to tell him the answer to every question directly, but to guide him, let him choose valuable questions by himself, and even think about the questions and answers. The key is to cultivate his ability to think deeply. Of course, it can also make him feel at ease. Otherwise, there are too many questions, and he can't stand it. He is not a machine to answer questions. As for this little witch, it is Hermione, one of the 3 little ones of Gryffindor. Although Lockhart was a little surprised, he didn't care much. Harry Potter and Dumbledore have met each other, so what's wrong with Hermione? She's still his student. In his previous life, he also taught some celebrities who were still in school. They still asked him questions and gave him homework, and he didn't think it was a big deal. Just kidding, he is in the academic circle, not the entertainment circle. Is it meaningful to think about these things? Except for the good project research that interests him the most, everything else is just a passing cloud. Soon, as a large number of young wizards entered the Hogwarts Express, the flow of people in front of him dropped rapidly. Lockhart glanced at Hermione, who was still thinking, patted her shoulder lightly, and said gently, "Miss Granger, you can get on the train now. You can continue to think and list the 3 questions you think are most valuable. I will give you detailed answers later." After hearing this, Hermione was stunned for a moment and nodded heavily. Then she looked at Lockhart, watched Lockhart walk into the train, and followed him. Soon, Hermione followed Lockhart into the Hogwarts professor's compartment. After entering the compartment, Lockhart looked at Hermione, who was following closely behind him with some helplessness, pointed to the seat opposite, and asked her to sit down. Then, he waved his wand lightly, and soon, a cup of tea and a cup of honey juice were placed on the table in front of the two. Lockhart picked up the tea he had prepared before, took a sip, and said to Hermione opposite, "Miss Granger, drink a cup of honey juice first. You asked so many questions in one breath just now. Questions, you must be thirsty." Hearing the faint smile in Lockhart's tone, Hermione picked up the honey in front of her with some restraint and drank a big mouthful to relieve her inner tension. After seeing Hermione drink it, before she asked a question, Lockhart wanted to take the right to speak directly and said, "Do you know why I asked you to choose the 3 most valuable questions? I always think that the number 3 is very wonderful. It is neither too many nor too few, just right. Too many questions, in order to answer all questions, we can only reduce the quality of answers, which will only reduce our gains in the end. Too few questions, even if you answer them seriously, it is difficult to get the biggest gain. 3 questions are just right, neither too many nor too few, which can make every wizard think seriously and give the highest quality answers. So, the correct way to ask questions should be to ask a small number of high-quality questions. Ask too many questions in one breath, no matter which professor, you can't give you a high-quality answer. Do you understand what I mean, Miss Granger?" Hermione was stunned for a moment, as if she was somewhat shocked by the concept shared by Professor Lockhart just now. She had never thought so much and so deeply. She just thought that the more questions she asked, the better. The more knowledge she knew, the more secure she felt. So, she always thought about asking more questions and learning more knowledge. Seeing Hermione Granger's face showing a thoughtful look, instead of a face full of grievance, Lockhart nodded slightly. This little witch was indeed very smart and understood it at once. Like those students in his previous life, hearing what he said just now, they would only feel very aggrieved, as if he was just scolding and it was useless at all. Listen to his words carefully. Only those good students who really put their minds to it and listen to his words will think seriously and put them into practice. If such a student was in his previous life, he would be his research assistant. You know, he was also famous in the academic circle in his previous life, and many graduate students were willing to be his assistants. What he said to Hermione before was his educational philosophy when he was teaching at the university in his previous life. Control input. Everything should be restrained, stay rational, and don't be greedy. As the saying goes, greedy, never chew it. Chapter 27 The Source of Magic. Cultivate Hermione. Thank you, Professor Lockhart, for your explanation, which is very detailed. I will definitely remember what you said just now. Hermione put away the notebook she had just made notes in and put it in her small bag, and said to Lockhart with excitement and gratitude. Lockhart had just answered Hermione's 3 questions and felt a little dry in the mouth. He drank a sip of tea in the cup. Hearing the gratitude in Hermione's tone, a smile appeared on his face and said, "Okay, that's all the questions. You go back first. Learning is important, but it also requires a combination of work and rest." Lockhart gestured with his hand, and Hermione left the professor's box reluctantly. Well, she originally planned to stay in there as long as the professor didn't speak. See if she can please the relationship and ask some more questions. Before they met, Gilderoy Lockhart was her idol. She had already become a fan through the 6 books he wrote. After meeting, a simple conversation made her a fan even more. Professor Lockhart answered the questions she had just raised in great detail, and his language was vivid, and he cited several interesting cases. She understood and memorized them very easily. The knowledge points in the book. Such learning efficiency and learning effect. It is exactly the same as the Golden Professor in her mind, even better. It is not a little better than Professor Snape, even Professor McGonagall is not as good as Professor Lockhart just now. Hermione Granger thought silently in her heart. Then she left the professor's box with some regret and walked towards the Gryffindor box. Lockhart looked at Hermione's leaving figure, half closed his eyes, as if thinking about something. Through the exchange just now, it can be seen that Hermione is indeed a good seedling. He dare not completely believe in any drama. Feelings are the basic qualities of a researcher. Only by verifying it with his own hands can he make a judgment. However, she is a little young, so we can only say that she has the potential to be cultivated. After all, there have been cases where she was good at a young age but not at an advanced age. If she can really listen to what he said and put it into practice, it is not a bad idea for Lockhart to accept her as his disciple. The disciple he mentioned is not the worker he talked about with Dumbledore before, but a fellow who can teach camouflage magic, runes, and even bring him to the Marvel world to pursue the truth together. Magic research cannot be accomplished by one person alone. Only by gathering the power of the masses and conducting large-scale, systematic, and in-depth research can we achieve world-renowned results. It has been like this since ancient times. Just like the national treasures of his country in his previous life, nuclear bombs, atomic bombs, etc. Which one is not the power of the masses? Besides, what's more, the closer to the locomotive, the louder the sound of the train becomes. Lockhart was quite curious about how the wizard at the locomotive drove this magic train. Soon, Lockhart walked to the locomotive and looked at the bronze door opposite. Lockhart knocked 3 times. Dong! 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 Soon, the bronze door of the locomotive opened. To Lockhart's surprise, inside was House Elf. Professor Lockhart, is there anything you need from Veda? Veda is happy to serve you. Lockhart looked down at the ugly house elf Veda, who was wearing ragged clothes. Especially when he saw it bent down so hard that its head was almost touching the dusty ground. He frowned slightly because he was a bit obsessed with cleanliness. Clean and fresh. Lockhart waved his wand lightly, and the tip of the wand flickered. In an instant, the stains on Veda's body disappeared quietly. The house elf jumped up happily when he saw that he was clean. Thank you, Professor Lockhart. Thank you so much. Looking at Veda, who wanted to get close to him, Lockhart took a step back. He just had mysophobia, but he didn't plan to have an intimate hug with the house elf. He asked directly, Veda, are you driving this Hogwarts Express? Is there anyone else helping? No, Professor Lockhart, Hogwarts has always asked Veda to drive the express. Veda likes this job and is very happy. Seeing Veda dancing with joy, Lockhart said in an imperative tone, Veda, take me to see the locomotive of the Hogwarts Express. Veda tilted his head, but soon nodded vigorously and replied loudly, Okay, Professor Lockhart. Soon, following Veda, Lockhart bent down and entered the locomotive of the Hogwarts Express, or the control room. After entering, Lockhart looked at the space that was at least twice as spacious and was a little surprised. This should be the traceless extension spell, Lockhart thought silently. Immediately, he looked at the dark purple sphere in the center of the space with great interest, which was emitting a lot of magic fluctuations, and the bronze pipes connected from the sphere to all directions. Lockhart guessed that the power of the entire Hogwarts Express should be this dark purple sphere, or it would be more appropriate to say the source of magic power. It emitted a lot of magic power. And the surrounding pipes should be used to circulate magic power and provide the entire express with running power. He asked Veda next to him and got a definite answer. His guess was not wrong. Veda actually controlled the dark purple source of magic power in the middle when driving. Control the speed of the Hogwarts Express by restricting the flow of magic power. If the restrictions are completely lifted, the speed of the express will increase, and if the restrictions are strengthened, the speed will slow down. Complete restrictions mean stopping the car completely and letting the little wizard get on or off. Lockhart walked to the source of magic power, although he had the urge to study in his heart. But he still knew the limit. There were so many little wizards sitting in the train. If an accident happened because of his research, even if Dumbledore didn't say anything, the parents of those little wizards would definitely criticize him. So, he decided to observe first and then apply to Headmaster Dumbledore for research. As a professor, he should be easy to talk to, right? Lockhart thought silently. Suddenly, Wada next to him touched him lightly, making him come back to his senses. He looked out the window opposite in the direction of Wada's finger. Hey! Why is it Harry Potter? At this moment, Harry Potter felt that he was very unlucky. Originally, he was happily staying with the Weasley family, preparing to enter Platform 9 3/4 and then arrive at Hogwarts. In his imagination, everything should be very smooth just like last year. As a result, I don't know what happened, but he and Ron couldn't enter Platform 9 3/4. The Hogwarts Express was about to start, but he and Ron were trapped. What if they didn't arrive at Hogwarts on time? The result? As if they thought of something terrible, Harry and Ron hurriedly thought of a solution. Finally, the two set their sights on the magic car they drove. After a lot of trouble, the two drove the magic car and finally found the Hogwarts Express. The result? The two of them were almost hit by the train, and he almost fell off. But Harry, who had just come to his senses, suddenly found that he seemed to see a familiar figure on the locomotive. It seemed to be Professor Lockhart. Chapter 28 Magical Version of Artificial Intelligence. Lockhart looked at the floating car that was almost hit by the locomotive and Harry Potter who almost fell off the car. Immediately realized it. He remembered that there seemed to be this scene in the original plot. Harry Potter couldn't take the Hogwarts Express, so he had to rely on the Weasley family's magic car. As a result, he was almost hit by the locomotive. Fortunately, Ron reacted quickly and was not hit. Otherwise, the two of them would really have to go to St. Mungo's Hospital. But thinking back to the magic car he had just seen, Lockhart felt a little interested. The Weasley family is also a pure-blood family. Pure-blood families are basically passed down for thousands of years and generally have their own heritage. It is said that Arthur Weasley likes to study Muggle items, and now he sees this magic car. Maybe their family heritage is related to alchemy. Thinking of this, Lockhart pondered for a moment, his brain turning rapidly. He can't handle the Hogwarts Express now, but the Weasley family, isn't it easy to operate? And it just so happens that they are all fans of his books. Tisk 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 tisk, if Lockhart doesn't make good use of such an opportunity, he will be punished by God. As for Harry Potter, who was almost in danger just now, Lockhart didn't take it to heart. In short, the final result was okay, and he was not Harry Potter's nanny. Why think so much? Although Harry's fighting talent is not weak, but in Lockhart's eyes, to be honest, if it weren't for Harry's relationship with Voldemort, Hermione is more valuable than Harry. At least, Hermione has the potential to be a research assistant. Well, Harry can also participate in his research, but he is just a research subject. Thinking of this, Lockhart smiled faintly. The magic of love and the unforgivable curses, the savior born from the collision of the two. The research value is not cheap. At night, Hogwarts Great Hall. After Lockhart got off the Hogwarts Express, he went to his office and the lounge to put his luggage and some books. In the future, he will probably settle in Hogwarts. Don't ask why. If the school didn't allow it, he would have wanted to settle directly in the library. Well, by the way, can you discuss with Dumbledore about the part-time librarian position, saying that he saw that the librarian, Ms. Pants, was too hard-working and he wanted to help. If I say this, there shouldn't be any misunderstanding. Thinking, Lockhart sat in the professor's seat in the auditorium, watching a large number of young wizards pouring in. He sighed slightly. Isn't this just a freshman meeting? It's still the same old routine. Lockhart, who was a university professor in his previous life, hated the speeches given by the school leaders at the freshman meeting. Not only did they take a long time, but they also spoke official language, clichés, and big words, and their tone was very passionate. When it came to asking them to allocate more research funds, the passion disappeared. He was so stingy, which was really unkind. His great research projects had to be abandoned. When he thought of this, Lockhart felt quite regretful. Thinking, Lockhart continued to focus on the freshman meeting at Hogwarts. Looking at the luxurious auditorium, he compared it with the university auditorium in his previous life. I had to sigh that magic was still good. It was not impossible to do such a scene in the past, but the cost was too high. In Hogwarts, with a simple wave of the magic wand, it can be decorated so luxuriously. The whole auditorium was very bright, which was due to the tens of thousands of floating candles floating in the sky. There were also some magic chandeliers hanging above. In the middle of the auditorium, a large number of long tables were filled with young wizards, and the golden plates and silver goblets sparkled under the candle light. But what amazed Lockhart the most was the ceiling of the auditorium. The entire ceiling should be a magic. As long as you look up, you can see a bright and beautiful galaxy hanging in it. Lockhart was most happy about this scene of the vast starry sky. The vast universe and the tiny human beings can stimulate his curiosity. Soon, the most classic sorting scene of Hogwarts was staged under Lockhart's gaze. Professor McGonagall brought a four-cornered stool to the podium, and then took a patched and somewhat worn hat and put it on it. Seeing the sorting hat in front of him, Lockhart's desire for research suddenly rose again. It is said that the sorting hat was jointly forged by the four founders of Hogwarts with magic and infused with thoughts. It can determine the appropriate college for the little wizard according to his characteristics. In Lockhart's eyes, the ability to judge the college is secondary. The most important thing is that it is intelligent and can think for itself. Even if there are limitations, it also means that it has a certain computing power, or deduction ability. Lockhart believes that an advanced magic civilization must have its matching computing power or deduction ability. Only in this way can magic technology be continuously innovated. In Lockhart's eyes, the sorting hat is clearly the prototype of magic artificial intelligence. As a researcher, consciously using tools is the most basic quality. The greatest role of tools is to amplify the researcher's ability hundreds or thousands of times. Well, Lockhart feels that he urgently needs an artificial intelligence to prove his professional quality. It would be best if there were a batch of gold galleons. You may not think I'm pretty. But don't judge a person by appearance. If you can find a hat prettier than mine, I can eat myself. The sorting hat sang loud lithe song of the special house was played. It was a little hoarse and a little unpleasant, and such a voice made Lockhart frown slightly. However, he still stared at the sorting hat with great appreciation. After the song, it was time for the sorting ceremony. Next, whoever's name I call will wear the sorting hat, sit on the stool, and wait for the sorting. Jody Phillip. As Professor McGonagall's somewhat stern voice sounded, a large number of young wizards found their own colleges. After watching for a while, Lockhart looked around a little bored, looking at the professors sitting around him. Well, Principal Dumbledore has not appeared yet. Phileas Flitwick, the Professor of Charms, was a little short, just like in his memory, but his body exuded a strong magical aura. When he was young, he was worthy of being a dual champion. Sybil Trelawney, the Professor of Divination, had a little fluffy hair and wore a dark green witch robe. There should be a bone hanging in the middle of her neck, which might be used for divination. She looks a bit mysterious, worthy of being a fortune teller. By the way, how high the recognition is to draw her prediction talent. But, looking at Snape, who was 3 seats away, Lockhart sighed softly, his face full of gloom, harshness, and a cold and mean atmosphere. It was just short of writing 4 big words on his face: strange people keep away. Snape was a master of potions, and he was also planning to build a good relationship, obtain potions from him, and even learn how to make potions. Looking at this posture, it might be a difficult task. Chapter 29 Dumbledore's Request. Next, welcome our new Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, who will teach everyone the course of defense against the dark arts. Lockhart was a little bored just now, but when he heard Principal Dumbledore introduce himself, he immediately perked up. He quickly stood up and bowed elegantly to the many young wizards. Snap! Pa! Pa! Then, amidst a round of applause, Lockhart smiled brightly at the young wizards. Perhaps because Lockhart was already famous, or because they saw Lockhart's handsome face. The young wizards applauded fiercely. After standing for a while, Lockhart sat back in his seat, and the applause began to slowly fade. Watching Dumbledore continue the meeting with a smile, Lockhart became bored again. He started looking for opportunities to chat with Professor Sprout next to him and talk about magical plants with her. Lockhart, I have to say that you brought back all the herbal knowledge you learned in school. Professor, I actually remember some herbal knowledge. Which ones? Lockhart. Well, I remember mandrake, gillyweed. Lockhart said hesitantly, looking a little embarrassed. God has mercy on me. Even the original body stole the experience of adventure through memory spells, and he hasn't practiced combat spells for a long time. Not to mention these herbal knowledge. He himself has only been studying runes, combat spells and the like recently, and has never thought of magical plants. Result. It didn't take long to talk, and it was exposed. But as he reacted, he immediately started to change the subject. Professor, I once saw a magical plant called golden clover. It can be used to restore magic power, and it is also a symbol of good luck. I don't know if you have seen it before. Hearing Lockhart's question, Professor Sprout recalled carefully and asked in confusion, is there really such a plant? Why haven't I heard of golden clover? Well, of course you haven't heard of it. This is a magical plant in the Marvel world. You must have heard of it. Of course, I've seen it myself. I'll contact my friend and I'll send you a copy later. You can study it. Lockhart's reply immediately made Professor Sprout very interested. She had to study the unknown magical plants carefully. Taking this opportunity, Lockhart quickly changed the subject and started talking about his adventures. He was quite good at this. He had written 7 books with vivid language and interesting cases. Professor Sprout laughed immediately and naturally built a relationship. She looked at the system panel quietly. Character recognition, Pomona Sprout, 39/100. Well, we just talked for a while, and this recognition is quite good. I'll send you some magical plants from the Marvel world later. It shouldn't be a problem to reach a recognition of 50. At that time, at least rewards such as knowledge can be quickly obtained through lottery. Thinking of this, Lockhart was a little excited and his voice slightly raised, attracting the attention of Professor McGonagall next to him. Seeing Professor McGonagall's serious look, Lockhart smiled and said, "Sorry, Professor McGonagall." Then he immediately lowered the voice when talking to Professor Sprout. Snape next to him noticed this scene, glanced at it indifferently, and continued to look at the young wizards of his own academy. After a while, Lockhart's eyes were filled with the freshman meeting was finally over. But what he didn't notice was that Snape and Professor McGonagall disappeared without a trace. Or, even if he noticed, he didn't care, because he was only thinking about ending this boring freshman meeting quickly. Finally, it was time to eat, and Lockhart was ready to try the cooking of Hogwarts. He picked up the fork and tapped the golden plate, and a lot of food appeared on the golden plate. Lockhart started eating directly. The food at Hogwarts tasted good, although it was not as good as the food he made himself. But it was much better than that of ordinary families. After eating and drinking, all the little wizards, including the professors, were ready to go back and rest. Suddenly, Lockhart felt someone tapping his shoulder from behind. He turned his head quickly. "Professor McGonagall, what's the matter?" Turning around, he found that it was Professor McGonagall with a serious face, and Lockhart asked with some surprise. "The principal said he has something to talk to you about. Come with me to the office." Hearing Professor McGonagall's usual, somewhat old-fashioned tone, Lockhart nodded and followed her to the principal's office. While walking, he thought to himself, what could it be? He didn't even attend class. The only unusual thing he did recently was to study the Hogwarts Express. He just took a look and didn't start to dismantle it. Wouldn't he be called for such a small matter? No way. Soon, the two walked into the corridor on the 8th floor and walked towards the principal's office. "Dragon milk cheese." As Professor McGonagall said the command, the gargoyles moved to the side. Lockhart followed Professor McGonagall to the stairs and soon entered the principal's office again. Looking at Principal Dumbledore writing at his desk, Lockhart stood aside, watching quietly, while Professor McGonagall quietly left the principal's office. Soon, Dumbledore put down the quill in his hand, raised his head, looked at Lockhart standing next to him, and said gently, "Lockhart, you are here." "Yes, Principal, is there anything I can do?" Lockhart nodded and asked curiously. "It's not a big deal, you can take a look at this newspaper first." Dumbledore handed Lockhart a copy of the Daily Prophet. Lockhart picked up the newspaper, and the eye-catching headline at the top was printed. 7 Muggles found the air car, the Ministry of Magic dealt with it urgently. After reading the content of the Daily Prophet, Lockhart looked up with some confusion and asked Dumbledore, "Principal, is there anything I can help with? Isn't this an accident caused by Harry Potter? What does it have to do with him?" "Indeed, there is something that needs your help." Dumbledore nodded in distress and said gently, "Harry caused some trouble, although it has been dealt with. But I think he needs to improve his combat experience to resist unexpected risks that may occur in the future. And you, as a professor of defense against the dark arts and an adventurer, should have rich experience in this area. Can you help me develop Harry's combat experience?" Although he was a little surprised that Dumbledore wanted to do it himself, Lockhart nodded and said, "Okay, Headmaster, but I suggest that we can hold a duel club. I can teach them some duel methods and experience, and the little wizards can practice with each other, so that the improvement effect is the best." "Well, the main reason is that if Harry is tutored alone, he will have to answer all the problems he encounters by himself, which can easily delay his research time. He doesn't have much time to begin with. If he opens a club, he just shares some methods, techniques, and experience, and they can practice on their own later. At the same time, he could also invite those professors to participate, and he could also take this opportunity to build good relationships or learn from their experience. Why not?" Hearing Lockhart's suggestion, Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Lockhart, your suggestion is very good. You can arrange the time for the battle club by yourself. If you need any resources, you can go directly to Professor McGonagall." Hearing Dumbledore's last words, Lockhart's eyes lit up instantly. To apply for resources, just go directly to Professor McGonagall. Then he has to think about it carefully. What do I need now? No, what do the little wizards need? He is not in a hurry about the time of the battle club. He still has a long time to teach. At least, he has to know all the little wizards before holding it, or wait until he comes back from the Marvel world. In short, time is his, he is not in a hurry. Afterwards, after a few simple words, Lockhart said good night and left the principal's office with brisk steps. Boom! After Lockhart left, Dumbledore waved his wand and the door slammed shut. Suddenly, the portrait of Principal Black next to him asked, "Develop dueling experience? Albus, why don't you find Phileas? He was a dueling champion when he was young. And find Lockhart." Chapter 30 Lockhart with a righteous face. Faced with Principal Black's question, Dumbledore didn't directly. Instead of answering, he took off his half-moon glasses, wiped them gently, and said, "When I was talking to Harry just now, I discovered something." Harry was riding the Weasley family's modified flying car and almost fell off. Lockhart should have seen this scene. Hearing this, Principal Black was silent, as if waiting for Dumbledore to continue. Dumbledore sighed softly, "I talked to Lockhart before and found that his talent is really good. But, I found out at that time that, apart from his passion for magic research, he seemed to be indifferent to other things. It seems he has been immersed in his own world and doesn't care about things that have nothing to do with him." Just like when Harry almost fell down, Lockhart saw that Harry was safe, so he didn't do anything. Until just now, he didn't mention this matter, as if he didn't see anything. Hearing this, Principal Black, who was known as the most unpopular, said with a mocking tone, "Oh, then I know, our Principal Dumbledore wants to change Lockhart in this way. Do you want to pull him into your chariot? Dumbledore, it's still that familiar smell, disgusting." Dumbledore smiled at Principal Black's mocking tone, put on his half-moon glasses, and didn't reply. At this moment, if Lockhart heard the exchange between the two, I'm afraid he would complain about being wronged. He just knew the plot, so he didn't worry about Harry Potter at all, so he naturally wouldn't mention it. As for Dumbledore's evaluation, well, okay, he had to say that Dumbledore was quite accurate in judging people. Why should he care about other people when he hasn't finished his own business yet? There's no benefit. Even if he wants to care, wait until his business is done first. Lockhart walked briskly towards his lounge. The more he thought about it, the more he found that the duel club that Dumbledore asked him to host had great potential. You said, if you want to run a duel club well, do you have to prepare potions to prevent the little wizards from getting hurt? Do you have to prepare corresponding magic items to train their dueling skills? Do you have to invite some other professors to set an example for them in dueling? A series of preparations emerged in his mind. Although it was a bit much, it made him feel very happy. He liked this kind of work, and especially liked to exchange dueling experiences with the little wizards. Oh my God, such a good opportunity! As long as Professor McGonagall passes the application, as the organizer and founder of the club, she can get these resources in advance and make reasonable plans. Isn't it a very reasonable thing? Of course, Dumbledore can't find any fault. As long as Dumbledore's task is completed, even if there are some small mistakes in the middle, he won't say much. After all, if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. If you want a horse to run fast, how can you feed it more food and grass? While thinking, Lockhart's mouth curled up slightly. A list of resources has been listed in his brain. It depends on how he fools, persuades Professor McGonagall to sign. Late at night, Hogwarts. Squeak. Accompanied by a subtle sound, the door of Lockhart's lounge quietly opened. Lockhart walked out of his lounge and quietly closed the door. Looking at the empty and quiet corridor, Lockhart nodded with satisfaction. Then, hide your body. Lockhart took the wand in his hand and touched his body lightly. The tip of the wand flashed slightly. After an illusion spell, his body disappeared quietly. Looking at himself who had successfully become invisible, Lockhart felt a little excited. When you come to Hogwarts, you must experience the most classic night tour project. Of course, night tour is not the purpose. The most important thing is the room of requirement. There are many magical places in Hogwarts, among which the room of requirement is definitely one of the best. If we talk about the pinnacle of magic in the Harry Potter world, Lockhart believes that the magic castle of Hogwarts deserves it. And the most magical place in the whole school is the Room of Requirement. He was quite curious about it a long time ago. The technology in the previous life was typical materialism, emphasizing that matter determines consciousness. The magic in this life is typical idealism, emphasizing that consciousness determines matter. The Room of Requirement changes with the user's consciousness, showing the wonders of the magic in the Harry Potter world to the fullest. In Lockhart's opinion, if he could study the Room of Requirement thoroughly, his magic would be qualitatively improved. Therefore, before coming to Hogwarts, he had sorted out 9 conjectures for the principle of the Room of Requirement's changes. Prepare to verify them one by one and study them slowly. Well, if possible, he felt that he could live in the Room of Requirement. Thinking, Lockhart walked quietly into the depths of the corridor. It was late at night, and Hogwarts seemed particularly quiet at night. If Lockhart hadn't given, he cast a silencing spell. I'm afraid footsteps have been heard in the distance. 3rd floor. 4th floor. Lockhart took 2 steps at a time, and walked briskly to the higher floors. The Room of Requirement was on the 8th floor. He remembered that it was related to a tapestry, but he was not sure which tapestry it was. However, when he went to the principal's office before, he saw a tapestry of a giant beating up a fool Barnabas with a stick. It was also the largest tapestry in the corridor on the 8th floor. He guessed that the entrance to the Room of Requirement might be related to this tapestry. Even if it wasn't, it didn't matter. He had counted them in his mind before. There were only 5 tapestries in the entire corridor on the 8th floor. He would have to experiment 4 times at most. The entrance would definitely be found. It would only take some time. Well, he had made detailed preparations for the Room of Requirement. Lockhart kept reviewing his plans in his mind, and a faint smile floated on his face. He liked that feeling of everything was under control. Suddenly, Lockhart had just reached the 6th floor when a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly rang in his ears. George, run quickly, Snape is coming. Go forward, past 2 intersections, turn left, there is a passage, you can go there. Right. Lockhart hid himself, watching the twins George and Fred running in front of him, and heard the sound of the 2 talking quickly. His face changed slightly. Oops. It's late at night, Snape, you are a professor after all, why don't you sleep well and come out to fool around? Lockhart cursed inwardly and quickly followed George and Wes behind to avoid Snape. If his transfiguration charm was discovered by Snape, the scene would be very embarrassing. But Lockhart felt more and more that something was wrong as he walked, and he always felt that something was wrong. Then, he turned a corner behind George and Wes. Suddenly, snap! Lockhart patted his head, and an embarrassed look appeared on his face. I am so stupid, I am not a student, I am a professor. When students go out at night, it is called night wandering, which violates school rules. It is reasonable to be afraid of being caught by the professor. But when a professor goes out at night, it is not called night wandering, it is called serious work. Immediately, Lockhart touched his body with his wand and untied the disapparition spell. Then, Wingardium Leviosa. Lockhart waved his wand, and George and Weasley, who were running in front, were instantly controlled by the levitation spell and floated in front of Lockhart. He glanced at the struggling George and Weasley twins and felt the resentful eyes of the 2. He looked at Professor Snape, who was walking towards him. Lockhart said with a righteous face, Professor Snape, I caught 2 little wizards wandering at night. What do you think should be done? Chapter 31 Negotiation Skills. Lockhart's experience. Professor Lockhart, let me go, this is my first time. Yes, Professor Lockhart, I won't dare to do it again next time. The whispers of George and Fred, 2 little lions, begging for mercy appeared in his ears, and a faint smile appeared on Lockhart's face. pretending not to hear it at all. "Just kidding, it's the first time." "If it's the first time for you, I'll eat my wand." Snape was slightly surprised by Lockhart's behavior, but he didn't think much about it. Like a big bat, he looked at George and Fred, two little wizards, with the eyes of a prey, and said in his cold and sarcastic tone, "Look, it's another little wizard from Gryffindor. Gryffindor will be deducted 30 points for your night tour. At the same time, as a punishment, come to my office on Saturday at noon to deal with slugs." After hearing Professor Snape's punishment, George and Fred lowered their heads dejectedly, and did not refute, as if they knew that for Snape, the more they refuted, the more severe the punishment would be. After hearing Professor Snape's punishment, Lockhart looked serious and was not embarrassed by his previous behavior. He said to the two seriously, "Since Professor Snape has punished you, I won't say much. I will pay attention next time." As he said, he untied the floating spell on the two and motioned George and Fred to return to the Gryffindor lounge. The two looked at each other, listlessly, sighing and turning to walk towards Gryffindor. What the two professors didn't notice was that when they turned a corner and disappeared from their sight, George and Fred looked at each other, swept away the dejected look in front of them, and quickly adjusted their direction and ran towards another secret passage, getting farther and farther away from the Gryffindor lounge. As for Gryffindor's score, we'll earn it later when we have time. Anyway, there are others. Having fun is the most important thing, and night tours are the happiest. Professor Snape glanced at the two people leaving, and didn't say much. Instead, he asked Lockhart indifferently, "Professor Lockhart, why are you here?" Lockhart, who had already prepared a plan, showed a flattering smile and said flatteringly, "Before, Professor Dumbledore came to me and asked me to prepare a duel club to cultivate the combat experience of young wizards. I thought about it, Professor Snape. As a potion master professor, I have rich experience in fighting against dark wizards before, so I want to invite you to join." Hearing this, Professor Snape showed a trace of impatience on his face, and refused coldly, "Sorry, Professor Lockhart, I have a lot of things to do. Your duel club should invite other professors." As he said, he walked past Lockhart and walked forward. Lockhart was not surprised by Snape's refusal, and he trotted to catch up. While walking, he kept saying in Snape's ear, "Professor Snape, I actually feel that this duel is very important for the little wizard. According to my previous investigation, I found that the little wizards in the 3rd and 4th grades don't know how to fight at all. They are very unfamiliar with combat spells such as disarming spells, lack combat experience, and have no basic combat awareness. Even wizards in the 5th and 6th grades face a large number of naughty goblins. Not to mention the little wizards in the 1st grade." Facing Lockhart's stumbling, Snape became more and more impatient, and even had the idea of directly casting a silent spell on Lockhart. Unfortunately, Hogwarts can't cast apparition. Lockhart saw Snape's unfriendly look, raised the corner of his mouth, and paused for a moment, as if giving Snape time to think. Then, "Professor Snape, if you still don't want to join the dueling club, it's really a pity, but Professor Dumbledore asked me to apply for some resources for the little wizards to duel. As for the potion part, we will talk about it in detail at that time. Look, is it okay?" Thank God, the chattering Professor Lockhart in my ear finally stopped. Professor Snape thought briefly and felt that what Dumbledore asked should be no problem, and besides, this Lockhart was too annoying. So he immediately replied, "Okay, Professor Lockhart, let's make an appointment to talk later. I have something else to do, so I'll go first." After that, Snape quickened his pace and walked towards his office. Lockhart behind him slowed down his pace and looked at Snape's figure in front of him, with a faint smile on his face. It seems the experience of studying funds in the previous life is still quite useful. Sure enough, I am still sharp. If you want to open the window, you must first poke through the roof. The roof cannot be pierced naturally, so the window must be able to be opened. If you first propose an excessive request, the other party will definitely refuse the request. After the other party refuses, if he proposes a compromise plan, the chances of success will be greatly increased due to the rejection. In his previous life, he asked for research funds in this way. In this life, he asked for potion resources in this way. Although the routine is a bit old-fashioned, the effect has always been outstanding. He didn't expect to pull Snape into his duel club. Just kidding, after pulling him in, he will have to handle the potion resources in the club. Then how can he embezzle? No, make reasonable use of resources. Now, with this relationship, it should be no problem to get money from Professor Snape later, right? Maybe he can find an opportunity for his second bottle of Felixir from Professor Snape. While thinking, he stepped briskly. No way back to his lounge. As for room of requirement, no hurry. I met Snape just when I was about to explore, which means Mercury is retrograde today. I will wait for a few days when my luck is better. In short, he is not in a hurry, time is on my side. Early in the morning, Professor Lockhart's lounge. At this moment, Lockhart is sorting out the first class of the day on his desk. His first class, by coincidence, is for the first-year wizards who have just joined Hogwarts. He plans to leave a deep impression on these little wizards. Although the students this time are all 11-year-old little wizards, unlike the adult college students he taught before. But with 12 years of teaching experience, he is deeply versed in some of the lessons. Routine, technique, or essence. If the time before the time travel is included, Lockhart calculated that he had not taught students for nearly half a year. After calculating the time, and thinking about the content of the course to be taught today, it suddenly made him feel itchy, or more precisely itchy mouth. After a while, Lockhart sorted out the lesson plan he had prepared and put it in the space bag on his waist. Then he opened the door and walked towards Hogwarts cafeteria. Teaching is important, but you can't miss eating. By the way, the cooking skills of the Hogwarts house elves are pretty good, he has to taste them carefully. He wants to take the essence and discard the dross, and add a few more brilliances to his gourmet road. Chapter 32 The Shock of the Little Wizards. Hogwarts, Defense against the Dark Arts Classroom. For the first-year little wizards, today is the first day of school. Especially for the little wizards from Ravenclaw and Slytherin, this is their first class. So, these little wizards I came to the classroom early and found a seat I liked and sat down. Looking down from the podium, there are 3 rows in total. The little wizards on the left all wore dark blue wizard robes with a soaring eagle tattooed on their chests. They were all little wizards from Ravenclaw. The little wizards on the right basically wore dark green wizard robes with a little snake tattooed on their chests, typical of Slytherin. In the middle, the colors were a bit mixed, but most of the people sitting in the front were blue, that is, little wizards from Ravenclaw. The reason why they were sorted into Ravenclaw by the sorting hat was largely because they were full of love for knowledge and learning. Sitting in the front and listening carefully to the teacher's lectures was natural. The back was green, that is, Slytherin College, most of them were pure-blood families. In other words, most of their parents were either powerful, rich, or both powerful and rich. Slytherin wizards worship mysterious magic, higher status, and their blood makes them more likely to have strong ambitions. It can be said that ambition is the standard of Slytherin wizards. Therefore, there is a serious sense of separation in the whole classroom. Ravenclaw students communicated with each other alone, and so did Slytherin students. For a while, it was clear that wizards of the 2 colors of clothes did not communicate with each other. At most, they looked at each other curiously, and then whispered to their companions. The little witch Alice Eudora from Ravenclaw College, who was sitting in the middle, whispered to Brooke Warner, who she had just met, "Brooke, what magic do you know? Are you a Muggle wizard?" The little boy wizard Brooke nodded, "Yes, Alice, I just learned magic not long ago, and I haven't mastered any magic." What about you? Are you a muggle too? Do you know magic? No, my parents are both wizards, and they taught me magic. Alice said in a low voice. Seeing Brooke's envious eyes, she said with some regret, but I don't know much magic, only a shining spell and a floating spell, a floating spell, and a floating spell. And I don't use it well. That's not bad, at least better than me, I don't even know a single magic. Brock's eyes were a little envious. Alice, what kind of magic do you think Professor Lockhart will teach us? I heard that he is an adventurer, and he has published so many books, so he must know a lot of magic. Alice looked down at the textbook in front of her, especially the moving figures on the cover, and nodded heavily. Yes, my mother is his fan, saying that Professor Lockhart is very powerful. I'm really looking forward to it. As time passed slowly, it was soon time for class. Ding! 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 The bell rang and the class began. Although there was no teacher on the podium, most of the little wizards sat upright. Suddenly, buzz! A subtle sound rang out, and a rune quietly appeared in the air. The light disappeared instantly, as if it was swallowed up. Darkness filled the entire classroom. The classroom seemed to be under a spell, silent and dark. Before the little wizards could react, a beam of light suddenly appeared in front of them, shining on the podium in front. They subconsciously set their eyes on the front. At this moment, a figure covered by a beam of light and wearing an emerald green robe quietly appeared in front of all the little wizards. Then, a soft voice sounded in the ears of every little wizard, calming down all the panicked little wizards. Good morning, little wizards of Hogwarts. I am your defense against the dark arts teacher, Gilderoy Lockhart. As he spoke, Lockhart walked down the podium quietly, and at the same time, the beam of light moved slowly. I am the recipient of the third-class medal of the Order of Merlin. While speaking, Lockhart waved his wand lightly, and a red copper ring metal light and shadow quietly emerged in the darkness. In the eyes of all the little wizards, they could clearly see that there was an Arabic number 3 in the middle of the medal. It says Order of Merlin on the top and to Gilderoy Lockhart on the bottom. Wow! Seeing this, although they didn't know what the Order of Merlin was, they still subconsciously exclaimed. Then, at the same time, I am also an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Magic League. As Lockhart moved slowly, the light and shadow of the Order of Merlin slowly disappeared, and what came into the eyes of the little wizard was a picture of Lockhart fighting a dark wizard. In the picture, the dark wizard had a hideous look on his face, holding a magic wand and constantly attacking Lockhart, and a series of red beams mixed with green light attacked Lockhart. Lockhart dodged very elegantly and fought back powerfully. Soon, a red disarming spell beam hit the wand in the hand of the dark wizard. After the wand was knocked away, Lockhart waved the wand lightly, and a silver-white beam appeared on the surface of the dark wizard's body, binding him and falling to the ground, allowing him to struggle continuously, but his hands and feet were still unable to move. Lockhart walked up to the front, holding his wand and gently pointing it at the dark wizard's head with a victorious attitude. This scene made all the young wizards scream again, especially those from pure-blood families or half-blood wizards who grew up hearing about the horror of dark wizards. This scene created a new feeling in their hearts. Shocking, hard to forget for a long time. Soon after the picture appeared, Lockhart's voice sounded in their ears again. You can call me Professor Lockhart. In the future, I will teach you how to fight. Lockhart waved his wand lightly. Troll. The picture changed again. In front of the little wizard, a huge, ferocious, somewhat ugly, shabby-looking troll appeared. Werewolf. The little wizard heard another word. The picture changed, the troll disappeared, and was replaced by a werewolf with strong limbs, covered with grey hair, a ferocious face, and a bloody mouth. Vampire. The voice sounded, the picture changed, the werewolf disappeared, and a slender figure appeared, with huge wings similar to those of a bat spread out behind him, floating in the air, making a pounce. The vampire was bloody, with dark red fingers on both hands, sharp nails, ugly face, and 2 ferocious fangs on both sides of the mouth. Almost every change in the picture made the little wizard exclaim again. Seeing the little wizard's reaction, Lockhart nodded slightly. He knew that it was time to end it. Too many monster pictures would also bring aesthetic fatigue. So, and fight with the black wizard. The picture fell, and all the little wizards saw a large number of little wizards wearing 4 college uniforms, riding flying brooms, holding wands in their hands, and constantly casting spells to fight the black wizards on the ground. A large number of red, purple, black, and even green spell beams floated down from the sky. The black wizards on the ground were beaten and fled in panic. Such a scene made them laugh out loud. Ha ha! Lockhart heard the crisp laughter of the little wizards and showed a smile on his face. With a thought, he controlled the ring on his hand, and the rune floating in the air flickered slightly, slowly releasing the light that had been swallowed. The whole classroom was slowly filled with light again. At this time, Lockhart walked to the podium and bent down slightly, very gracefully. All the little wizards looked ahead with surprise, and Lockhart's soft voice sounded in their ears. As a professor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, my duty is to let each of you little wizards have the ability to protect yourself. Chapter 33, Speechless about the Pureblood Family. Lockhart looked at the group of little wizards below with his mouth slightly opened, a surprised expression on his face, and a faint smile on his face. This scene just now was carefully designed by him. First, use the rune to absorb all the light, and then cast the flash spell to form the effect of a light column. It's like the stars and singers standing on the stage in the previous life, so as to catch the attention of all the little wizards. Then, through the illusion spell, project the carefully constructed picture in your brain into this dark classroom. Like trolls, vampires, werewolves and even black wizards, they are all illusions. Well, the original body has no memory of these. They are all virtual scenes carefully constructed by Lockhart based on the knowledge, memory, and imagination he has mastered during this period. Including the battle with the Dark Wizard, his benchmark was the battle between Harry Potter and Voldemort in the 7th grade in the movie. It just highlights his own strength and elegance. Today's scene is actually benchmarked against the promotional video in the previous life, or special effects blockbuster. However, the promotional video in the previous life was aimed at a school or a product, while this time he targeted himself. The purpose of doing this is to completely grasp the psychology of these little wizards. These little wizards have just come into contact with magic and are in a stage of strong curiosity about magic. And what he has to do is to completely stimulate the interest of these little wizards in magic. On the one hand, as a professor, whether in the past life or this life, he likes good students more, and naturally hopes that his students will listen carefully and learn magic well. This is the basic quality of a teacher. On the other hand, Lockhart also wants to establish the sense of identity of these little wizards. Later, no matter what these little wizards learn and what magic knowledge they master, he can quickly obtain it. Also, a new magic system will be born in the future world, which requires a large number of wizards to accept and recognize it. Recognize new magic concepts and accept new ways of casting spells. And this, it must start with the little wizards. Therefore, he naturally has to work hard. Maybe these little wizards will become his helpers in the future. Thinking of this, Lockhart's smile became even brighter. Okay, today is your first Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Lockhart did not think for long, but quickly came to his senses and said to the expectant little wizards below, "You should have known me just now. Now, let me know you." Next is the roll call. Lockhart picked up the roll call book in his hand, smiled at the little wizards sitting below and said, "Whoever's name is called, please stand up and introduce yourself briefly. Let everyone know you too. First, please welcome our little wizard Alice Eudora to introduce herself briefly to everyone." "I'll introduce myself." Alice was surprised to hear Professor Lockhart call her name, and she stood up quickly and asked Professor Lockhart in a panic, "Professor Lockhart, I'm Alice Eudora, I'm from Ravenclaw College." "Don't be impatient, Alice, take your time, just briefly tell me what you like. Have you mastered magic? What kind of magic are you interested in?" Lockhart looked at the little witch Alice, who was a little flustered, with a slightly flushed face and a childish voice, and said in a comforting way, "Okay, Professor." Lockhart's soft voice seemed to give great comfort to the flustered Alice. Although Alice's voice was still childish, she soon calmed down and even introduced with some excitement, "Professor, I like dragon milk cheese and chocolate frogs. I like them best because my mother bought them for me. I have mastered 2 magic spells, one is the shining spell and the other is the floating spell. I hope to learn more powerful magic in the future and defeat the monsters that appeared on the screen just now. I especially like the scene of Professor Lockhart fighting just now. I like it very much." Haha. Hearing Alice's innocent words, Lockhart laughed heartily. "In fact, I also like to eat magic snacks. Dragon milk cheese tastes really good. I will bring you some next time I have a chance. As long as you study hard, I will teach you a series of useful and interesting spells. Then you can go on adventures with your companions and fight monsters." Hearing Lockhart's promise, Alice, who was originally a little nervous and slightly flushed, immediately smiled brightly. "Thank you, Professor Lockhart. By the way, Professor, let me tell you a little secret. My mother is also a fan of your books. She has collected all your books and I like to read them too." Ha ha ha. Hearing Alice's whisper, as if she was telling a secret, Lockhart laughed out loud, with a bright smile on his face. Suddenly, he felt that the little wizard was much better than those adult students. Most of the students in his previous life knew how to make him angry. He kept delaying when asked to do a project or write a paper, and made mistakes from time to time. It would only work if he could use his special tricks. Although the little witch Alice in front of him was still a child, she was very cute and interesting. Well, in the previous life, she should have belonged to the category of cute babies. Haha. Then, Lockhart stretched out his hand to signal Alice to sit down, and then named a name. Dennis Foley. Soon, a little wizard from Slytherin College wearing a dark green robe stood up gracefully. Lockhart looked at the pure-blood wizard from the welfare family in front of him, and saw that his posture showed an elegant atmosphere unique to ancient nobles. He nodded slightly. It was indeed a pure-blood family. No matter what, they were more strict than ordinary families in raising children. Look, in ordinary wizard families, who would train standing posture for no reason? Only those pure-blood families would train these because of the so-called aristocratic etiquette. Dennis. Can you briefly introduce yourself? Although Lockhart looked down on pure-blood families, he still said gently. After all, children are always innocent. As a university professor, if you can't see through this, you have lived in vain. Well, this point definitely does not imply Snape's meaning. Dennis Foley stood up, as if recalling what his father had taught him, and said in a unique aristocratic tone, slowly but with a hint of pride, "Hello, Professor Lockhart. I am from the Foley family, one of the 28 holy pure-blood families, and I am a wizard from Slytherin College. I like all kinds of powerful magic. I will inherit our Foley family in the future and hope to lead the family to greatness again. I am very happy to meet Professor Lockhart. It is an honor for our Slytherin College to have a well-known adventurer like you to teach us the defense against the dark arts course." Lockhart heard what Dennis had just said in the slightly arrogant aristocratic tone, and shook his head slightly. Well, he took back what he had just said. Not all little wizards are as cute as Alice. He was speechless about this group of pure-blood families, and he still clung to the old way. What has a good child been trained into? The family environment is crucial for children's growth. However, this child can be trained slowly later. He is a teacher, so he doesn't need to be angry with the little wizards. At most, he feels a little speechless to the parents of these little wizards. After a few simple compliments, Dennis sat down with a smile on his face. Then, Lockhart called out the names one by one, slowly getting familiar with the name, appearance, hobbies, magic, and family environment of each little wizard. Moulton Carter. Betsy Murphy. Chapter 34. Thank you readers for your support of this book and the updates. Thank you for your support for this book. Tomorrow, this book will have a trial push and will officially enter the recommendation process of Kidian. Well, I sincerely hope that all the recommendation processes of Kidian can be completed. Before that, I would also like to thank the readers who have been following and voting for this book, monthly tickets, and rewards. Without your support during this period, the time for the trial push may have to be postponed, which will undoubtedly miss the best recommendation opportunity and cast a shadow on the future of this book. Therefore, Xing Chen is very grateful for your support during this period, and hopes that friends who like this book can continue to follow, speak, and vote for recommendations. Hehe, if it is a reward and monthly ticket, it is naturally the best. Secondly, regarding the updates that everyone wants to know most, during the new book period, basically most authors maintain 2 chapters of updates, especially for newbies like us who have just joined Kidian. This is all for the most precious new book period. Otherwise, with my previous writing speed on other websites, even during the new book period, I would maintain the level of 5 chapters. Please rest assured, the author is full-time and is currently accumulating manuscripts. If the data of all aspects of this book is good enough, I will burst out at least 20 chapters when it is put on the shelves, and maintain the state of 10 chapters for a few days. Well, I have a goal, that is, to update a total of 60 chapters in a row during the days of the release. I will work towards this goal. And I hope everyone can support me to achieve this goal. Haha. Of course, if everyone actively supports this book, it would not be appropriate not to add more chapters during the new book period. I thought about it, if the number of monthly tickets can reach 300, then add 1 chapter, if it can reach 500, then add another chapter. If it can reach 1000, I will definitely add 2 chapters to celebrate. Well, although I feel that this is a bit delusional, but I am still delusional, hehe. In terms of rewards, if the first 10,000 reward starting coins appear, then add 1 chapter, and then add 1 chapter at the next 3 nodes of 20,000, 50,000, and 80,000. Don't stop me, I still want to be pretentious. Finally, it is about the list of people who have been supporting this book, voting for monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and rewards during this period. I carefully sorted out the nicknames of each reader, but due to the large number of them, there may be errors and omissions. If you find that I have written it wrong or missed it, please point it out in time, and I will correct it immediately when I see it. Press and hold the name to make a paragraph review, and I can see it immediately. Hehe, this is not meant to cheat the review. Because there are too many people, I sorted it out according to the background. The order of the nicknames on the list is random, and only the nicknames are kept, and other data will not be counted. At the same time, it includes both Kidian and QQ reading. Thank you again for your support. Xing Chen will work hard to ensure the quality of this book and ensure continuous updates. The list of readers who support this book, statistics as of June 11, 2022, 950. Tear the champion good echo with your hands. Climbing a mountain the kind that comes from behind. Dreaming and chasing me. Liashi 123,456. Ziobai. Hel Swordsman. Eternal Foam. Super handsome at the age of 20. Yuking Jushi. Gifty. Cooking wine around the fire. Devil of Blood 1. Night to Encounter. Ubai. Unparalleled Orakai Princess. JJC 1221. OMO 233. A cynical drunkard covers the green lamp. Rungless. Skinning Ghost. Witchcraft and Nature. Guy Nie 0. Light $ku isimi $arrow. Chijifukagia. Book Friends 201906010904096443. Confused about what name to choose. Nickname 223. Pan How. 10 Perfect Beards. Book Friends 1610020416122254. Book Friends 201811022043423310. Book Friends 202205031705233330. Book Friends 854118. Tian Lin. Simple Life. For Homebody. Wu Xin Sacrifice. Xiang Zinko. Xiao Bai. Yang Mei. Yupian Salted Fish. Yi Lu. Uji Kintoki Rice. Moonbird. Really Out of Power. Ji Ma Zhang. Chong Lu. Liang Baoquan. Tartarus, Dream God. Non-Fashion Master. Jifty. Diving Wo Wo Tio Yu. Summata. Union. Destiny Nerve. Black Brilliant Dragon Flame. The Vast Clouds Floating. Beautiful Star Club. Fragrant Grass. Sumu Snow. My Charm is Better Than Yours. Book Friends 201811022043423310. Non-Fashion Master. Extracurricular Lover. L. Diving Wauhudu. Morning and Dusk. Book Friends 201712311359028818. Yuan Shi Tianzun. STAG1 Forum. Forecast says. Nightwind 1991. Book Friends 202201141917401114. Xiao Amo. Book Friends 2022050317052330. Jifty. Mushroom Cat. Drool Drunk Garden. Rung Less. Worry Free Fan. Book Friend 1606071225249227. Book Friend 2018082220200946. Book Friend 202112022217504886. Hibiki 7231 Moliz. Hehe. Sweet rice dumplings in no man's land with soy sauce. Super Railgun Forever. There is an uncle named Wu Anjun Mamoan. H. Lifelong ties, lifelong obsession, Ui Aragaki is mine. DLMMD. Book Friend 201702120938138879. Book Friend 202009292310181154. Mo Ran Yulin Hui Gen Erai San San. Kun O Yekeo Ya Xiao Xiao Yu Bao. Chapter 35 The Tacit Understanding of the Weasley Twins. Hogwarts, Defense Against the Dark Arts Classroom. Lockhart looked at the still enthusiastic little wizards below, with a faint smile on his face. After the self-introduction just now, the class time has basically passed more than half. Later, he asked the little wizards about their various doubts about defense against the dark arts according to the lesson plan. Then he answered their doubts one by one, and at the same time incorporated his own adventure experience into it, striving to make the process of answering questions interesting and informative, and to have cases as much as possible. Sometimes when he was excited, he would wave his wand to outline short but wonderful pictures. The whole class was very lively, with the laughter of the little wizards everywhere. Lockhart secretly looked at the recognition of these little wizards for him. Well, basically all of them have reached more than 40, and even a group of little wizards have risen to 50, and the first one, Alice, has reached 62. It means that basically all the little wizards have a good recognition of him, and even a few little wizards far exceed ordinary people, respecting, or liking, and trusting Lockhart from the bottom of their hearts. This shows that his previous efforts were not in vain. For first-year wizards, the most important thing is to improve their interest in magic. This is the most important point. For them, interest is the best teacher. Once these wizards are interested, they will study magic seriously. At that time, Lockhart can also pick out some good seedlings and cultivate them seriously. But Lockhart looked down at his watch. It is now 10:56. That is, the class is about to end. The course arrangement of Hogwarts is very different from that of the elementary school in the previous life. Hogwarts usually has only one big class in the morning, which is from 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock in the morning. And one big class can be divided into two small classes. There are two big classes in the afternoon, from 1300 hours to 1500 hours and from 1530 to 1730. Sometimes, there is another big class from 1900 hours to 2100 hours in the evening. However, the frequency is generally not high. Most of the time, it is the astronomy class in the evening, or the Quidditch training time for seniors. Lockhart complained about this when he knew it. Isn't it a bit inhumane for these little wizards to have classes in the evening? If it doesn't work, you can fill the morning class. Now, his first class is about to end. After these little wizards take a break, it will be time for lunch. Thinking of this, Lockhart said gently to the little wizards below, "It's almost time to end the get out of class. Finally, I will leave you a preview task. Everyone must preview it carefully. I will randomly check in the next class. If you answer the questions I asked correctly, there will be a mysterious reward." Hearing this, the little wizards below suddenly realized that the class was about to end, and they felt reluctant to leave. In fact, the story Lockhart told just now was very good. And it was accompanied by pictures, as if watching a movie. It was quite interesting. Hearing Lockhart's last words, they all nodded in agreement, and they were quite curious about the professor's mysterious reward. This group of little wizards were very satisfied with meeting the professor of defense against the dark arts on the first day of class today. They were full of longing for the professors of the magic classes that followed, hoping that they would be as humorous as Professor Lockhart, telling stories that were nice and interesting. Well, in fact, Lockhart saw the afternoon classes of these little wizards. They had a potion class with Snape from 1530 to 1730 in the afternoon. Tisk tisk tisk. Lockhart estimated that after this class, they might miss their own classes even more. It's really. There is no harm without comparison. As the bell rang, after Lockhart left homework, he waved his wand, and all the little wizards walked out of the classroom, and Lockhart was ready to return to his office. He still had to prepare. According to the schedule, there was another defense against the dark arts class for the 4th grade this afternoon. If I remember correctly, the Weasley twins who were captured by him last night and sacrificed to Snape were in this class. Afternoon, defense against the dark arts classroom. Now the class hasn't started yet, but wizards from Gryffindor and Slytherin have already arrived in the classroom. George and Fred, who were sitting in the back row, were wearing identical grey robes, with the same red hair, freckles, and faces. It was almost impossible to tell who was George and who was Fred. At this moment, the two were sitting in the back, whispering. "George, have you heard? Professor Lockhart's lectures are very interesting." "I know, Fred, he is very gentle in class." "Really? He caught us yesterday." "I doubt it, but they did say so during dinner." "I hope it's just as they said." "Yes, a gentle teacher is not afraid of being caught." "You're right, George. Did you bring a quick acting skipping candy this time?" "I brought it, but I only have one." "Me too." "Do you know when to use it?" "I know." As they spoke, the identical Weasley twins looked at each other and laughed at each other. At this time, Dylan Mellon, who was also a Gryffindor sitting in front of them, turned his head and looked at George and Fred who were laughing. With a weird expression, he turned his head silently. "I don't know what these two funny guys are going to do next." Immediately, he took out the textbook, put it on the table, and looked at Lockhart who was moving on the cover, with an expectant look on his face. He was a fan of Lockhart's books before, and he was so happy to hear that Lockhart would come to Hogwarts this time. Not to mention that many young wizards spoke well of their idol Lockhart at noon today, which made him look forward to it even more. As the bell rang quietly, the wizards of Gryffindor and Slytherin looked expectant. They had all heard about the scenes encountered by the first-year wizards. After the darkness, it was a special effects blockbuster. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, it seemed that nothing had changed. The only change was Professor Lockhart, who came in from the door. And following closely, a thick stack of test papers floated in the air. Although Lockhart kept a gentle smile on his face, all the young wizards suddenly felt uneasy. Especially George and Fred, who were sitting in the back row, looked at each other. They seemed to have seen Professor Lockhart's eyes on them just now. Coupled with the thick test papers floating in the air, they immediately had a bad feeling. So they took out a piece of two-color chewing gum from their back pockets. One end was orange and the other end was dark purple. Then they lowered their heads and quickly ate the orange end. Suddenly, they stood up and shouted, "Professor Lockhart, it's bad, my stomach is uncomfortable." Chapter 36 Lockhart was forced to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Lockhart brought the test paper he had prepared before, and just after entering the classroom, he looked at the little wizards present. Looking at their expectant eyes, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He still didn't know what these little wizards were thinking. It's a pity. Wizards of different ages naturally have different levels of treatment. The little wizards in the first and second grades have just started school, and some of them don't even have a clear understanding of magic, so they need to mobilize their interest in magic. His special effects movie was specially prepared for the first-year wizards. He didn't even prepare it for the second-year wizards, let alone the fourth-year wizards. For these wizards who have been in school for 3 years, their understanding and attitude towards magic have become solidified. Therefore, the most important thing is to learn knowledge. And he carefully prepared a test paper, which was all the knowledge points they had learned and mastered before. Before class, he needed to make a rough estimate. Although he knew that these wizards had a poor foundation in the defense against the dark arts class. But there are different levels of difference. How weak these wizards are needs to be carefully measured. At that time, according to their actual level, they should maintain the intensity of study. Although he did not approve of the cramming learning in his previous life, he had to admit that it was very effective. Using it in the current environment is undoubtedly the best choice. They will take the exam next year. If they don't make up for it at this time, are they waiting to fail? To be honest, the 5th graders are the worst off, the 4th graders are better off. Because the 5th graders are really about to face the O.W.L.W exam, which directly determines whether they can participate in the subsequent NEWT courses, get certificates, and graduate successfully. In comparison, the O.W.L.W exam is equivalent to the high school entrance exam in the previous life. If you fail the high school entrance exam, you can only go back and take it again for a year. Don't think about high school and the college entrance exam. Do you think this is important? Lockhart is still responsible for students' grades. As a university professor in his previous life, he was very responsible for his subordinates. Those college students have strict requirements for grades, and they don't fool around like other teachers. Well, this is due to the rigor he pursues when doing research, which also affects his way of thinking and his requirements for all aspects. But he just walked onto the podium. Suddenly, 2 identical voices rang out from below. "Professor Lockhart, it's bad, my stomach feels uncomfortable." Lockhart looked at the source of the voice. His mouth twitching slightly, it was the Weasley twins he had sacrificed to Snape before. Looking at the pale faces of the twins, bending over, holding their stomachs, they looked like they were about to vomit. He shook his head helplessly. Since he knew that these two were the world-renowned live treasures of Harry Potter and prank experts. He had long thought of the possible scenes that might occur when he faced the two in class in the future. But he didn't expect that these two would dare to skip class when he was in the first class. Is this not taking him, Lockhart, seriously? Facing the loud shouts of the two, he seemed to be facing great pain. Lockhart looked at the two with a calm face, but didn't say anything. After a while, when he saw that the two seemed to be about to reach their limit, he spoke lightly, with a hint of seriousness in his tone. George Weasley, Fred Weasley. As your defense against the dark arts professor, you don't need to go to the infirmary for this little problem. I can solve it. As he said, he waved his wand lightly, Wingardium Leviosa. A floating spell directly controlled the two to fly in front of him. Then, he slightly controlled the ring on his right hand to draw a circle. In an instant, a red ring appeared in the space, and a large number of red silk threads and a rune automatically appeared on the ring. Rune Purification. The red ring, under Lockhart's control, quickly enveloped the two. Then it passed through the two people's bodies from head to toe, as if scanning, cleaning, and sweeping. Soon, George and Fred looked at each other, with awkward smiles on their faces. They found out. The vomiting effect of the quick-acting skipping candy completely disappeared. Looking at Professor Lockhart with a serious face in silence. The two of them were very tacit and smiled silly at the same time, thanking in unison, "Thank you, Professor Lockhart, our stomachs are no longer uncomfortable, and we can go back to class." As they said, they turned around and wanted to return to their seats. The Weasley twins, who were relieved, had just taken a few steps. Suddenly, Lockhart's faint voice came to my ears. Gryffindor will be deducted 20 points. George, Fred, each of you will hand me a paper in 3 days. The theme is on the importance of class or how to avoid skipping class. You two can choose one at will. It cannot be repeated. It must be 8 inches long. As soon as Lockhart's voice fell, the two of them drooped their heads and returned to their seats dejectedly. The surrounding little wizards looked at the dejected Weasley twins and laughed out loud. They knew the reason for the vomiting of the two people quite well, and they were even the buyers. This made the two people's already bad mood even worse. When the two heard Lockhart's words, they knew that all their tricks had been seen through. It seems that the little wizards are all liars. How can Professor Lockhart be gentle? 8 inches, how long will it take to write it? Standing on the podium, Lockhart saw George and Fred looking dejected, and felt a little funny. He didn't even plan to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, but a chicken ran in front of him. If he didn't kill it, he would feel sorry for the efforts of the twins. You know, he liked to kill chickens in his previous life. Because every time he killed a chicken, the progress of his research project would grow by leaps and bounds during that period. In the end, he got used to it. Every once in a while, he would look for chickens and kill one to warn the graduate students under his command. The effect is not bad. Cough. Cough. With Lockhart's light cough, the laughter of the little wizards in the classroom suddenly stopped. Lockhart nodded in satisfaction at the scene in front of him. It seems the effect of killing a chicken to scare the monkey just now is quite good. Feeling the gaze of the little wizards, Lockhart began to speak seriously. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, your professor of defense against the dark arts. In my class, you will understand the dangers of real dark magic, and at the same time you will realize the preciousness of life. Through the training of the course, when you face the unknown, you will have the ability to identify danger. When danger comes, you will have a certain ability to protect yourself. When the family is threatened, you will have the ability to protect your family. Of course. At this point, Lockhart looked at the serious expressions of the little wizards and chuckled. The premise of everything is that you listen carefully to the class and complete the homework I assigned to you. Okay, let's start calling the roll. Then, Lockhart picked up the roll call list with a faint smile on his face. The roll call began. Accompanied by the sound of "hear" again and again, a large number of young wizards' names were called. This time, Lockhart did not ask them to introduce themselves. He just needed to quickly get to know their faces and know who the person corresponding to the name was. Because people can be slowly understood later, and what needs to be done today cannot be delayed. Chapter 37 Little Wizards Asking for Snacks. After Lockhart finished calling the names, he stood on the podium. The little wizards below looked at Professor Lockhart without any action, and the last ray of hope in their eyes was extinguished. They thought that after the roll call, Professor Lockhart might give them a special effects blockbuster. Lockhart saw the disappointed expression of the little wizard, with a faint smile on his face, and said to everyone in a brisk tone, "Okay, I know what you are thinking. Actually, I didn't prepare to show it to you, but if it meets my requirements, I can show it to you once." Hearing this, all the little wizards' eyes lit up immediately, and they all looked at Lockhart on the podium. Seeing everyone's full spirit, Lockhart raised the test paper in his hand and said, "Before that, you need to take a test." As soon as Lockhart's voice fell, the smiles on the faces of almost all the little wizards disappeared. The muscles on the faces of the little wizards sitting in the front seemed to be frozen, while George and Fred, who were sitting in the back, lowered their heads and kept muttering in a low voice. I knew that Professor Lockhart's coming was not good. I knew. Lockhart paid attention to the expressions of the crowd, smiled on his face, waved his wand lightly, controlled every test paper in his hand, and floated in front of every little wizard. After they took it and put it on their desks, Lockhart smiled and said to everyone, "I know, it's a bit wrong to have an exam in the first class of the Defense Against the Dark Arts course. But there's nothing I can do. I heard from the principal before that your foundation is a little weak and I need to make up for it." Well, he took the opportunity to pass the buck. He was quite skilled in passing the buck. Even if the principal knew about it, he would just laugh it off. "So, let me see your level through the test, and then I will make a targeted study plan for you." Hearing what Lockhart said, all the little wizards were even more dejected, as if it was the principal's order, and there was nothing they could do. But as he spoke, Lockhart's tone changed, and he said with a hint of temptation, "This exam is not in vain. If you do well, there will be rewards." Hearing Lockhart's tempting tone, all the little wizards instantly raised their heads, their eyes shining, and began to ask loudly, "Professor Lockhart, what is the reward? Is it a snack?" "Yes, Professor, is it? I like dragon milk cheese too." "Well, it's confirmed, he is definitely a foodie." "Professor, it's not the college points, is it?" "Professor, I want to ask, if the grades are good, can I not write a paper?" Tisk tisk, it was George and Fred who said that. "Professor, I actually like chocolate frogs and moonlight milk candies, can these be used as rewards?" "I like them too, in fact, strange beans are also okay." Hearing the little wizards chirping and asking for snacks, Lockhart's face was full of black lines. "Good guy, it seems that the news of giving dragon milk cheese to Alice the Little Witch this morning has spread. SHH. Lockhart put his finger between his lips and made a SHHH sound, signaling everyone to keep quiet. Soon, the little wizards quieted down. Lockhart raised a test paper in his hand and said gently, "Don't worry, if you do well in the exam, there will be a school branch, snacks, and I even prepared a magic amulet to reward excellent little wizards." Hearing the rewards mentioned by Lockhart, all the little wizards cheered in surprise. Then, Lockhart added slowly, "Of course, the papers that should be written still need to be written." After hearing this, George and Fred did not get depressed, but were very excited. Isn't it just being punished to write a paper? They have written it a few times, but this time it is a little long. The reward is the most important, and this time you must take the exam seriously. The magic amulet, they heard Ron say that Professor Lockhart gave Harry a copy, and they were a little envious at the time. This time there is a chance, you must seize it. While thinking, George and Fred looked at each other and laughed, as if hinting at something. Lockhart looked at the little wizards below and began to introduce the rules of the exam. The exam will take 1 hour, and the results will be determined according to the OWLS. Students who get the highest level O, excellent, can get a magic amulet made by me, and add 20 points to their own college. Then, Lockhart added, of course, if you want snacks, you can. In view of the fact that I heard that your foundation is weak, if you reach the level of E, good, I can personally pay for you to buy a snack as a reward. Hearing what Lockhart said, all the little wizards cheered. Few people can reach the level of O, excellent, but they can touch the level of E, good. Students who get A, pass, and above, I suggest you study harder and listen carefully. As for P, poor, D, very bad, and T, extremely bad, which symbolize unsatisfactory grades, Lockhart doesn't need to say much, they also know the results. The contents of this test paper are all derived from the textbooks you have studied before, and their sources will be pointed out after the test. As he said, Lockhart waved his wand lightly. Bang! Almost at the same time, a group of colorful fireworks appeared in the air, and exploded with a small bang, symbolizing the formal examination. Let's start, the timer starts now. With Lockhart's order, the little wizards below immediately devoted themselves to the great cause of doing the test paper. Lockhart looked at the familiar scene below, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Everything he said just now was true, but it's not that Lockhart thinks highly of these little wizards. It was the reality that the performance of these young wizards in the previous Defense Against the Dark Arts class was really lame. He had collected information before. Needless to say, Mr. Quirrell last year was not paying attention to the class at all. He was playing the game of hide-and-seek with Dumbledore. What can these young wizards learn? The professor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class the year before last was a vampire. According to him, this professor drooled at those young wizards. Tisk tisk tisk, I really don't know what Dumbledore is thinking. Is he going to keep finding some weird professors to sacrifice to the Defense Against the Dark Arts class to offset the curse? Fortunately, there was no teaching accident, otherwise Dumbledore might not feel good. Despite this, the young wizards that year were a little scared in their hearts. They hid far away every day, not to mention attending class. As for the year before last, a normal wizard came to class, but unfortunately, his teaching level was average, and he left after 1 year. The class changes every year, and these little wizards have no energy to learn this course. In fact, although Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts and History of Magic classes are taught by teachers. But in reality, most of the little wizards with excellent grades are self-taught. For History of Magic, it is because Professor Bin's lectures are too boring, and for Defense Against the Dark Arts, it is because the teacher changes every year, and the normal teaching quality cannot be guaranteed at all. In addition to the change of professors, textbooks are sometimes changed. For example, Lockhart asked to change the textbooks to his 7 books this time. All of a sudden, the learning content and learning direction have changed again. Think about it, how can ordinary little wizards bear it? The test paper for Lockhart's exam this time is actually not difficult. His main purpose is to select who has studied hard in the past few years, so that he can focus on training them. After all, under such conditions, the results are still good, which shows that the self-study ability is very strong, and it is not the kind of little wizard who can only learn by relying on teachers. People with strong self-study ability, Lockhart likes them very much, because they are very worry-free. Especially for those who have excellent grades, the club behind Lockhart will open the door for him. Chapter 38 Discussion: What to do if you are caught cheating on the spot by the teacher. Time passed by minute. Lockhart sat on the podium, took out a magic book, and poured himself a glass of water. He drank water while reading. Occasionally, he looked at the students who were writing papers below. He looked like an old invigilator. In his previous life, Lockhart had done a lot of invigilation, and he was quite familiar with this set of procedures. It was clear when to be lazy and when to look up. The only difference was that in the previous life, being lazy meant playing with the phone, but now it was reading. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed. Lockhart, who was reading, quietly heard that the rustling sound of writing just now began to become intermittent. What does this mean? Lockhart, who had rich experience in invigilation, naturally knew. Looking up at the students below, he saw obvious anxiety on some people's faces, and even beads of sweat could be clearly seen on their foreheads. Lockhart shook his head slightly. It's over. It seems. He still overestimated this group of students. Although the questions he asked were not particularly simple, they were not difficult. They were all written word for word in the textbook. At most, he changed a few paragraphs and set some small traps, and some of them were not even changed. According to his estimation, no matter how poor the level was, it would take at least half an hour for them to be unable to write. It was only 15 minutes, and only 1/4 of the exam time had passed. After a while, there was only half an hour left. Lockhart stood up and walked slowly toward the aisle between the desks below. While walking, he observed the students on both sides answering questions. State. Lockhart took only 2 or 3 steps before he looked at the students of Slytherin on the left and Gryffindor on the right. The quills stayed on the papers, motionless, frowning, and their faces flushed slightly. Seeing himself walking to the side, he subconsciously pulled the paper, trying to reach out to cover the places where the answers could not be written. Lockhart took a look and said nothing, and continued to walk slowly to the back. Sure enough. Of the 4 pages, most students only wrote more than 1 page. He asked questions from easy to difficult. The first page was very simple, and some could even be chosen based on common sense. The second page was a little more difficult, but if you study hard, it should be very easy to answer. The third page was more challenging for students with talent and serious study. On the 4th page, there were only 3 questions, which were difficult questions he specially found. If any student could really answer them, then Lockhart Club welcomes you. But just now, I just glanced at it and found that most students started to get anxious on the 2nd page. Some of them even didn't finish the 1st page. Lockhart shook his head slightly. It seems. These students really need to make up for it in the future. Lockhart continued to walk back to the back of the classroom, turned a corner, and walked to another aisle. Still slowly watching the students around him writing the test papers. Although most students were anxious and hesitant on the 2nd page of the test paper, some students were writing furiously on the 3rd page, and Lockhart even saw a student thinking about the first big question on the 4th page. He couldn't help but nod slightly. He remembered the name of this student, David McMillan. A little wizard from Slytherin College. Suddenly, Lockhart stopped and looked down at the Weasley twins in front of him, his mouth twitching slightly. Are these 2 funny guys deliberately making trouble for him? It was okay to try to skip class just now, but now they are openly cheating on his exam. Lockhart sensed it a little and found that the feather pens in the hands of the Weasley twins exuded a magical power. The nature of this magic is a bit similar to the levitation spell. How could he not know that this was Harry Potter's world-famous cheating tool, the automatic answering feather pen? It seems that the experience of the previous life still has a profound impact on him. If the professor of Hogwarts held an exam, the first thing he would do was to consider confiscating these cheating tools. But he had no such awareness at all. After handing out the papers, he invigilated according to his previous invigilation experience. Empiricism is really killing people. Thinking, Lockhart looked at George and Fred, who kept their heads down, as if they were answering the questions very seriously. Then, the automatic answering feather pen flies over. With a flying spell, the feather pens in the hands of the 2 flew into Lockhart's hands. George and Fred raised their heads a little embarrassedly and looked at Professor Lockhart, who looked serious in front of them. Their expressions were restrained and they looked guilty. Discussion: what to do if you are caught cheating on the spot by the teacher. Then, a voice came from my ear: the size of your paper will be doubled. Come to my office on Thursday at noon. Then I watched Lockhart take out his wand and point it at the 2 test papers. Under the gaze of the twins, the original answers disappeared. I heard Lockhart's indifferent voice again: write it again. If I catch you again, the size of the paper will be doubled again. Suddenly, the 2 looked at the blank test paper in front of them with sad faces. It's over. The original 8 inches was quite long, but now it has become 16 inches. It's terrible. After Lockhart finished speaking, he continued to move forward. He had to observe carefully. Who dares to commit crimes against the wind? This time he didn't have this awareness. If he paid a little attention later, he would have no chance to escape. After walking through the entire classroom, Lockhart nodded with satisfaction. On the first day of school, there were indeed not many people who dared to cheat on the spot. There were only 2 Weasley twins. Immediately, he returned to his seat and waited for the end of the exam. Time passed slowly, and soon, it was time for the exam to end. Bang! Lockhart waved his wand lightly, and a group of colorful fireworks appeared in the air again, and exploded with a small bang, symbolizing the end of the exam. Okay, everyone stop writing. Lockhart's voice spread throughout the classroom, and most of the students who had been anxious before breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they didn't have to think about it anymore, they really couldn't think of the answer. But a trace of worry still flashed across his face, as if he knew that his grades would be bad. Some, like George and Fred, were nervous and were writing furiously. Even if Lockhart called for a stop, they didn't put down their quills. Only a few students were calm, as if they knew their grades wouldn't be too bad. Seeing this scene, Lockhart waved his wand lightly. In an instant, the quills of those students who were writing furiously suddenly became uncontrollable and floated in the air. Then, the test papers in front of each student also floated in the air, and then floated towards the podium. As Lockhart gently slid his wand from the air to the podium, all the students' test papers were stacked and neatly placed on the podium. Chapter 39: Lockhart's Way of Training Young Wizards. Please read on seeking investment, seeking recommendation votes. Looking at the thick stack of test papers on the podium, the students below were basically silent. The classroom was very quiet, as if a silent spell was cast. Seeing this, Lockhart did not speak, and sat down to mark the test papers. At the same time, the students below began to communicate in a low voice. How did you do? What do you think? I was confident at the beginning, but I couldn't write on the second page. What about you? Like you, I seem to have seen many questions before, but I don't know how to answer them. Ah, it's over, my snacks are gone, it's good that I won't be criticized by the professor this time. It's so miserable, many questions look familiar, but I can't do them, it's over. On the podium, Lockhart was marking the test papers quickly. With rich experience in marking papers, he simply glanced at it and knew which questions were right and which were wrong. There is no need to write by hand, just point the wand and the correct and wrong marks will automatically appear on the test paper. In addition, most students basically only finish the first page, and can't do much on the second page. The difficulty of marking the papers is greatly reduced. As time goes by, the thick stack of papers to be reviewed is slowly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Instead, there are 3 stacks of papers with different thicknesses. The thickest stack of papers on the right basically fails. The thin stack of papers in the middle has a passing or good score. There are only a few papers on the left, and these are all excellent. It took almost no time for Lockhart to record everyone's scores again. Then he waved his wand, controlled each test paper, and floated it in front of each student. After all the students received their test papers, most of them looked bitter, and their scores can be imagined. Lockhart stood up after seeing everyone's expressions, and said with some grief, "Have you all seen your results? I believe no one wants me to read out the results. My evaluation of this test is only one word, poor. Only 4 people got A, pass, 2 people got E, good, 1 person got O, excellent, and the remaining 42 people all failed. What does this mean? Your foundation is too weak. Fortunately, you will not participate in O.W.L.S. until next year, and there is still time to make up for it. Otherwise, according to the regulations of previous years, such results would not be able to enter the advanced class at all, let alone get the N.E.W.Ts certificate." Hearing Lockhart's reprimand, most students lowered their heads silently, looking at the red P, poor, on their test papers with some shame. In response, Lockhart nodded with satisfaction. As the saying goes, knowing shame leads to courage. It is a good thing to know shame. Only in this way can you have motivation and strive for progress. The most troublesome are those who give up, which is what Lockhart finds most difficult to accept. Luckily, his students this time don't have such people. Then, Lockhart reached out and took out a magic amulet, saying to everyone, "Okay. Now that the results are out, I will also honor the rewards I received before. Now, let's let David McMichaelen, the only Slytherin wizard who has achieved an O, excellent, grade, come up to receive his reward." David McMichaelen, who has always been straightened up, raised his head, and full of confidence, smiled when he heard Lockhart call his name. He had been doing the test paper seriously, racking his brains, and finally won the first place. So he trotted all the way to the podium, handed the magic amulet in his hand to the student in front of him, and then looked at the students below and introduced loudly, "This is a magic amulet I specially made. It has a warning effect. If you encounter danger or black magic, it will remind you to stay away from danger. If you don't have time to escape, he will automatically show a layer of armor to resist the attack." Hearing Professor Lockhart's introduction, David excitedly picked up the magic amulet in his hand, then raised it high above his head, waving it at the students below as if showing off. The students below showed envy after seeing it. Lockhart nodded slightly when he saw this. Just now, a burst of heartache suppressed their originally impetuous mentality. Now, it's time to stimulate them and study hard. After David returned to his seat with the amulet, Lockhart continued to say to the students below, "As for the 2 students who got E, good, you can tell me now what snacks you want. I'll let the owl send it to you when the time comes." After hearing Lockhart's promise, the 2 students below were excited, stretched their hands high, and shouted loudly at the same time, "I want dragon milk cheese! I want cauldron cake!" Hearing the 2 students' shouts, the other students who did not receive any rewards all looked at them with envy. Lockhart saw this and smiled faintly. Knowing that the opportunity had appeared, it was time to take drastic measures. This powerful medicine should be able to deal with them completely. Cough. Cough. After a light cough, all the students below immediately turned their eyes to Lockhart. Seeing this, Lockhart said in a deep voice, "Such tests will be held once a month in the future. Those who rank at the top will receive various rewards." As he spoke, Lockhart took out his wand and waved his hand. More than a dozen magic items floated out of the space bag, including amulets, hats, shoes, crystal balls, etc. They were neatly arranged in front of many students. Then they heard Lockhart's tempting voice ringing in their ears. "These various magic items, including the snacks you want, as long as you have excellent grades in the monthly exams, you will have a chance to get them. And if you make significant progress, you can also get my reward. For the specific rules, I will list a detailed list later so that everyone can see it. As long as you work hard, everything is possible." In an instant, all the students in the classroom were excited and began to cheer, and the classroom was boiling. They never got any reward for their exams before. This time, Professor Lockhart was willing to provide reward items, and they were even rare magic items. Who wouldn't like that? The most important thing is, this is not just once, but once a month. If you don't get it once, you can keep working hard next month and there is still hope. Lockhart looked at the boiling classroom with a faint smile on his face. All his actions in this class can be described in one word. First suppress and then promote. First, completely correct the mentality of this group of students through a test paper. He knew very well that the level of the professors of the previous defense against the dark arts classes was either very average or problematic. The whole class was very impetuous. Otherwise, the foundation would not be so poor. After completely correcting their impetuous mentality, let them correct their learning attitude. It's time to stimulate them to study seriously. As for stimulation, according to his experience, chicken soup is the worst effect and often does not last for a few days. The best way is to reward them with real money. In his previous life, he liked to throw money at his students. When his graduate students saw the large cash reward, he had to praise their efforts. Now, he can't just throw gold galleons at them. On the one hand, the graduate students in his previous life were all adults, so there was no problem with tempting them with money. But now, these students are only 14 or 15 years old. If you tempt them with money, let alone whether it violates their moral conscience. Lockhart was a little afraid that Dumbledore would call him to his office and scold him. And there is naturally no problem with taking interesting magic items. On the other hand, it is naturally for the purpose of spreading runes. The magic items he took out were all made by himself by studying runes. These magic items are all related to runes. If they want to study them, they will only cultivate their interest in runes. As long as he guides them a little later, it is very conducive to the promotion of the new magic system in the later stage. Well, it is definitely not because these magic items are low in cost and affordable. Chapter 40, Wizarding Holy Land, Hogwarts Library. Hogwarts, Defense Against the Dark Arts Classroom. Ring, ring, ring. With the ringing of a bell, the 4th grade defense against the dark arts class in the afternoon officially ended. A large number of young wizards walked briskly, with smiles on their faces, excitedly walked out of the classroom door and walked towards the lounge of their respective colleges. There were only a few students staying in the classroom. Only a few little wizards gathered on the podium to ask Professor Lockhart to answer some of their doubts. Professor, why doesn't wearing protective earmuffs work when encountering an evil bird? The reason is very simple. His high-pitched screams can drive people crazy and are extremely penetrating. Ordinary protective earmuffs can't resist them at all. The best way is to cast a silencing spell to deal with it. Professor, how should we deal with a beehive? With your current level, you can't deal with it effectively. The simplest way is to cast a breathing spell to hide your breath, and then jump into the water. This is the best way to deal with it. Professor, may I ask? You should. As Lockhart patiently answered every question of the little wizards, soon, these little wizards left with satisfaction. Looking at the empty classroom, Lockhart was still very comfortable. I haven't been so happy to give lectures for a long time. The last class was for 1st grade wizards. The main purpose was to listen to their self-introductions, encourage them, and increase their interest in magic. There was really no room for them to develop. This class was for 4th grade wizards. It took a lot of time to teach, but he explained every question he asked to them later. Lockhart was very happy to let him play. He estimated that he had not taught in the classroom for nearly half a year. It was not that he liked teaching students very much, it was purely a professional habit. In his previous life, even if he had research projects, he had at least 4 classes every week. This state lasted for about 6 or 7 years, which made him develop the habit of regular classes. This time, he did not stand on the podium for nearly 5 consecutive months and did not teach the students below. To be honest, he was still vaguely a little uncomfortable. This time, teaching was considered to vent some of the discomfort that had accumulated before. Naturally, he felt very comfortable in his heart. It was like eating an ice cream in the hot summer, in one word, cool. Then, Lockhart walked out of the classroom and walked towards his office. He had to clean up. Today's 2 big classes were all over, and he could control the rest of the time freely. He was going to a place he had been thinking about day and night, Hogwarts Library. Life should have a sense of ritual. In his previous life, Lockhart paid great attention to the quality of life. He liked to adjust his state through some small rituals. For example, before reading, he would close his eyes and meditate for 30 seconds. Before doing something, he was used to printing his plan on a page and placing it in the most conspicuous position in front of him, always reminding himself what to do next. This time, he entered the Hogwarts Library. He decided that he must wash himself well and even change his clothes into a new one. This was his piety to knowledge. At the same time, it was also his respect for the Hogwarts Library. The status of the Hogwarts Library in the wizarding world is like the status of the British Library in the world in his previous life. World famous. The world's number 1. Hogwarts is a holy place for all wizards. The heritage and rich collection behind it can be called a repository of wizard civilization information. Since Hogwarts was founded more than 1,600 years ago, every headmaster has continuously enriched the collection of books in the library. There was even a period when the headmaster at that time did not let go of the collection of pure-blood families. Go directly to the door and copy the other party's collection through certain means. Lockhart has seen these in Hogwarts, a school history. Of course, it was not said directly, but it was hinted, but Lockhart also understood it. Otherwise, why would the book mention? After a cordial and friendly exchange, the Holy Pureblood family agreed with Hogwarts's concept of cultivating better wizards and voluntarily let Headmaster Baron copy the collection at home. Tisk tisk tisk, look, this is what a Hogwarts headmaster should have. So, to put it bluntly, the Hogwarts Library basically collects the precious books that were born in these 1,600 years. In Lockhart's eyes, it is simply a treasure that is difficult to describe in words. When he walked into the library with a pious heart, he felt the peaceful atmosphere inside and heard the rustling sound of pages turning. There was a sense of tranquility in his heart. Especially when he saw a large number of books emitting magical fluctuations neatly placed inside a large number of bookshelves. The heat in his eyes was replaced by reason. Because reading a book is not just about picking up a random book. When you enter the library, you can't just find a seat and pick up a random book to read. This is not called reading, it's called wasting time. Everything must be done in a method, and everything must have a clear purpose. At this moment, Lockhart looked at Ms. Pants, the Hogwarts librarian, who was sitting at a table not far away. He walked directly. Although Lockhart deliberately controlled his steps, he didn't want his footsteps to affect others, and he didn't want to defile this sacred library in his mind. But Ms. Pants, who had a keen hearing, still raised her head. "Professor Lockhart, what book do you need?" Ms. Pants, who was tall and pretty in dark green wizard robes, asked with some curiosity. She was quite curious about the newly appointed Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. On the first day of class, he came to the library, which was enough to show his love for knowledge. This made Ms. Pants, who loved reading, full of favor for Lockhart. Not to mention his handsome face. Especially because he was from Ravenclaw, which symbolizes wisdom. She was also a witch from Ravenclaw, but she worked as a librarian in Hogwarts. "Ms. Pants, you should have worked as a librarian in the library for many years. I would like to ask if there is any in the library, or if you have compiled a list of books in the library. I would like to have a general understanding of the distribution of books in the entire library." Ms. Pants was stunned when she heard Lockhart's request. This was the first time she heard someone want to see a list of books. Most professors would either ask her directly where the book is, or ask her what books she could recommend, or at most ask her to list a few. A list of recommendations. No one has ever directly asked for a list of books in the entire library. It's not that you can't ask for it, it's just that there's not much meaning. After all, there are too many books. If you want a book, just ask her directly. She is very familiar with the placement of every book in the library. Seeing Ms. Pants stunned on the spot, Lockhart repeated his request again, with a hint of affirmation in his tone. Ms. Pants, do you have a list of all the books in the library? Hearing Lockhart's question again, Ms. Pants came back to her senses, looked at Lockhart in front of her, and asked somewhat involuntarily. Professor Lockhart, do you know how many books there are in the Hogwarts library? Chapter 41 Lockhart's Way of Reading. Lockhart's Office. Lockhart sat at the desk in his office and slowly flipped through the thick list of Hogwarts books on the desk. He was very excited and a bright smile rose on his face. Although Ms. Pants did not quite understand Lockhart's request. However, in the face of a very reasonable request from a professor, she still took out a list of books she had carefully compiled. This is the basic quality of a professional librarian. Well, it was definitely not because of Lockhart's handsome appearance, but purely because she was moved by his enthusiasm for knowledge. After Lockhart got the list, he thanked him and returned to his office to read it slowly. As a university professor, he read a lot of books. He knew very well that entering a library, finding a place to sit down, and randomly picking a seemingly high-end book to read was inefficient. He even felt that it was a waste of time. When he read a book, he first looked at the author. What kind of research results did the author have? What great things did he do? If so, it means that as long as the author wrote the book seriously, at least the quality and quantity are guaranteed. Secondly, it is to look at the table of contents of the book. The quality of a book can be judged to a large extent by the table of contents of the book. Through the table of contents, you can quickly understand what the book is about. What does it cover? Even the essence of a book can be judged by the catalog. If the Hogwarts library is compared to a book, then there is no need to pay attention to the author of this book, he is definitely the best in the world. Who in the world can have more books, students, and strong people than Hogwarts? So, for Lockhart, he needs to know the catalog of the book of the Hogwarts library, that is, the list of all the books in Hogwarts. Through the list, he can quickly understand the books in the entire Hogwarts library. More importantly, he can completely understand the changes in the wizarding world in the past 1,600 years through this list. Whether it is spells, potions, alchemy and other fields, the development of wizard civilization over the years can be judged through the titles of these books. Because the title of the book is a core introduction to the whole book. For example, Lockhart just saw a book written in 1340, Subverting the Concept of Potion, The Importance of Wizard Will, written by the famous potion master Susanna Gina. Just by looking at the title of this book, you can know that in the 14th century, wizard civilization may have a breakthrough in the field of potions. Look at the potion books before 1340, on 18 methods of potion refining, detailed explanation of 72 potions, grasp the timing of refining potion, etc. It soon became clear that before the 14th century, the aspect of potion refining was probably limited to techniques, medicinal materials, etc. There is not much attention paid to the emotions and will of wizards. Now, the importance of emotions and will to wizards, even if Lockhart is a potion novice, understands its importance. This is the change of the times and the development of history. From this list of famous books, Lockhart can fully estimate the development and changes in various fields of the entire wizard civilization, and even simply speculate on the future development trend. This is the difference between a specialized scholar and an ordinary person reading a book. It is a complete iteration of concepts and a dimensionality reduction of cognition. If an ordinary wizard had seen so many books, he would have been dazzled long ago. He would probably be immersed in the ocean of knowledge and unable to extricate himself. In the end, even if he walked out of the entire Hogwarts library, he would probably have gained very little. After all, there are too many books and too much knowledge. The world knows infinite things, but only the differences and similarities can be understood. Hogwarts, the principal's office. Dumbledore, wearing half-moon lenses, sat on his huge desk, silently listening to Professor McGonagall, who was wearing a dark green wizard robe, reporting on the start of school. Gryffindor's score has dropped again, and the reason is still the Weasley twins. Professor McGonagall complained, and then continued to report, "Principal, the school has just started for 3 days, and the school's food fund reserves currently have a total of 146 gold galleons. The Ministry of Magic and the school board will allocate 600 gold galleons at the end of the month, which is enough for all the young wizards to consume this year, and a part can be reserved for the cultivation of magical plants." Seeing Dumbledore nodded gently, Professor McGonagall continued. "Regarding as for the teacher fund, each professor will receive a monthly salary of 50 gold galleons, and at the end of the year, there will be a benefit worth 100 gold galleons." Professor McGonagall continued expressionlessly, "Principal, will the year-end benefit be paid directly in gold galleons or purchased in the form of corresponding items?" Dumbledore thought for a moment and said gently, "Let's change to gold galleons this year. We paid out items last year, and I felt that Snape and the others were average." "Okay, Principal." Professor McGonagall took the quill pen next to her and quickly wrote it down, and continued to report, "Regarding Professor Lockhart, he proposed to the students to take a monthly test and reward outstanding students in class yesterday. He told me that he would personally prepare corresponding rewards, but Lockhart said that the school is willing to provide a production fund, which is naturally the best." After hearing this, Dumbledore smiled, nodded silently, and said nothing. Professor McGonagall did not repeat, and continued to report on the opening of the school. Professor McGonagall said to Lockhart's request, "What a joke! You want the school to provide funds for what you promised, and the gold galleons of Hogwarts are not blown by the wind. That is donated by the Ministry of Magic and the school board. Besides, you said you want to reward outstanding students, and the school certainly welcomes it. But since you said it, don't expect the school to bear this part of the responsibility. Otherwise, if those professors expect the school to bear the responsibility for what they say casually in the future, what will the school lose?" Professor McGonagall, who has always been rigorous and known as the Vice President of Hogwarts, has an attitude towards school funds. She said, "I will pay great attention to it and will not let a gold galleon go to waste." Well, as long as it doesn't cost Hogwarts money, she always holds a favorable attitude. Then, Professor McGonagall reported to Dumbledore one by one about the opening of the school and the problems. Basically, she provided her own solutions to most of the problems, and Dumbledore did not veto them, but nodded silently to express his agreement. Professor McGonagall was very accustomed to Dumbledore's attitude because it has been such a process for all these years. Basically, all the big and small things in Hogwarts have to go through her hands, and when there are problems, they will be reported to Dumbledore for the final decision. Dumbledore trusts Professor McGonagall very much, and he basically does not interfere in the relevant affairs of Hogwarts. But Professor McGonagall still expressed respect for the principal, and would report to Principal Dumbledore at the beginning of each month. Suddenly, Dumbledore heard Professor McGonagall say, "Mrs. Pans said that Professor Lockhart asked him for a library book list yesterday. She thinks that the book list can be made into a magic item, which can automatically tell the corresponding location of the book according to the professor's needs, which can reduce her work pressure. So I want to apply to the school to make magic items. My personal suggestion is that you can try. It is a bit difficult for Madame Pans to manage the school library alone." After hearing this, Dumbledore did not move, but kept thinking with his eyes narrowed. Professor McGonagall was a little surprised. Such a thing should be worth doing. It will only benefit the school and not cause any harm. Then, I heard the first question Dumbledore asked today. You just said that Professor Lockhart asked Madame Pants for a list of library books, right? Chapter 42 Violating the Law of Historical Development. I am very sorry, the timing is wrong. You just said that Professor Lockhart asked Madame Pants for a list of library books, right? Faced with Dumbledore's question, Professor McGonagall nodded and asked curiously, "What's the matter, Headmaster, is there a problem?" "No problem, continue, Minerva." Principal Dumbledore smiled gently at Professor McGonagall's curiosity and signaled to continue reporting. During the next reporting period, Professor McGonagall clearly felt that Dumbledore was a little absent-minded. But due to Dumbledore's previous refusal, he did not show any expression. He just suppressed the thought deeply in his heart, and at the same time, he paid more attention to Lockhart. However, what Professor McGonagall did not notice was that the portrait of the headmaster next to him opened his eyes, as if he had also noticed Dumbledore's question just now. Maybe there was not much to do at the beginning of the school, so Professor McGonagall finished the report quickly. After rejecting Dumbledore's invitation for a glass of honey, Professor McGonagall stepped out of the headmaster's office. Boom! With a rumble of the stone statue, the door closed. The portrait of Headmaster Armando Dippet next to him made a sound. "Dumbledore, Gilderoy Lockhart wants a list of all the books in the library. This is worth noting. I'm not worried that he's looking for a lost magic book. I'm afraid that he's just this list, you know, who was the last person to do this." Although he was looking at the Durmstrang library. When Dumbledore heard Principal Armando Dippet's words, he didn't reply and was silent. Just took out a thick book with a dark blue cover, engraved with a lot of patterns, and a bronze book frame on the edge. Subconsciously caressing the lower right corner of the book, there was a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Where he touched, that is, in the lower right corner of the book, there was a dark red handwriting that resembled a signature. "To my dear friend Albus Dumbledore." The book cover reads, "A brief talk on the development of the wizarding world, Gellert Grindelwald." At this moment, Lockhart was in his office, reading the list of books he had received from Madame Pants. At the same time, there was a grey notebook placed next to the book, which recorded the ideas he had derived from the list of books he read. Wizards in BC rarely used magic wands. They seemed to be very easy to cast spells. Many advanced magic spells were created in BC. 2. The Patronus charm has been passed down since ancient times and has great potential for exploration. It is recommended that you must master it if you have the opportunity in the future. 3. A disaster may have occurred in the wizarding world in the 3rd century AD, because almost no writings were produced during that period. 56. It seems that the further time goes by and the closer to modern times, the lower the frequency of magical works produced, which is inconsistent with the law of historical development. According to common sense, the closer to modern times, the more advanced magic should be, and the higher the frequency of magical works. 87. The closer we get to modern times, the newly born spells tend to be individual attacks, which seem to be closely related to emotions and will. Phew! Lockhart let out a breath, slowly closed the list of books he had obtained from Madame Pants, then picked up his grey notebook and slowly reviewed the 87 ideas he had compiled. "As I look back, the sense of dissonance in my heart becomes stronger." He found that there were problems in the wizarding world, big problems. He carefully arranged the list of books he just read in terms of time, and interpreted them from the perspective of the development of the times. As a result, he suddenly discovered a thing that goes against the laws of historical development. According to common sense, the accumulation of knowledge is gradual at first, and will develop explosively later, and then return to the cycle of gradual explosive gradual. Just like the past life in the East, knowledge was slowly accumulated for hundreds of years, and then suddenly exploded in the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period. After the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, the accumulation of knowledge began to be gradual again. The same is true for the Renaissance in the West. There was an accumulation some time ago, and then suddenly reached a period of explosion. Then it enters the stage of gradual accumulation. Moreover, the closer we get to modern times, the intervals between this cycle of gradualness and explosion will become shorter and shorter. For example, in Lockhart's previous life, it might take hundreds of years to experience an explosive cycle initially, but in modern times, it may only take decades, or even more than 10 years of accumulation to trigger an explosion. It is also commonly known as the big explosion of technology. The wizarding world is completely different. It seems that he has not experienced the cycle of gradualness and explosion at all. In other words, he has been in a gradual state, that is, the wizarding world has been developing slowly. There was no period of rapid growth, or a period of magical explosion. In other words, there seems to be a magic explosion period in BC, but the accumulation of knowledge tends to be dull after AD. Occasionally, some more subversive concepts appeared, but they did not promote a new round of magic explosion. For example, the magic wand can be said to have updated the way wizards cast spells. But it seems that it has not greatly promoted the research of magic. It only allows wizards to transform from the previous wand-less spell casting to the current wand casting spell. At best, there were a few books on wand casting during that period, but not many others. All this puzzled Lockhart. But he was not prepared to delve into it further. He was not a person who wanted to get into trouble. Otherwise, he had so many research projects in his previous life, no matter how many brain cells he had, he wouldn't be able to sustain them. Put this question deep in your heart, and then start preparing lessons. In the afternoon, he had a defense against the dark arts class for second-year wizards. Well, in this class, we have to meet the 3 little Gryffindors. Afternoon, defense against the dark arts classroom. The little wizards from Gryffindor and Slytherin quickly found their seats and chatted in whispers. This is their first defense against the dark arts class since they were in 2nd grade. There is a new teacher this year, Professor Lockhart. They have high expectations for Professor Lockhart. They heard from the first-year wizards that Professor Lockhart would show shocking special effects. Although the 4th-year seniors complained about Professor Lockhart asking them to do test papers, they still talked about the rewards given by the professor. Not only are there snacks, but there are also magic items. All this always makes them look forward to it. Well, it's best to give them rewards and show them special effects blockbusters. If there are new surprises, that would be better. At this time, Harry, Hermione, and Ron next to him gathered together to discuss quietly. Hermione, I heard that you saw Professor Lockhart on the Hogwarts Express before. How did you feel? Professor Lockhart is a very nice person, very handsome, and very patient in answering questions. Harry, can you lend me your magic amulet? It was given to you by Professor Lockhart. Okay, Ron, but you have to be careful not to break it. Don't worry, Harry. Draco Malfoy, who was not far away, saw Harry and others whispering, snorted coldly, and turned his head to discuss with his 2 little followers. Although Lockhart seemed to have a little conflict with his father Lucius, it did not affect his expectation for Professor Lockhart's reward. He also wanted to have his own magic amulet like Harry Potter. Well, no matter what, he couldn't lose to Harry. As the bell rang, they saw Professor Lockhart carrying a suitcase and walking towards the podium. Chapter 43 Practice Spells. Lockhart walked to the podium with a suitcase. Looking at the 2 distinct groups of young wizards below, he couldn't help but sigh. It has only been 2 days since the start of school, and only 3 classes have been held, and it has been found that the rejection between the colleges is very strong. Basically, each college sits in a group, and the frequency of communication between each other is very small. Especially Slytherin College, who is very exclusive of other colleges. The second is Ravenclaw. The last Gryffindor is better. As for Hufflepuff, Lockhart has not officially taught them yet, but he guessed that at most they are better than Gryffindor. However, Lockhart didn't want to care about these. These problems have been deeply rooted for decades or even hundreds of years, and he couldn't find a solution for the time being. Besides, he didn't have the heart to solve these problems, which should be what Dumbledore considered. Now, he was concentrating on the runes. So, looking at the expectant eyes of the little wizards below, Lockhart showed a bright smile and briefly introduced himself. Looking at the textbooks on the table, he said to the little wizards gently, "Today's class. Everyone can put the books back. We have a practical class today, you only need a wand." Wow! The little wizards below exclaimed, "Practical class, this is their favorite class. No need to read those boring textbooks, just practice interesting magic. Who doesn't like such a course?" Then, the little wizards heard Lockhart's gentle and steady voice. "Now, all the little wizards stand up and stand in the aisle. Let's start today's practical course." Lockhart's voice had just fallen, and all the little wizards stood next to the desks very neatly, walked to the middle, and looked forward to the next course. Then, Lockhart waved his wand lightly, and all the desks floated in the air and slowly moved to the back of the classroom. Then they were placed together in a very regular manner, leaving a huge open space in the middle of the classroom. Lockhart stood at the front of the open space, waved to the little wizards, and signaled everyone to come forward and gather in a group. Soon, looking at the group of little wizards in front of him, Lockhart opened his magic suitcase, took out a large cage covered with cloth from it, waved his wand, and controlled it to float in the air. Looking at the curious eyes of the little wizards looking at the cage, especially Harry, who stretched his head high, his expression was full of expectation. Lockhart suddenly had a bad taste and whispered in a low voice, "Be sure to pay attention. Don't make a sound after seeing it, because that will anger them." Suddenly, Lockhart's deep voice infected the surrounding little wizards. Everyone held their breath, as if they were facing something terrifying. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lockhart suddenly opened the cloth on the cage. Suddenly, a large number of blue elves with dark eyes and ugly pointed faces appeared in the cage, flapping their wings. Seeing this, all the little wizards showed disappointment on their faces. Lockhart looked at everyone's disappointed expressions and said with a smile, "You are only in the second year, and you haven't mastered many spells yet. You can't expect me to catch a werewolf or a dementor to teach you. Besides, this is an elf from Cornwall. Although he is small, his flying speed is not slow. Especially they like to grab people's ears and lift them up in the air and hang them on the top of the tree." Hearing Lockhart's introduction, the little wizard's eyes lit up instantly. After listening to the professor's introduction, the elves seemed very interesting. Seeing that everyone's interest was raised again, Lockhart continued to introduce. "Today's practical class, what you have to do is to cast a coma spell on the elves. Those who perform well can add points to their own college. The best grades you can get the magic amulet I made by myself." As soon as these words came out, all the little wizards were immediately excited. "Professor, I'll go first. I'll go first. I said it first." Well, they have seen Harry Potter hanging the magic amulet around his neck recently, and their hearts have been full of envy. Seeing everyone's enthusiastic performance, Lockhart waved his wand and drew a beautiful arc in the air. Soon, a dark blue elf was released from the cage floating in the air. Lockhart said slowly, "Okay, don't be anxious, before learning, learn about the elves first." Under the control of magic, the elf floated in front of everyone. Lockhart held the wand, pointed at the elf's head in front of him, and introduced, "The elves in Cornwall are also called naughty elves. I like to play pranks very much." Hearing this, Ron seemed to be thinking about something, as if he thought of his two twin brothers. After thinking for a while, he continued to focus on Professor Lockhart's speech. His characteristic is that he flies very fast. Because he is not lethal, he is listed as XX magical creatures. Today's practical course aims to train everyone's speed and accuracy in casting spells. The elves in Cornwall are mostly dark blue and about 8 inches long. Hearing Lockhart's introduction to the elves, the little wizards suddenly became a little bored. Looking at everyone's expressions, Lockhart speeded up. Then, Lockhart aroused the interest of the little wizards with a sentence. After we finish practicing the spell, we will start a mysterious activity. Now, everyone line up in 3 rows. Hearing the mysterious activities mentioned by Lockhart, the little wizard's interest was instantly aroused. They lined up in unison and looked at Lockhart with expectant eyes. Lockhart smiled, but still followed his lesson preparation process and said, "Okay, don't use your wands, just chant the spell with me first." Faint. Soon, all the little wizards chanted the spell with Lockhart in unison. Faint. Faint. Lockhart nodded with satisfaction, sensing that everyone only had some minor problems with the tone and speed of speech, but the impact was not great. Then he repeated it several times and slightly adjusted the way everyone chanted the spell. Basically, there was no problem with the spell. After the preparation, Lockhart said in a deep voice, "Okay, now line up, everyone is practicing the stunning spell. Once you have practiced the stunning spell well, you can start the mysterious activities. At that time, the magic amulet will be waiting for you." Hearing this, the little wizards picked up their wands and lined up in a neat row. Seeing this, Lockhart looked at the first little wizard Mickey and saw that he was a little nervous. He gently comforted him, "Mickey, don't be nervous, I will relax the control of the elf later, and you can use the stunning spell then." Hearing Lockhart's gentle tone, Mickey's inner pressure was reduced a lot, nodded heavily, and held his wand tightly. Aimed at the dark blue elf floating in the air not far away. Seeing this, Lockhart nodded to Mickey and relaxed the control of the elf. Fainted. Looking at the elf flapping its wings and flying to the left, Mickey was smart and quickly waved his wand, aiming at the target and shouting loudly. Instantly, the magic power of Mickey's body was infused into the wand, emitting a red light, hitting the fleeing elf. Looking at the elf fainting on the ground, Mickey showed a joyful smile on his face. The little wizard behind him also showed an eager look. Chapter 44 Stupid and Rich Lockhart. Falling down. Falling down. Watching the young wizards casting the stunning spell one after another in the increasingly lively atmosphere, Lockhart also showed a smile on his face. Sure enough, the practical class is the most attractive to the young wizards and the most likely to liven up the atmosphere. For the second-year wizards, it is very tempting. But Lockhart waved his wand helplessly when he saw the motionless elf lying on the ground. Clear spring-like water. A stream of water emerged from the tip of the wand and poured on the elf's face. Soon, the elf woke up and looked at the little wizards not far away, and Lockhart who was close at hand. With a sad face, he lay on the ground motionless, pretending to be dead. Seeing this, Lockhart's mouth twitched, and he waved his wand to control the elf to float to the corner on the left side of the classroom. There were already 5 similar elves lying there, pretending to be dead. This practical course was effective, but it was a bit of a waste of elves. He had 15 elves in this cage, and 6 of them had been broken. Let's see how the group of little wizards will be interested next. I'm afraid the remaining 9 are not much better. He curled his lips helplessly, controlled the cage to open, summoned the next active elf, and continued to place it in front of the little wizards. Start a new round of practice. Of course, for the elves, it was a new round of torture. As time passed slowly, basically every little wizard went through more than 5 rounds. The only exception was Ron. This poor little wizard, his wand was broken. He was originally casting a coma spell on the elf, but ended up knocking himself out. Immediately made Lockhart speechless, and then, after waking up Ron, he took out a spare wand for him. This was specially purchased before he went to the Marvel world. He was worried that if the wand was lost, he would keep a spare one. Despite this, Ron's level was still relatively average. Of course, it might also be related to just touching a new wand. However, there were many little wizards that made Lockhart's eyes light up. Among them, there were 12 young wizards including Hermione, Harry, Mickey, and Draco. They successfully knocked out the elf the first time they cast the stunning spell. Especially Harry, Lockhart observed his movements and found that his fighting talent was indeed not weak. Almost every stunning spell was full of magic power and the effect was very obvious. The casting speed was at least 20% faster than that of the same young wizard. What does such talent mean? Lockhart knew very well the future battle master. Sure enough, being able to compete with Voldemort naturally has its unique features. How high a recognition can such a talent get? Thinking, Lockhart put the idea in his heart and continued to start the next round of practice. Soon, 2 more rounds passed. Finally, his 15 Cornish elves were completely played out. He looked at his watch and found that the get out of class would end in about 15 minutes. So, Lockhart threw the last elf in the corner and clapped his hands. After seeing that he had attracted the attention of all the little wizards, he said, "Okay, today's practice ends here. Next, let's start the mysterious activity I mentioned. Activity rules: I will let those 15 elves run away Indiana the classroom. You attack. Whoever hits more times will rank higher. The wizard with the highest ranking can not only add 10 points to his school, but also get a magic amulet made by me. The little wizards ranked 2nd to 3rd can order a snack they like, and I will let the owl deliver it. Even if the little wizards who didn't get the reward this time don't be discouraged. Such activities will be held once a month in the future, and there will be rewards to be won at that time." Hearing the rewards mentioned by Lockhart, all the little wizards' eyes lit up. Sure enough. Just like what the seniors in the 4th grade said, Professor Lockhart is generous, and he can get rewards and magic items as long as he reaches out. How could Lockhart not know what they were thinking? This morning when he was eating, he could hear those little wizards whispering about him. He didn't care about this at all. In his previous life, he was also considered very generous by his graduate students, or a fat sheep. Some people even complained that he was stupid and rich. Because he gave them real money as rewards, and the amount was not small, naturally some people would regard him as a fat sheep. He was not being a rich man, but purely to ensure the quality and progress of the project. According to his experience, the graduate students under him were in 2 completely different states when they spent money and when they didn't. It's better to spend money than to treat him to a meal. With money hanging in front, the progress is very fast. Although he spent a lot of money, he made a lot of money after his project was successful. In his previous life, whether he was stupid or not, he made a lot of money from his research projects. Tisk tisk tisk. There is no gain without effort. He understood this truth early on. Looking at the young wizards who were full of energy and emotions, Lockhart smiled and walked to the corner of the classroom. Looking at the 15 Cornish elves lying on the ground pretending to be dead and motionless, Lockhart slowly drew a circle with his right hand, controlling the hanging ring with his mind. Soon, as his right hand moved, a red flame ring appeared. A large number of silk threads also automatically spread out from the middle of the fire ring, connecting with the rune in the middle. Click! Click! Rune communication. After activating the power of the rune, Lockhart instantly felt that he could sense the emotions of the creatures around him under the blessing of a gentle energy. Focusing on the 15 elves lying on the ground pretending to be dead, he instilled his meaning into their minds through his mind. Soon, Lockhart saw the 15 elves open their eyes, stand up, wave their wings, and look at him with fear in their eyes. Lockhart could feel that these elves were afraid of him, and he was not surprised. After all, he was the one who brought them to the young wizard and asked them to practice the stunning spell one by one. Especially after they were unconscious, he used the water woke him up, then he fainted again, and then woke him up again. No one could bear this cycle. However, the cooperation of these elves was needed later. So he once again used his mind to instill his meaning into their minds. This time, the elves finally understood that the voice that just appeared in their minds came from the demon in front of them. Well, when Lockhart read the word demon, he curled his lips helplessly, but did not say much. Seeing that these elves understood what he meant, he pointed his wand at them and controlled them to float in front of the little wizard. Then, looking at the eager expressions of the little wizards, Lockhart's eyes revealed a hint of smile, and he shouted loudly, "Begin!" Chapter 45 Little Wizards vs. Little Elves. With Lockhart's order, the elves flew everywhere with a whoosh. They just heard the big devil say that as long as they could avoid the attacks of the little devils below, they could let them go. So this time they used all their strength, flapped their wings, and quickly moved away from the little wizards. Faint! Faint! Looking at the elves running around, the little wizards below quickly waved their wands and continuously released the stunning spell. For a moment, spells flew all over the classroom, and the elves flew around frantically, relying on their sensitive induction to quickly avoid attacks. As for the results, not a single one was hit. Looking at a large number of spells flying around, while the elves nimbly avoided a large number of attacks, Lockhart couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, it was as he expected. Before, they caught the elves in front of them and let them train one by one, so they achieved such a result. Now they encountered a more chaotic scene, and the elves also flew desperately, and the accuracy and strength of the stunning spell dropped greatly. In some cases, two stunning spells collided with each other and cancelled each other out. The young wizards saw the elves dodging in the sky, especially some elves sticking out their tongues at them and making mocking expressions. They were so angry that they waved their wands even harder. Well, the record has been very stable, not a single one was hit. At this time, some smarter young wizards came to their senses and knew that continuing might not help, so they began to think of other ways. Like Hermione from Gryffindor, she pulled Harry, who was casting stunning spells in a methodical manner, and Ron, who had just received a new wand, and whispered, "We can't continue. These elves fly too fast, we can't hit any of them, we must work together to besiege one and limit its flying speed, so that we can hit it. And it won't work with just the three of us, we must find others to help us limit its speed." Hearing Hermione's suggestion, Harry and Ron nodded, and then they found their better classmates to fight together. At the same time, the students of Slytherin College also began to do the same thing, calling their friends and starting to find ways to hit the elves. Lockhart saw it and nodded slightly. These little wizards are very smart and know that unity is strength. Then, he waved his wand and hit back the two elves close to the glass. Just kidding, there are only 15 elves, and the number is not large to begin with. If two more run away, it will be a loss. These are all gold galleons. Well, at this moment, Lockhart completely forgot the promise he made to the elves just now. Soon. Obstacles. Fainted. Bang. The small team represented by Harry and Hermione successfully limited the flying speed of the elves through the obstacle spell, and then hit a Cornish elf, knocking it unconscious on the ground. Ron quickly ran up and caught the fainted elf. Then, the Slytherin students did not dare to fall behind. Draco led his followers and hit one together. The two elves fell down and made a sound, as if opening a prelude. Many young wizards gradually became familiar with the elves' flight trajectory, and cast spells one after another, successfully limiting the elves' flight speed, and then knocked them down one by one. Looking at the elves that kept fleeing in the air with a somewhat desperate expression, Lockhart laughed. It's not that he didn't keep his promise, but that none of you escaped. It's not his fault. After a while, the last elf was successfully hit by Harry Potter. And Ron quickly ran up and took it in his hand with a bright smile on his face. Snap! 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 Seeing that there were no more elves flying in the sky, Lockhart clapped his hands and said encouragingly, "Congratulations, you have successfully caught these 15 elves. Now, you can tell me how many elves your team has hit in total." As soon as Lockhart finished speaking, Ron and Harry ran up to him with 5 elves in their hands. Waving his hands constantly, he said loudly and boastfully, "Professor, Professor, we caught 5 in total." At the same time, others also ran to Lockhart and shouted loudly, "Professor, we caught 2. Professor, we caught 4. Seeing the little wizards gathered in a circle, holding 2 or 3 elves in their hands, and constantly shouting and showing off, Lockhart pressed his hand down and suddenly quieted down. "Don't worry, let me count first. Gryffindor caught 8, Slytherin caught 7. So, Gryffindor adds 8 points, Slytherin adds 7 points." After saying that, Lockhart looked at the expectant little wizards, smiled heartily, and continued, "Come, let me see. Ron is the first, Harry's group caught a total of 5. As he said that, Lockhart waved his wand lightly, stuffed the elf into the cage, and took out a magic amulet and put it in Ron's hand. Looking at Ron, who was excited, he encouraged him, "This is the reward for your group. You can distribute it yourself." Then he continued, "The second place is Draco. Goyle's group caught 4. After class, you can discuss what snacks you want. I'll ask the owl to bring them to you. The third place is Raven. Mora's group soon." Lockhart put all the elves into the cage and talked about his rewards. Then he said loudly to the little wizards who had returned to the team, "I am very happy that you can unite this time. Only by uniting in the face of powerful enemies can we deal with them more effectively. This is the principle I taught you on the first day of class. Secondly, students who did not receive rewards this time should not be discouraged. I will hold a competition with rewards every month in the future. At that time, whether you rank at the top or have made great progress, you can get my rewards." Hearing Professor Lockhart's promise, the little wizards exclaimed and discussed excitedly. As expected, people are honest and true to themselves. Professor Lockhart is generous and a rich man. They like professors who spend money easily. After a while, as the bell rang, this defense against the dark arts class officially ended. Lockhart watched the group of little wizards pour out of the classroom. Then, he looked down at the group of Hermione, Harry, and Ron who were silently surrounding him, and asked gently, "What's wrong? Is there anything you don't understand about the stunning spell?" The 3 little ones shook their heads in unison, and then Ron thanked them first. "Thank you, Professor Lockhart, for the wand. Without the wand, I really can't cast spells." He was reluctant to leave and handed the wand to Lockhart. Seeing this, Lockhart smiled and said, "Okay, this wand is for you. In return, you must study hard in the defense against the dark arts class and strive to get a good score in the exam." After the voice fell, Ron looked up in surprise. "Really? Professor?" Seeing Professor Lockhart nod slightly, Ron nodded excitedly and said, "Thank you, Professor, thank you, Professor. I will study the defense against the dark arts class seriously, and I will study hard." Seeing this, Lockhart smiled with satisfaction. "Well, when the time comes, I will have the opportunity to visit your home and talk about alchemy." Thinking about it, Lockhart asked Hermione and Harry next to him, "Harry, Hermione, what's going on between you two?" Chapter 46 Deal with Snape. "No, Professor." Harry shook his head. "I have, Professor." Hermione raised her right hand high, different from Harry's silence. Hermione asked a series of questions directly. "Professor, I want to ask if there are any other practice techniques for the stunning spell? I just felt that the magic power was a little stagnant. Does the Cornish elf have any weaknesses? Why is it blue all over? Also, I feel so sorry for them, can we let it go?" Hearing Hermione's series of questions, Lockhart stroked his forehead helplessly. "Well, I forgot what I just said a few days ago. This curiosity is really strong. As for whether to release the Cornish elf, just kidding, 15 gold galleons, 1 gold galleon for each, you can't waste money like this." Then, with a gentle smile on his face, he silently looked at Hermione, who kept asking questions, but didn't say anything. And Hermione seemed to have thought of something. Her voice became smaller and smaller, and her speech speed became slower and slower. Seeing this, Lockhart nodded secretly in his heart. Sure enough, for someone who keeps chattering, staring at her eyes and saying nothing is the best solution. When Hermione stopped talking completely, Lockhart spoke, his tone slightly serious. "Hermione, I just told you a few days ago, and you forgot it so quickly. So, when you go back, you can write a paper based on what I said a few days ago, with no limit on the number of words. Then you can come to me on Sunday with your paper and the 3 most important questions you think. Now, you can go to the Gryffindor common room and rest for a while. If I remember correctly, you should have an astronomy class in the evening, so prepare in advance." Looking at the 3 little ones who nodded, especially watching the somewhat lost figure of Hermione leaving, Lockhart thought silently. Sure enough, it is difficult to meet such a child who can understand everything at once in this world. You have to cultivate them slowly. Some ways of thinking, behavioral habits, and even vision need to be cultivated. Although he understood Hermione's plea to the elf just now, he did not agree with it at all. After all, she is young and a girl, so it is normal to have some pity. He thinks Hermione should learn from Ancient One. Tisk tisk. They are both women and wizards. Try to let Ancient One have pity on those dimensional demons. The strong ones are easy to deal with. The weak dimensional demons were all beaten by Ancient One. Well, Lockhart has read many records praising the Ancient One in the magic books borrowed from Camartage. The next morning, in the Hogwarts cafeteria, Lockhart carried a plate of food, walked to Snape, sat down and tasted it slowly. Professor Snape glanced at Lockhart, without any expression, and continued to eat today's breakfast. Lockhart didn't care and slowly ate the food on his plate. He is trying something unimportant but very stress-relieving recently. That is, eat every kind of food in Hogwarts. Then attach the rating. For the bad ones, never touch them again. For the good ones, you can eat a few more bites in the future and study how to make them. Add 1 more stroke to your gourmet road. According to his experience, as long as you don't get fat, food is one of the best tools to relieve stress. Well, the problem of not getting fat can be solved by magic now. In order to carry out magic research efficiently, it is natural to relieve stress. The only pity is that the food variety in Britain is not as rich as that in my country in my previous life. I am afraid that after eating for a while, I will have to face the trouble of finding delicious food. Soon, Snape finished his breakfast, and Lockhart almost controlled the speed and finished it at the same time. Then, "Tell me, Professor Lockhart, what's the matter?" A cold tone came out of Snape's mouth. In this situation just now, even Muggles knew that Lockhart must have something to do with him. Although he had a general impression of Lockhart, he was a colleague after all. If there was anything, he would put it aside first, but it was still necessary to listen. Otherwise this Lockhart would be as annoying as the past few days. However, Lockhart didn't care. He knew Snape very well and said directly, "Professor Snape, do you know the golden clover?" "Oh, it's the magical plant that you and Professor Sprout said can restore magic power." Snape raised his eyebrows, and a sense of curiosity rose in his tone. "Professor Lockhart, if you have it, I can buy some and do research." Hearing what Snape said, Lockhart was a little surprised, but then he suddenly realized. It seems either Snape was also paying attention to him on the first night of school, or Professor Sprout also asked Snape about the golden clover. But it doesn't matter, as long as you, Snape, are curious about the golden clover. If Professor Snape needs it, I have a channel for the golden clover, and I can send you a copy for research in a few days. Lockhart said with a smile. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Hearing that Lockhart was giving it to him for free, Snape knew it was definitely not completely free, but the corners of his cold face still curled up slightly. Haha, it's not a difficult thing. Lockhart knew that the matter was done this time when he heard Snape's relaxed tone. Sure enough, Snape and I are both smart people who understand it at a glance. I want to buy a batch of potions from you, some of them are special, and if the quantity is large, I want to ask if there is a discount price. Hearing Lockhart's request, Snape looked at Lockhart with some suspicion and spoke bluntly. Potions, I definitely have them here, even if I don't have them, I can make them. But what are you going to do, are you planning to smuggle them? Hearing Snape's question, Lockhart smiled and gave the reason he had prepared long ago, of course not. On the one hand, I also need some potions myself, and on the other hand, my channels also need potions to maintain relationships. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with smuggling. Look at me, a professor at Hogwarts and a well-known writer. Do I make much money from smuggling? Hearing Lockhart's answer, Snape nodded in agreement. That's right, someone like you who is so generous and pursues fame naturally doesn't want to be tainted with the stigma of smuggling. Well, it seems that his reputation has spread from students to professors. However, it is impossible to get a discount. But I can guarantee that the quality is definitely much better than what you buy on the market. Hearing Snape's reply, Lockhart pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. That's fine. However, my latest manuscript fee has arrived. It will not be out until the end of the month, so can I advance this batch of potions in advance? I am in a hurry to use it. Well, the purchase cost of the Defense Against the Dark Arts textbooks for Hogwarts students will indeed have to wait until the end of the month before it is distributed to me. However, seeing that Snape's face was slightly ugly, Lockhart still added. Don't worry, as a price, I will give you another rare magical plant, the soul-nourishing flower, which can nourish your spiritual power. Hearing Lockhart's promise, Snape thought about it. He also knew that Lockhart had changed his textbooks this year. It felt that there should be no problem, but he still nodded reluctantly. Okay, what potion do you need? I'll go back and sort it out. It's only the beginning of the month, and there are at least 20 days until the end of the month, which is a bit long. However, the unknown magical plants are worth waiting for. As for Lockhart running away with the money or cheating himself, he thought about it, but he forgot it in a blink of an eye. He is a professor and a well-known writer, especially he has been so generous in the past few days, so he shouldn't do this. He really dares to do this, do you think he is sharp? Chapter 47 The Ridiculed Lockhart. Saturday, Snape's office. Lockhart looked at the slightly dim office and frowned slightly. Then he looked at the large number of solid wood shelves placed next to the office with interest. To be precise, it should be the glass jars on the shelves. Basically, each shelf has a large glass with various specimens soaked in it. The internal organs of the fire lizard. The eyes of the fire dragon. The tongue of a hippogriff. In recent days, Lockhart has read a lot of books about potion materials, but it is still a bit difficult to observe the collection in Snape's office. Don't identify it. With your current knowledge, it's hard to recognize it all. Snape's mocking tone came to his ears, but Lockhart didn't care. He turned around and walked to the middle of the house. He squatted down and looked at the crucible with orange flames and hot steam coming out of the pot. The pot was boiling. Lockhart could see that there was a slightly yellow, cream-like substance in the crucible. So he asked Snape next to him with some curiosity, how many times can this pot of truth serum be used? Snape, who was sorting out the materials, glanced at it indifferently and said lightly, this pot has about 5 bottles. 3 drops are enough for ordinary wizards, and 5 bottles are enough for you to use about 60 times. After hearing Snape's introduction, Lockhart nodded slowly, stood up, and continued to look at Snape's office layout with interest. He was quite interested in the bookshelf on the right side of the office. Just by looking at the titles of the books, he knew that they were all related to potions. And the potion books collected in Snape's office must be unique. "Can I take a look at this brief analysis of advanced potions technology?" Lockhart pointed to a book on the bookshelf and asked Snape beside him. "No." Snape took a look and refused flatly, "With your current level of potion knowledge, you can't understand the content of the book at all. It's a pure waste of time." Faced with the ridicule of a top potion master, Lockhart waved his hand helplessly and said nothing. "Just sit still and wait for 10 minutes, the truth serum can be brewed, and then take your potion and leave." Watching Lockhart looking around his office, Snape's face flashed with impatience, and he said indifferently. Although he knew that Lockhart might want some special potions, otherwise he would not ask for his help. Unexpectedly, after reading the list of potions that Lockhart listed for him, only then did he realize that Lockhart, who seemed to have thick eyebrows and big eyes, wanted to buy potions that were banned from circulation by the Ministry of Magic. Well, the quantity was acceptable, but the properties were quite special. He still had some potions, such as Polyjuice Potion and Dream Potion. There were also some potions that needed to be refined, such as the Verita serum that was being brewed. It was not until now that the potions that Lockhart wanted were prepared. Although the potions that Lockhart wanted were of special nature, he didn't care at all. The reason why he could buy all kinds of precious potion materials in such an office was that he sold those banned potions and earned gold galleons to buy them. As for the laws of the Ministry of Magic, hold sorry, he was a dark wizard before. Isn't it normal to ignore the laws issued by the Ministry of Magic? Soon, the truth serum was brewed. Snape packed the truth serum carefully and responsibly, and put the rest of the potions into a space bag. He handed it to Lockhart and asked him to leave his office. Faced with Snape's expulsion, Lockhart thanked him and could only walk out of the office helplessly. After all, he is a top potion master, and it is normal to be a little arrogant. Which of his colleagues in his previous life was not arrogant? However, looking at the small space bag in his hand, Lockhart's face was full of smiles. Snape is worthy of being a top potion master. Most of these potions that are difficult to buy on the market are in Snape's hands. All of them are available. Even if they are not, they can be refined in just a few days. However, when he thought of the debt of thousands of gold galleons, Lockhart couldn't help but twitch in his heart. The last time he bought potions on a large scale, he consumed more than half of his funds at once. This time, he can finally wait for the royalties to come back. Looking at this situation, I'm afraid that the royalties will have to be sent to Snape as soon as they are received. Tisk tisk tisk, as expected, mastering a profound technology is popular. No, this time in the Marvel world, I must find a way to make money. Otherwise, I will eat up all the money. Even if I publish another book and earn royalties, it will take time. Lockhart felt a little anxious. But looking at the space bag in his hand, he felt much more at ease. This time, he put his family's wealth on this batch of potions. I hope that I can get enough gains in the Marvel world this time. As long as I can open up a stable income channel, I will make a fortune. In fact, some ideas have emerged in his mind. In the future, he will need a large number of gold galleons, because the promotion of a new magic system requires human and material resources. It is absolutely impossible to be short of money. Gold galleons must not be saved. They must be spent to see the effect. Only by spending them can you get more gold galleons in the future. Just like he has been distributing various magic amulets in the past few days. Although these amulets are low cost, they cannot withstand monthly issuance, especially in the future when he plans to increase the number of rewards and even the frequency. Gold galleons are required. Although the investment in the early stage is not small, the benefits obtained in the later stage are also huge. Today is Sunday, all the little wizards have a holiday. Grades 1 and 2 are not like grades 3, they can go to Hogsmeade to play. You can only stay in Hogwarts. However, Hogwarts also has many interesting places, such as the Black Lake. Many little wizards like to play on the lawn around the Black Lake, where the environment is very beautiful. Especially when the sun sets, it reflects on the lake, as if covered with a golden coat, which is very beautiful. Therefore, basically every day there are many little witches going to the Black Lake to watch the sunset. For Hermione, today's sunset can be seen. But she must go to Professor Lockhart's office in advance. Because she has revised her thesis. God knows how many times she has revised it for this thesis. Every time she finishes writing, she always feels that some places are not described in place, or not profound enough. This is not like the potion or spell thesis left by the teacher before, which can collect information, summarize and organize according to the book. Professor Lockhart left a thesis. It is an explanation of a kind of thinking concept, and everyone will have their own understanding. And every time you think deeply, you are likely to have new ideas. And Hermione, as a very serious little witch, keeps thinking about the views put forward by Professor Lockhart before. The more you think, the more you feel the depth of this thinking. Even, from time to time, a new idea popped up, which made her suddenly enlightened and her eyes brightened. In fact, Lockhart summarized his previous concept as control input. This set of concepts is the essence of his experience accumulated in his previous life for more than 20 years. How many detours and pits did he take in the middle? This is a set of thinking methods that he summarized. With this set of thinking methods, he was able to stand out in the entire academic circle in his previous life. Even others lost money in research projects, but he made money in research projects. It is closely related to this set of thinking. And he has integrated the control input thinking into his instinct. Even if he traveled to the Harry Potter world and the Marvel world, he still followed this concept to do things. This concept originated from a very awesome person. Gold Rat. When he was young, he was determined to teach humans to think, so he studied physics, became a doctor of physics, and founded the TOC theory. TOC, commonly known as the theory of constraints. How powerful is this management theory? Let's put it this way, the two richest people in the world are using the TOC theory. Amazon's Bezos and Zara founder Amancio Ortega are both believers in the theory of constraints. Bezos requires executives to read books on the theory of constraints before joining Amazon. The origin of the concept of controlling input comes from a question asked by Lin Hengji to Gold Rat. The general meaning of this question is: if the essence of your thoughts is condensed into one sentence, what is this sentence? And Gold Rat's reply is, control the feed. Controlling the feed means controlling the input. It's just that the word feed is more applied to industrial production, and the word input is easier for the general public to understand. The concept of controlling input will be slowly infiltrated later, which is also a core concept of the protagonist's behavior. I will briefly introduce it tomorrow, but I won't say too much. It will be infiltrated slowly, no rush. Chapter 48 Hermione's Greed. Sunday, Lockhart's office. Golden sunlight shines through the light passed through the glass, fell into the office, and shone on his body. Lockhart felt warm all over. Today was a day off. He had a delicious breakfast early, sat in his office, and stretched his waist lazily. Then he slowly flipped through the magic books borrowed from the Hogwarts library. Although he had obtained a lot of valuable information through the book list a few days ago. But that was only limited to the information level. What he had to do now was to find book knowledge purposefully based on the information, read systematically, internalize, and then master it thoroughly. Understanding magic knowledge is one level. Using the magic wand to cast spells is another level. The brain says it knows, but the hand says it doesn't. Lockhart is very taboo about such things. While reading the book, Lockhart subconsciously reached out with a toothpick, picked up a small piece of mango from the fruit plate next to him, and put it in his mouth. It was so pleasant to taste and read at the same time. In addition to taking notes when reading, he also likes to eat some fruits to relieve some pressure from reading. As time passed, the small plate of mangoes was almost gone. Suddenly, bang! 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 "Professor, it's me." Lockhart heard a crisp knock on the door, mixed with a familiar girl's voice. He was a little confused just now, but he quickly reacted and said immediately, "It's Hermione, please come in, the door is not locked." As Lockhart's voice fell, the office door slowly opened with a creaking sound. Hermione walked in with a piece of parchment in her hand. Looking at Professor Lockhart, who was reading a book opposite, she asked carefully, "Professor Lockhart, I'm here to hand in the paper you mentioned before." After hearing this, Lockhart thought about it for a while, and then he suddenly realized what the paper Hermione was talking about was. It was the paper he asked her to write about the conversation on the train. When he thought of this, Lockhart became interested. He was a little curious about how this little witch viewed his remarks. He had shared his ideas with his graduate students before. Some of them really listened, but most of them just listened. He didn't feel sorry for those who didn't listen. It's just that their thoughts were not in sync. But I don't know what Hermione, the little witch, would think. Turning his head slightly, he saw a few mango fruit plates. Looking at Hermione standing opposite, he thought for a while and waved to her. "Hermione, come and sit on a stool. I'll take a look at your thesis first. You can taste the mango. It tastes pretty good." As he said that, Lockhart waved his wand lightly, and the stain on the fruit plate disappeared quietly. At the same time, 3 mangoes quietly floated in the air. As the mangoes slowly turned, the peels fell off naturally. Then, Lockhart pointed his wand at the fruit plate lightly, and the peeled mangoes quietly split into more than 10 pieces and placed around the fruit plate. Several toothpicks were quietly inserted into the small pieces of mango in the fruit bowl. The whole process took only a few seconds, but it was enough to make Hermione feel a little surprised or envious. Professor Lockhart was really exquisite in enjoying life. Although she could also cast a spell to do the same thing. But it was obvious that Professor Lockhart was very familiar with the process of cutting fruits just now, as if he didn't know how many times he had repeated it. Gently waving the wand, without reciting the spell, he could do it. Hermione looked at the fruit bowl floating in front of her, reached out and picked up a toothpick, took a small piece of mango, and put it into her mouth. "Taste it carefully." "Well, it tastes really good, and it's still iced." Professor Lockhart really knows how to enjoy life, just like her father. Sure enough, as long as a man has money, he will pursue the quality of life. My mother is not lying to me. At this moment, Lockhart did not pay attention to Hermione's expression, but looked at the parchment in his hand with interest, or more precisely, the thesis recorded on it. "Hermione, this little witch, is really good." Although the content of the thesis is a bit superficial, and there are even some obvious mistakes and omissions. However, there are still some highlights. In terms of this level of thinking, in essence, some aspects are not inferior to the graduate students under his previous life. Then, he looked at Hermione, who was eating mango in small bites. He did not speak, but let Hermione finish the mango in the fruit plate, and then slowly asked, "Hermione, your thesis is quite good for your age. I like this point you emphasized in the thesis." As he said, Lockhart picked up the thesis in his hand and read it slowly. "For practicing spells, you must adhere to the principle of small quantity and high quality, focus on 3, or even 1 spell and practice it carefully." Hermione was originally looking at the empty fruit plate, feeling a little embarrassed. The iced mango is delicious, and she ate it all in one breath. But with Lockhart's praise, a bright smile rose on his face, and he quickly said, "Thank you, Professor. I was very touched by the few high-quality ideas you mentioned on the train before. Next time, you will definitely not ask a lot of questions at once. You must follow the principle of small quantity and high quality." Hearing what Hermione said, Lockhart nodded in agreement and said with great approval, "Hermione, you are indeed very smart. I believe that you will become a well-known figure in the wizarding world in the future." Hearing what Lockhart said, Hermione seemed a little terrified. Perhaps Lockhart's praise was a bit too much, and there was some psychological pressure, but he still asked back, Really? Professor Lockhart?" For Hermione's trepidation, Lockhart nodded heavily, "Believe me, I rarely make mistakes in judging people. You will definitely achieve something in the future." Speaking of this, Lockhart did not want to continue the discussion on this topic, and asked directly, "Hermione, according to what I said before, you have brought the thesis now. So what are the 3 questions you carefully prepared? Tell me, I will try my best to explain your questions thoroughly." Lockhart's reply made Hermione's face brighten, and then she quickly took out the 3 questions she had carefully prepared and asked. "Professor, the first question is, I want to know where there are problems with my paper. Can you explain it to me in detail? The second question is, can you explain the thinking you mentioned before in more depth? I found that there are many places that I don't understand. The third question is, do you have any good suggestions on how to learn magic quickly?" Hearing the 3 questions Hermione prepared carefully, Lockhart sighed. Sure enough, at such a young age, it is good enough to realize the point of small quantity and high quality. Don't force too much, just cultivate slowly. In Lockhart's opinion, there is nothing wrong with these 3 questions, and it can be said that they completely follow the principle of small quantity. But in terms of quality, these 3 questions do not meet the standard in Lockhart's mind. Because these 3 questions are too broad, they can further derive countless questions. The first question is better, and it is limited to this paper. The second question has exposed the problem. He actually wants to understand and master his way of thinking through one question. He is not exaggerating. His way of thinking can be written into a book by picking out some of the essence of his ideas. The third question further shows that Hermione has some wrong cognition. The field of magic practice is too large. He wants to master magic learning quickly with a few suggestions. It is a foolish dream. Besides, even if he really makes suggestions, he must understand Hermione's magic level, magic knowledge, learning habits, etc. in detail before he can give her suggestions. Give some precise suggestions. Of course, for a little witch like Hermione, it is good to think of these 3 questions. As long as she can restrain her greed for knowledge, her future achievements will definitely not be too low. To be honest, Lockhart thinks that Ravenclaw is more suitable for a little witch like Hermione. Tisk tisk tisk, the greed for knowledge is engraved in the bones of Ravenclaw. Chapter 49 Lockhart has his old problem. In Lockhart's previous life, he made strict requirements for the questions asked by his graduate students. The questions should not be too many, only 3 at most. At the same time, the questions must be specific and of high quality. Don't be too broad, and don't ask questions that can be found on Baidu. It would be best if the graduate students could understand this requirement. If they can't understand it, as long as Lockhart deducts money, they will understand it soon. Well, no matter whether they can understand it or not, it will cause less trouble to Lockhart. Money has magic power and can easily change the cognition of those who don't understand. For the 3 questions raised by Hermione, Lockhart understood very well that this was her true level. Before, he just had a simple chat on the train and didn't emphasize it specifically. It was normal to have problems. However, for the little witch Hermione in front of him, Lockhart liked her more and more. At such a young age, she liked to use her brain and think very much. Although some of his thoughts were wrong, it undoubtedly showed that Hermione was worth cultivating. Thinking of this, Lockhart suddenly became interested and spoke to Hermione. Hermione, you asked 3 questions. I will answer the second one first. I will explain the remaining questions to you in detail later. Hermione was a little confused about Lockhart's refusal, but she nodded. Seeing this, Lockhart changed a new mango platter and placed it on the desk. Tell Hermione to sit at the desk opposite him and explain slowly. Today I will share with you a way of thinking. You may not understand this for the time being, but you just need to remember it, and you can slowly comprehend it in the days to come. Looking at Hermione nodding in a daze, Lockhart didn't care and continued. I call this way of thinking controlled input. The idea of small amount of high quality you mentioned before is a manifestation of this way of thinking. Controlled input, you can understand it as restraining yourself, restraining your behavior, controlling your input, making your behavior conform to the rules, and not doing unnecessary things. First, we must have a systematic mindset, treat everything as a system, and consciously limit the elements that enter the system. We must seize the opportunity, don't act on impulse, and know how to use a little to achieve a great result. Reduce the degree of chaos in the system. Pursue a small amount of high quality, and restrain your desire to invest. Hermione stared at Professor Lockhart in front of her with wide eyes, listening carefully to the large number of jerky and difficult words coming out of his mouth. For the information that was constantly instilled in her mind, Hermione tried very hard to think and remember. But sadly, she found that she could hear every word and every phrase that Professor Lockhart said clearly, but when combined, it became sentences. It is very difficult for me to understand them. I always feel like I understand but not quite, as if I understand a little, but as if I don't understand anything. I can only nod subconsciously, and keep replying. Despite this, Hermione can feel that what Professor Lockhart said is of great value. Especially watching the golden sunlight shining through the glass, shining on Professor Lockhart, who was talking eloquently, full of confidence, as if everything was under control. It was like putting a golden halo on him. At this moment, Hermione was a little stunned. She suddenly felt that Professor Lockhart at this time was like a god, high above and untouchable. It was like a wise man who spread the great way, with the sense of only being able to be viewed from a distance and not being played with. She tried very hard to understand and approach, but still felt extremely strenuous, even a sense of fear. Control input, this is a very applicable way of thinking, which can be used in various fields. At this time, Lockhart noticed Hermione's confused face, and knew that what he said was incomprehensible to Hermione at this time. Suddenly a feeling of boredom arose in his heart. So he controlled himself and began to finish. Hermione, you may not understand a lot of what I said just now, but it doesn't matter. Just remember what I said before, and when you really encounter something, you will slowly understand what I mean. Finally, I will give you 3 sentences, which are also the core principles of controlling input thoughts. Less is more. Slow is fast. Small is big. Hearing what Professor Lockhart said at the end, Hermione came back to her senses, nodded heavily, and repeated in a low voice, less is more, slow is fast, small is big. Hearing Hermione's silent recitation, Lockhart nodded and said gently, Okay, Hermione. Don't think too much. You can't understand what I just said at your age. Don't worry. You will understand when you really encounter something. Now, you can go back to the Gryffindor common room and spend this wonderful holiday. Hearing what Lockhart said, Hermione, who was shocked by the large amount of information, turned around subconsciously and slowly left the office. When she walked out of the office, she suddenly realized that she had left, and turned her head to look at the closed office door. Suddenly felt the vastness of truth, the humbleness of ignorance. The ignorance in her eyes gradually dissipated, and was replaced by a kind of knowledge called fanaticism. If Lockhart now observes Hermione's character recognition, you will find a very strange thing. Hermione's recognition keeps jumping from 50 to 20, and then jumps back to 30, 50, 40. Finally, it stabilized to 75/100. Unfortunately, since entering Hogwarts, Lockhart has paid less and less attention to the system. He is now completely immersed in the study of spells and runes, constantly wanting to develop more powerful spells suitable for wizards. There were even a few days when the system was not opened, let alone observing the recognition and reputation lottery of characters. At this moment, Lockhart looked at the tightly closed office door, stroked his forehead, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, his old habit of being a teacher came back again. Seeing Hermione, a smart and talented student, he couldn't help but share his ideas with her and let her become his follower and companion. He didn't consider her acceptance ability at all. Or he had considered it, but he subconsciously forgot it. In fact, Lockhart understood very early that it would take a long time for his students to agree with his ideas. It requires long-term immersion and indoctrination, so that he can regard it as the right idea from the bottom of his heart and practice it. And a large amount of information indoctrination at a time will often only make the other party rebellious. I should restrain myself. Restrain my desire to be a teacher. Unfortunately, I am a human, not a god, and my old problem has come back. There are only 6 hours left in the countdown to the shuttle Marvel world. At this moment, it has been 2 weeks since the start of school, and basically all students have become familiar with life in Hogwarts. In other words, every grade has become familiar with the new defense against the dark arts Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. After 2 weeks, 7 grades have 3 different opinions about him. Students from grades 1 to 3 think that Professor Lockhart is very gentle and interesting. Students in grades 4 and 5 think that Lockhart is very strict. He makes them learn a lot of knowledge in every class and leaves them with a lot of homework. He feels that he will not stop until they are exhausted. Students in grades 6 and 7 think that Professor Lockhart is not like a teacher, but like a friend. Every time in class, in addition to explaining knowledge, he shares some of his own experiences, discusses some adventurous cases, and sometimes shares some of his own ideas and experiences. Although these grades have mixed opinions on Lockhart, they all have a common understanding. Professor Lockhart is a rich man and is really generous. Because in these 2 weeks, basically every grade has more or less received various magic snacks and even magic amulets. This made a lot of students' eyes glow with enthusiasm. Because Professor Lockhart's money-spending action has not only not shrunk, but has a tendency to gradually expand. At this moment, Lockhart is in the library, making his request to the librarian Madame Pants, who is reading a book in front of him. Pants, I need your help with something. Chapter 50. Dumbledore is a little confused. What is it? Lockhart. Mrs. Pants looked up and asked Lockhart with some doubt. Ever since Lockhart borrowed a list of books from the Hogwarts library from her, he basically became a frequent visitor to the library. He would go to the library to read books almost every noon or evening, and borrow 1 or 2 magic books at the same time. After a few visits, the two gradually became familiar with each other. The names became closer, and she and Lockhart no longer had the courtesy of the past. Well, it definitely has nothing to do with Lockhart's handsome appearance. Pants, I'm doing a research recently. I'm collecting information now, so I need to borrow a lot of books. Do you think it's okay? How many books? What are they? Let me take a look first. Faced with Lockhart's request, Mrs. Pants, as a librarian, immediately grasped the key point. A lot of books. Looking at Mrs. Pants, who was a little wary and asked back, Lockhart smiled helplessly and handed over a list of books. It's a pity that it would be better if Mrs. Pants agreed directly. He could just pick up a batch of magic books and go back to the office. After Mrs. Pants took it, she frowned slightly. She found that the number Lockhart said was really large. A full 60 books. Immediately, she raised her head and looked at Lockhart with some suspicion and asked, Professor Lockhart, what kind of investigation and research? You need so many books. Facing Mrs. Ping's doubts, Lockhart said very calmly, recently, I'm studying how to reduce the cost of alchemy, and I want to get some inspiration and information from these books. Hearing this, Mrs. Ping glanced at the list of books again and found that most of them were indeed related to alchemy. Then she remembered the rumors in the academy, and suddenly she realized something. She had heard a lot that Professor Lockhart gave magic amulets to outstanding young wizards of all grades. It seems Professor Lockhart, who was generous, was also a little tight on money. She actually thought about reducing the cost of alchemy. Tisk tisk tisk. At this time, there was already a hint of strangeness in Madame Pance's eyes when she looked at Lockhart. Lockhart felt a little strange, but he didn't think much about it. Because Madame Pance had agreed to his request, he was now looking for books with the list. As for Madame Pance's psychological activities, he was not interested in guessing. No matter how big the world is, there is nothing bigger than him looking for books. After a while, Lockhart walked towards Madame Pance, with 4 tall piles of books floating behind him. Soon, Madame Pance looked at the tall pile of books in front of her and scratched her head in distress. There were 60 books in total, divided into 4 piles, each of which was as high as a person, completely surrounding her. She sighed lightly, carefully compared the parchment in her hand, and dutifully confirmed the information of the books. Soon, Madame Pance nodded lightly and said to Lockhart, "Professor Lockhart, the 60 books have been confirmed, no problem, when will they be returned?" Lockhart thought for a moment and said quickly, "Soon, probably in 2 or 3 days. I just need to check some information, you can return it." Then, Lockhart heard his wife complaining, "In fact, you can investigate information in the library, you don't have to borrow so many books at once." In response, Lockhart smiled, didn't say much, and put the books into the space bag. "Well, if I borrow books in the library, how can I bring so many books to the Marvel world? What's more, the shuttle location this time is the Library of Camartage. I traveled to the Camartage Library with a bunch of Hogwarts books. Am I going to show Master Ancient One how to die?" Thinking, Lockhart left the library and walked towards his office. But what he didn't notice was that the portrait not far away was shaking slightly, and a figure in the portrait just left quietly. Hogwarts, the principal's office. Dumbledore was sitting on his desk, gently taking off his half-moon lenses with his right hand, slowly wipe it clean, and put it on your eyes again. As if he felt his vision was a little clearer, Dumbledore continued to look down at the book on the table. What was a little strange was that this book was actually Lockhart's latest book, I Can Magic. In theory, ordinary wizards might like this kind of book because the plot is more interesting. But for the experienced White Devil Dumbledore, it can't be said to be boring, but it should not have much value. At this moment, suddenly, a figure appeared in a blank portrait next to it, and a voice quietly came into Dumbledore's ears. "Albus, we should think too much. I just saw Lockhart borrow a lot of alchemy books. He should want to improve his alchemy level. You also know that in the past 2 weeks, he has given his alchemy items to those excellent little wizards." "Okay, I know." Dumbledore turned his head, nodded slightly to the portrait, and said gently, "But, Principal Armando, can you help me keep an eye on Lockhart during this period of time?" "Okay, no problem, Albus." The portrait of Principal Armando Dippet gave a positive voice. At this moment, although hearing what Principal Armando Dippet had just said dispelled some of Dumbledore's doubts. But through the book he had just read, combined with his understanding of Lockhart during this period of time, I discovered something strange. The Lockhart described in the book is quite different from the real Lockhart. One is a normal adventurer, and the other is more like a pure researcher. Although books can be appropriately exaggerated, change. But it is impossible for them to be exactly like 2 people. After all, this is an autobiography written by one person. At this moment, Lockhart was sitting in his office. Looking at the countdown on the system page, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. 5 minutes left to travel to the Marvel world, please prepare for the travel. Then, in order to prevent accidents, Lockhart reviewed his memory a month ago again the moment he last stayed in the Camartage library. Then he waved his wand lightly, control the books of Camartage, and float in front of him according to the arrangement in memory. Holding gently with both hands. Everything is exactly the same as the moment before the shuttle. Including the clothes, expressions, and even eyes. Soon, a system prompt sound came to Lockhart's ears. At the same time, a faint light flashed, and the figure disappeared quietly. World transmission begins, please prepare the host. Search for the solidified World Shuttle channel. Search successful, transfer. Transferring. Welcome, the host returns to the Marvel world. Warning, after staying in this world for 30 days, the soul will gradually be branded with the mark of this world. You need to leave this world in time to avoid the contamination of the world's atmosphere.